Okay. King Hardy. There. I'm in. This is crazy. Alright, I'll have to guess he has to invite me in. Yeah, so he's got to invite me in, and then I can go. Main menu, channel. My name doesn't appear on the list. What? Why does he? Okay, I'm in.
There we are.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, yep, yep.
Okay.
How you doing?
I'm doing.
Oh, good. Why is there a symbol? Oh, it's disappeared now. It was like a warning symbol on my stream. I was wondering if maybe there was an issue with it.
No, it's just I don't use this very much, so it's I finally went on and it said that, or it gave me the option to join the stream. So It didn't do
All
it
right.
before.
All right. Fair enough.
You gotta remember,
Um,
I've been on Linux for a while, so I'm not used to all this stuff on Windows anymore.
yeah, how you finding Windows?
It's it's easier. That's about
Yeah.
it. It just a different kind of complication.
Yeah. Um. Okay. So have you had a chance to look at After Effects? Have you worked with it yet?
I played around with it the other night and did a little effect with that one special effects that I did where everything comes out. I forgot the name of it,
All
but
right. Cool.
I did a little bit on there.
All right. Um. So I don't know what program you were using before or how it worked. If it was the same, kind of or similar layout.
Yeah,
Like I used to use.
I've been
Sorry.
using Blender.
Ah, right. Okay. Fair enough. I used to, believe it or not, when I started, not this channel, but it was a channel going back nearly 10 years ago now. We used Windows Live Movie Maker,
Uh
which was
huh.
shit.
I had to use Windows Live Movie Maker too. I know. It's crazy.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm going to use this as an example, obviously, because I'm going to work on your next part. So, I'll send you in the assets, like the intro, the outro, all the other things. What I tend to do with the is that the yeah, that's intro. So what I've done, I think you can 2 seconds. I think you can access the intro already on the drive.
Hmm.
I don't know if I put it in your folder, but I think it's in Pokemon, the Pokemon folder. So yellows is up. I just need
Okay.
to put the outro there. Um, Anyway, what I tend to do is because for whatever reason the intro and outro's volume is insanely loud. I don't know how that happened, but you can always turn it down anyway, which you can do by clicking on that arrow there. I don't know how well you can see this because Cosmic says he has issues looking at streams and with small writing and
Yeah.
stuff. Um, but yeah, basically everything I work with, well, everything's in layers. You can color code them by right clicking and assigning them a color. I will just give that yellow, which I should probably do anyway. Make it easier on myself. But what I tend to do is I maybe lower that volume by about 5. You can do however you feel, but I mean,
I usually on Blender put it at like 0.3, so I don't know how that would convert over onto here. So, and I always adjust the audio whenever it comes to me. So,
yeah, that's fine. That's cool then. Um, so yeah, we'll get past that. Obviously, I dropped the opacity there. So these little PNG image files,
uh huh.
I'll give you the website for it. So, well, typically I use Google. So let's see, Pokemon. Wasn't sure I spelled that though. Pokemon Yellow sprites PNG, and it does. It comes up with a website because when we used for red and blue, it's called Bulbagar. I'm sure is it Bulbagar?
Bubble Garden.
Yeah,
That's,
this is the one.
that's pretty cool.
See, so you can find any sprite for any Pokemon here, um, and it will give you the PNG format. But before we discovered this website, we were using just random files from Google
Yeah.
and taking them into Photoshop and trying to cut them out so they look pretty bad in red and blue, some of them, but we're going to start using these from now on. So yeah, I've got some already, like the Pokemon that you have. I can just put them in a folder and send them along. But obviously, this is your go-to for. I'll even
Yeah.
send you the link. I'll send you the link in chat actually. So There you go. That's where you're going to want to get all these from. The fonts I'll send to you as well. As soon as I can find out what the fonts are. So for this one, let's see. Nope. So Zelda Oracles. Yeah, I mean all these fonts are free anyway. So I'll just locate them and send them.
Right.
Same thing with the badges. I'm pretty sure you can get the badges on that website as well. If you can't, don't worry about it. I'll try and send whatever I have along as well. You wanted to know about the point system.
Yeah. No, like the animation, like when you change the animation and then the points that I lose from the nutslock, you, you know how they you do it to where it pops in and then floats down or floats up.
Oh yeah. So let's see if I've got, because you haven't actually had any points taken off or added recently. I always keep them on the outside. I'm sure that's one of them. I always tell with the smaller ones. Yeah. So, for example, obviously just create a text box, write in, I guess, plus 25 in this case.
Okay.
And what you want to do to animate it is, see the position tab here?
Yeah.
So I think does this one go down or up? It goes up, doesn't it? So basically just set your position coordinates to where you want it to start from, and then let it play on a wee bit and move it up, I guess. Also the opacity, play with the opacity a wee bit as well. And you'll see that you can change it to however you want. So like let me just play that for a second. I'm going to show you how to do it anyway. So like I'll create a new one, text box, and we'll go plus 100. Let's go crazy. Oh no, that's giving me the plus 100 points. There you go. So we'll ignore the fact that, actually no, we'll take that down. We'll take it down, make it easier. Right, so always make sure you're clicking the arrow to move things. It always just automatically sometimes snaps to another thing like this.
Yeah.
Which is annoying. I don't know if it's just this version of Photoshop. Also, another thing, this little marker here is, you can change its position to the center by just clicking that icon there, making it a lot easier for. I don't know. Again, I don't know why it does it. It just snaps somehow by default to the outside.
So that symbol right there is for snapping.
No, this one is for your position. So like if for example I wanted to scale the number up, it will take it from the like the center. But if I take that part off to say there, it will like bring it out at an angle.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's something I've never really played around with, but you can have fun with it.
Yeah.
So you've got your rotation as well if you wanted to do something like that. Again, it rotates around this. So if I wanted to put that in the center, again, you'll just end up. Oh, that's the wrong one. You just turn it around like that.
Yeah.
So basically, it's like what do you call that? Like your compass.
Yeah. That'd be the best way to say it.
So right, so I'm gonna just scale that down again because it's going to be too big here. What I want to do is give that the starting position, and I want to turn the opacity down to 0. Click this little timer here, make sure it's blue, and then there's like a little blue diamond that will pop up.
Yeah.
do the same for your position as well. And then move the slider along maybe by a couple of frames and bring your opacity up to 100. And you can either move it manually or, just play around with these numbers so that you can get a straight line.
Okay.
Then what you want to do again is normally it's set already, as you can see.
Yeah.
So you don't have to press these buttons again. But sometimes if you don't see the diamonds, you can just click this one here.
Okay.
And it will set another one for you. But what I want to do is I want to bring the opacity back down to 0.
Now,
So if we
on Blender, with the dots over there that you're playing with right there, if I can take and set that first one, and then at the end set another one, and from that point to the end, it would automatically do the numbers going up to where you want it adjusted. Do I have to like do each frame for that on here, or can I do that?
I would be better if you're going to do it first time round. It would be better to do it manually first time, but you can copy and paste.
Uh-huh.
And if you wanted to do a reverse, let's say for the, I'm trying to find the red ones actually. Rather than animate the red ones, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I see. That's nice. That's the kind of stuff right there I was talking about. And then like you'd always have your Pokemon going to the side outside of the whenever they got taken out or they were eliminated.
Yeah, I'll show you that in just a wee second actually. But what I was going to say is just I've never really tried this myself, but I'd assume it would work. So obviously with the red, I go up. Is it? No, we start from the top and go down. So there is up here in layer,
Uh-huh.
and then time reverse layer, and it should have. Hold on. So I double check that did work. Is it going to play? Is it going to play? Sometimes it sticks. No, I think that didn't work. What I was expecting it to do was reverse his position. So
Uh-huh.
start from the top and go down. I thought that was going to work. But either way, as I said, you can create them manually just once and then copy and paste. And all you have to do with the pasted version is just edit whatever number you want in there. You've got your colours there. I'll give you the text box. This is a different text, I think. But I'm going to show you a neat trick. I used to use a copy and paste method. Every time a score changed, there would be a new layer. But having worked with Final Fantasy last year, I found a very neat trick to change the one layer. I'm trying to find that layer. There we go. There it's there. So, let's say that you have gone too far forward or back even. Let's say you start off with 51 points. What you want is a text box, source, and click the diamond again to set that. You'll see like a square.
Okay.
And if I wanted to change your score to, say, 151, be careful with the positioning as well. Sometimes you might have to play around with it. But it seems to change. But yeah, I'll move that in a wee bit because I don't want that to. So you'll see that when it hovers over the second square that I've created, it will just change automatically without having to create a new layer. It's going slow just now because it's trying to render so much at one time with all the PNG files and stuff,
Okay.
but it will change. There we go, it's changed.
Yep.
So that's the source text, which is a really helpful tool.
Okay, now how do you get the source text? You go in and do the search thing like I seen the other day.
So what you do is you select the layer that you want, click the arrow,
Uh-huh.
and then you'll have two options because it doesn't have an audio file. Click the text arrow, and then source text should be at the bottom.
Okay.
The top, sorry, the top. That timer should be blue. If it's not, just make sure that you just click on it to make sure that it is.
Okay, now
And
hold on for a second, okay? I gotta talk to my
yeah,
dad. I gotta talk.
no worries. Okay, I think I've kind of gone over most of everything with the text alone at the top here. So I'm going to move on to like the Pokemon themselves, the animations. So let's see. We'll take Light Bulb as an example. So again, actually, you know what? We'll use Light Bulb. So his current position is up here, and I want him to go here. So what I'm going to do is move that slider along slightly, move him down, and that's practically that.
And
And
it just automatically puts the dot there.
yeah,
That's
yep.
cool.
And if you want to, let's see, that'll take quite a while to happen in real time. So we want to make that happen faster. We'll just drag that closer. If you want it to happen instantly, just put it as close as you possibly can. Yeah, that kind of thing. Same thing with off screen. You know, any position you want to put them in.
Okay.
If you want to do the animation where they evolve, what I typically do is I'll make sure he's moved first. What I typically do is I select the Pokemon and play around with the opacity. So it starts off at 100, move the slider down slightly, change it to 0, make sure it's got a diamond. Again, move it slightly up to 100, move it again, 0. So it's a bit of a pain in the ass to do this, but it's kind of a cool effect.
Yeah.
I did have a Pokemon before that evolved. I think it was your Caterpie.
Yeah. Glitch.
Yep. And all I did was copy the animation. You can copy animations by obviously just selecting the keyframes, sorry, as they're called, the proper term. Simply, I just do Control and C and then dump them in Control and V. You can dump them in any layer. The same thing will happen as long as it's a Pokemon, obviously, or even the text, I guess, if you messed up.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what I then do is, if that Pokemon, upon its last view on screen, like if it hits 0, I'll make sure that, in this case, it's not letting me do it because it's well outside of the. You'll find that sometimes that if you've got a big enough file, it'll kind of disappear off screen. But all you need to do is like drag it or pull it in words and shorten it down. But yeah. So if I wanted to say, where did I? Yeah, there's Kadabra there. If I wanted to turn Kadabra into Cosmic, for example, just for laughs, I should have pulled that. Yep, there it is there. typically what I do is I always set the one that's going to evolve into underneath the one that's currently evolving, so that I know when to bring it in, when its queue is.
Okay.
So you've got a yeah, this slide at the top will allow you to zoom in on what you're looking at. Oh, it's saving automatically. Yeah, so what I want to do is bring Pikachu in about there. Oh, hang on. Again, the render time sometimes you need to play around with it a wee bit.
Yeah, there you go. It actually did it. I saw it right at the last month. There it is.
Yeah. Okay. So if that's not too much already, I'm going to move on to this screen itself.
Okay.
So we'll take your image. We'll turn it off just now. If you don't want to see something, you can always hit the eyeball as well, or turn the sound off.
Yeah. Like that
So
on Blender.
yeah, that's right. That is. So I'm going to bring in a video file. Let's see what I want to use. What haven't I assigned yet? Let's see. I'll just pull one from random. Yeah, okay. There we go. So we're going to have a bit of a mashup here. We've got Zelda and Pokemon. So I'm going to bring that file into there, which is where I want that to appear. But I don't want the whole thing. I just want this part. Oh, the reason that the 151 is overlapping is because I've obviously put it in the wrong layer, but I'll put that at the top. So I just want the screen. I don't want any of this rubbish on the outside. I'm going to click this box up here. It's the masking tool.
Okay.
And then click a corner. Don't panic because it's still there. You just have to, drag, click and drag. It will.
Okay, so
If
you
you leave it,
use mask.
I use mask. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes it will be funny after you've made a mask. Like it will act a little funny. Make sure that that's positioned in the center, and then click the arrow. And then what you want to do is put a lock on mask itself. So just put a wee padlock on it by clicking there.
Okay.
And then what you want to do is you want to move this. And then to size it, just go into transform, scale. Make sure you unclick this link here. Otherwise, whatever you scale, it will just do all the top and bottom and the sides. But I want it to fit into that box. So I'm going to unclick the link. And then I want to play around until I'm happy with that.
Oh yeah, I see what you're doing.
And that's basically that. All these are PNG files. I've got the background and stuff already. The text with the names, you animate them in the same way as you would the Pokemon anyway, the Pokemon files.
Yeah.
So if they disappear or whatnot. Sorry.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like whenever you do the animations, you have to change the words too and have them all itemized down here in the bottom.
Yeah. There's also another very handy thing it might quicken up your process a little bit, and that's to locate. What I tend to do is when I'm done with a file that you sent me, I then delete it from the computer, so obviously it can't find it. But if I've created something previously, like I've taken a part of the video, it knows it's there, it just can't find it. But if I wanted to keep my settings for that, like the volume that I'd set for it and the size that it fit into that box with the mask and all that included, all I need to do is right click, replace footage, file, and then locate. In this instance, I'll use this one, part 17. I think I've already put that in here.
Uh-huh.
No, I didn't. I didn't actually. So this one is now going to be part 17. Where it oh
Oh,
yeah, I want that back. Where it previously thought it was 12. Oh, we've got a wee bit of
yeah.
that's fine. You can resize it. Hold on. It doesn't normally do that. I think I did notice a change in the scale of like the last one you sent me last night,
Hmm.
part 15, part 16. It's a wee bit blurry. I don't know if that's something that happened after your computer crashed. Don't worry about it though, because it's an old game. It's
It
fine. You're scaling it down.
it could have been. What happened was I started, or I got on Steam and I tried to uh, sync Steam's controller with the computer and
Yeah.
the controller settings, and it doesn't work very well with Linux. So
Ah.
it, it, that's where all the problems really started. It got bad.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's a bummer when things like that happen. I've had so many issues over the years. There was one project in particular that nearly never made it to the channel because it was having so many issues with it, and also I was feeling quite burned out at that time. But these things you said it yourself. You just got to kind of persevere with it, and it's a
Work through
pain.
it.
It's a pain. I mean, me and Cosmic, when we did Pokemon Red and Blue the first time, I think I'd edited up 3 episodes. We were just going for 5 or something. And then I said, right, okay, send me the stuff you have for episode 4. I'll get that done. And he's like, I don't have anything. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I've lost all my saves. So we had to go back and start the whole thing twice, in fact, because something else happened. I can't remember what it was, but it's a pain. The process is a pain
Yeah.
sometimes. I'll get rid of Zelda because that has no place here right now. um, yeah, you're gone. So, also what I do, as you'll know, is I cut out a lot. What I tend to keep in is important things like you mentioned earlier on. Keep the rocket base in, which I'm going to do anyway for the most part. But when you're fighting trainers en route, they're not always important. I'll keep them. The battles I tend to keep are ones that seem the most interesting, like close to death
Yeah.
sometimes, or if a death actually happens, or an evolution happens. Um, those are the things I tend to keep in. But beating down the bad guys is always an interesting one anyway, so we'll keep that in. Badges obviously and stuff. But if you wanted to cut, say you wanted to just get to that point, I'll probably drag that in a bit so I can make the point a wee bit better. So we want to get to where you leave the building. I'm just going to slide that all the way down to where I want it to be. I can also use an opacity here if I wanted to kind of like use a transition.
Hmm.
Sometimes I just cut straight sometimes because I'm lazy. That's not an exact, obviously. It's clearly picking up another file. I think it's picking up that one there. But yeah, let's just use that one as an example. Let's just say I wanted to cut from there to no, sorry, I'm not actually showing you what I wanted to show you if I'm doing that way. Copy and paste. And then what I want to do is from your exit of the Pokemon Center, which is I'm assuming where you're going next, find that point. Oh, find the point of your exit in the Pokemon Center, which I'm going to assume is a white screen just there.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you know this anyway. This is me just
Well,
cutting
see,
out stuff.
you're using After Effects, and I can do the stuff on Blender, but knowing how you're doing all this on After Effects helps me. So even though
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Even though I know it, I'm learning what you're doing there. So it's a pretty good thing.
I'm also going to show you the best quality to render off in, because um, it gives you like the best sound and crystal clear picture without obviously 4K and stuff. So if I wanted to make a composition out of this, let's just say I'll select. Well, the standard is obviously 45 minutes, but if you happen to be any less than that, you know, somewhere between 40 and 45. But I'm going to just, for example, make a quick. I'm not really going to render anything, to be honest. So if I wanted to make a quick render off of a chunk of footage, press B, hotkey. That will snap to where you want it to start from.
Okay.
And N for the end. So if I wanted to just render off that chunk or the whole thing, go up to composition, down to add to render queue, or Control and M. I never use Control and M, but as you can see, I've rendered off a lot of things recently. But go down to the one that's in blue, click lossless, then it will pop up with this window.
Okay.
You want QuickTime. Click OK. Then file location, and obviously just name it whatever you want. Now, the other thing I'm going to have to do, and I never thought about this until now, but when you render off a file, its format. Hold on, let me go back to that a wee second. Let me see. Its format is typically known as a MOV file, which is quite, as you can see, 182 gigabytes. Now, that's fine, but what you want to do is make it a smaller file and readable for, what's it called? YouTube, because YouTube won't read MOV files as far as I'm aware.
You're saying that like you get my videos, they come out as an MOV.
Yeah, it'll come out. It'll come out as an MOV file, but what you're going to need after that is this other program, which I'm going to have to locate this one. I didn't think, or you can send it to me. You can send it to me if you want, and I'll use this. But this is called Media Encoder. I had to wait for the pop-up window to actually tell me what it was called because I couldn't remember. Adobe Media Encoder, and what this does once it loads, it's loading in just now. It takes a while sometimes. Takes a minute. Because when we were at college, you could just do everything off of After Effects without relying on Media Encoder. But for whatever reason, the later versions, here we are, this is Media Encoder. The later versions just didn't include that option for whatever reason. So, say you've just created Chameleon Twist, right? That's a file from After Effects. Drag it and drop it into Media Encoder, and then it will tell you the file. All you need to do is hit play. I'm not going to do it just now because that will just take like an hour, or whatever. You can stop it, I guess, but it'll render off and it'll compress the file, and it'll make it readable for YouTube as well. But if you don't do that, don't worry. You can always send me the files over the drive, and I'll get to them. The only reason I'm saying that just now is because the trouble I had finding After Effects to begin with.
Yeah.
It'll take me maybe a little while to locate where Media Encoder is. I will have a look for it though and send it across.
All right. On a Media Encoder, is that doing what it does on Blender? Like if I can get an MP4, put it on there, and then convert it to like AVI if I wanted to, or is that what it's doing?
Yeah, it's basically a conversion thing, but I'm not sure. I couldn't comment if Blender works just because I've never used it.
Yeah.
With this being, just the Adobe package itself,
Mhm.
I trust that it's just, taking it from point A to point B. I don't know. You could try that, and see if it works. But yeah, that is essentially what it does because that's what.
Yeah, because like right there where it has H26 up on top, like
Yeah.
I can take that and I can change it around to MP4V something. I don't know for sure what the precise name of it is, but if I wanted it to be APEG, APEG or something like that, it's the one right next to it. The
Well,
H264.
H.264 is the best one
Yeah,
to work with.
with
Um,
anything in streaming, that's what they always say to use.
yeah. So that is, I think, pretty much it. Other than me sending you the assets, I can go over anything if you want. The render queue, yeah, I'm going to make sure that I unsave all of this because this
Yeah.
is technically what I'll be working on. Control and Z everything. That usually works. But if it doesn't, I'll just close the file without saving. I'm sure the first thing I did was put the 151 points in, so if it doesn't change, then I'll know I can't go any further. But, oh no, it was that. That was the first thing I did,
But
which I can just get.
you know that's the best way to do that, right? Just don't save it.
Don't save it, close it, and
And
reopen. Yeah.
sit, when it gives you the option, say don't save.
But luckily for me, everything has, well,
Yeah.
yeah, everything has gone back to where I wanted it to be.
So
Um,
doing pretty good on that. I wanted to let you know too that I am recording this because I wanted to keep track of it. That way I can go through if I have issues and stuff.
oh, that's cool. That saves me repeating anything then.
Yeah, yeah, I know. And I've got it in widescreen, so I'm looking straight at your screen.
That's cool. Yep, no worries. Um, I'm just wondering, like, obviously, my structure's a bit of a mess. Cosmic will tell you it's a bit of a mess. I know what's what, and I know what I'm doing with it. And everybody's got their own way of working. Cosmic likes has things more simplified, which, there's nothing wrong with that. I can understand. I just tend to, when I finish one file, if it's the same, like Pokemon, I'll just reuse assets and change a few things. Um, Whereas Cosmics will probably put everything into a folder, which you can do as well, I guess. Try to remember how you do that. I guess you can select hit and select multiple files, and then it's not something I ever do or ever have to use. Uh, Create, is it create folder? No. There is a thing in here. I'm sure you can put everything into a folder. I've done it by mistake once as well, and I was like, "Oh, what have I done?" Because I thought I'd lost things.
Yeah,
What?
that's basic. They show that on the tutorials and stuff on LinkedIn. You can
Yeah,
you can also use markers and everything on your
yeah.
areas to where you want to do in your project. I forgot how they did it and everything, but
Well, I'm going to be honest again. It's something I don't use as markers. I've seen Cosmic use it when he was trying to edit red and blue. I haven't used markers.
mhm.
It probably would help me out a wee bit, but I usually just go with
I don't use markers either. Just so you know, uh, they're pretty complicated.
yeah,
A lot of people say it's easy, and in the sense, yeah, it is easy, but when you have to go setting markers up and then going back over everything, it just gets really complicated.
yeah. I
But
will. Sorry.
You got like 50 markers sitting there, and you got to remember what all of them are. You know, like I can't do that. That's
No,
nice.
no. I mean, I've got aside from markers, I've got like 47 layers. So like I'm having to remember just those without having to add markers in as well. So
Yeah,
um, there is. You'll probably find that you'll have a lot of layers. Obviously, Pokemon will take up six, or any Pokemon that you have or have died will come in. Could be six or more Pokemon. And again, the same for your text boxes, individual badges. So they all kind of stack up. And then if you've got like your gameplay, which is like part one, part two, part three, depends on how well I mash them together. Again, separate files, separate layers. Um, but yeah, I think that is pretty much it. What I do is I tend to watch the whole thing. Sometimes there'll be like a stutter that happens here. It will take ages to render off, so I'll just open the file and watch it, and then I'm like, oh, I want to keep that bit. I don't want to keep that bit. We don't need that bit. I'll find it on the video itself and cut it out, kind of
yeah,
thing. So I hope that's kind of helped.
yeah.
I'll send the assets along, and I'll try and locate those font files as well.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, I think that's pretty much it. If there's anything else you need me to go over, then I
At the
will.
moment, I don't know for sure if there's anything I need to have you go over. It was kind of well, whenever I'm in it, I'm doing it. If there's something I run a roadblock in with, I can have you explain it to
Yeah,
me.
that's cool. We can always talk about it in the editing room tab on the channel anyway, and that's as well. I'm going to have to locate where media encoder is for you. But what I was going to say is, depending on what projects you're working on just now, I don't mind working through the rest of Pokemon Yellow until we hit 12.
Yeah,
After that, my schedule just becomes too
yeah, I know.
complicated. So if you want to continue sending me files along, then I'll happily work on them. I'll even do this one just now. I'll do 9, but I might be coming up short on a little bit of footage because, as I said to you earlier on, I'm going to cut out about 50% of the battles, not including the rocket base though.
Well, like I
Um,
said, um, if you want, man, I can. I've already given my nephew a lot of the rules and stuff you have for that Nuzlocke. So, I mean, if nothing else, I can just have him grade it for me, or he score it for me, and then whenever he gets the score in, he can tell me where it is that I messed up, stuff like that, and I can go in and do the editing, just so that we have somebody who's neutral that's actually doing it. Because for me, I just don't feel right, going and playing the game and then scoring myself.
yeah,
I don't think that'd be too cool.
I mean that's fine. I trusted everyone to be honest with it anyway, because like when we gave these out, Matt and Doctor G, they're going to be doing their own scoring. Well, using the same scoring system that we've used up until now, but they're going to keep tabs themselves and um, even if like I think it's Doctor G that's playing the game, so Matt could maybe take score. So
Yeah,
it's the same for you and your nephew, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. That's cool. The rules are up on the Discord anyway, and we are hoping to change the rules for Generation 2. We're going to make it slightly, we're going to alter some things. So we'll keep the rules up just now. In fact, I think by the time you finish your playthrough, the rules will still be there because we'll only take them down when Matt and Dr. G have had the chance to do Pokemon Green, which will use the same rules anyway.
yeah.
So yeah, there's no worries there. Cool. I think that is pretty much everything. Where are you with Pokemon? Did you manage to get back to where you were?
No, not yet. It,
Not yet.
it didn't work out. I mean, I ended up wanting to, like, catch. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. Tonight, I am going to do something different. Here lately, I've been coming up with discussions on topics that I have been involved with when it comes to live streaming, as well as current events like politics and things of that nature. But tonight, I want to do something that I've been wanting to do the whole time that I've been doing this streaming thing, where I'm doing roundtables and interviews. I want to kind of discuss the things that I've been going through since I've started doing this whole crazy internet streaming thing. And I'm not just talking about within the last year when I started doing my podcasts and my interviews and my live streams with other people. I'm talking about going all the way back and discussing things that I did when I was getting started, all the way back to the beginning, basically. Now, before I start saying anything, I do want to let people, I do want people to understand, I'm not I'm not a rich man at all, I don't make very much money, and the things that I do when it comes to the internet aren't really extravagant. They're not anything that I make money off of. I actually haven't made very much money at all off of the internet whatsoever when it comes to pretty much anything. So just understand that when I say this stuff, everything that I discuss is going to be how just an average Joe like me, got on here. Oh God, now I got the coughs. Got on the internet and decided one day that he was going to make videos. Um, Now, for me to start all that off, I'm going to have to go all the way back to a long time ago. It's been so long ago that I forgot exactly what year it was that I started. It might have been like 2000 and 2014, 2015, maybe somewhere around in there. And it wasn't really streaming that I started out as. I started on Facebook, believe it or not. Now, on Facebook, I had gotten interested in politics. I'll admit I got interested in politics, and I also got interested in the paranormal and things of that nature. I started following a friend of mine who goes by the name of Old John now, but his name's John Clark, and he came out with a Facebook group called The Wonderful World of Weirdness. And I started out following his group, and that made me want to start doing it myself. So I created my first group, which was at the time. Well, to be honest, I don't know for sure if it was this group or if it was another group that I'd done. I created two Facebook groups. One was called the Praetorian, and the other one was called the Strange, the Bizarre, the Unusual. I like it. And I don't know which one was first, to be honest with you, but I know I created them. Now, the Praetorian was all about politics at the time, and then the Wonderful World of, I'm sorry, the Strange, the Bizarre, and the Unusual. I like it was everything that was strange, bizarre, and unusual, like ghosts, UFOs, strange things, like people who had freaking skin made that they could stretch, things like that. You know, kind of like Ripley's Believe It or Not. I was really into stuff like that too. And at first, I didn't create my own content. Um, I started, sharing other people's posts onto my page and my group, and I kept watching the views to find out which posts were doing the best, and then I'd focus on that kind of content. You know what I mean? First, I started out with a group, and then I eventually created a page to go with that group, and I started networking with other people on Facebook and sharing their content on it. And as time went by, I started getting curious about creating my own content. Now, before I even start talking about videos and everything, I have to say, first of all, what I did is I went to blogs first. I didn't do I didn't do any videos until later on. What I ended up doing was going to Google, and I created a blog spot basically, and I went in there and I started doing research on uh, on politics for one, and then I started doing research on strange, bizarre, and unusual things, and I created blogs and I'd post them on my Facebook page. Well, as well as that, what I'd do, I'd still freaking go and I would look at other people's content and I would share that on my groups, and I could start noticing, like I said, which posts got more views, and with that I would actually go in and do my research on those topics according to the views that I'd gotten. And this was all back in the beginning. I didn't really know how any of this works. So I was basically just winging it, and I, I've got to admit, I mean, I did pretty good when it came to using other people's content and sharing it on my pages and my groups. Eventually, I had 4 or 5 different Facebook groups. I had a gaming group called Gaming with Infamous. I had the strange, the bizarre, the unusual, I like it. I had the Praetorian. Then I ended up having the Storyteller, which I uh, ended up turning into a YouTube channel as well. And then I had another one that I've been still working with, and it's called Working with Audio and Video. But at the time, it was something. It was under a different name. It was like a Hanson's Mobile or some name like that. I had a hard time trying to pin a name to it for the longest time until finally I came up with the name Working with Audio and Video, and that stuck for me. Now, it might not be the best name in the world, but for me, I do enjoy it. So that's basically how I started. And as time went by, doing blogs and stuff, I started learning things about people, and taking and learning from what other people said the best type of blogs were to do. And one thing that I learned from them while doing these blogs is that the average person, when they read a blog, their attention span really isn't all that great. I learned that the average person, whenever they go in and they read a blog, they don't want to have to read more than 7,000 words, and that is approximately about a 15-minute read. And that's what I ended up focusing on. And I started learning how to come up with content that was about 15 minutes long. And that's one of the reasons why I continued to do that. At first, with videos, I continued to do that, but at first I didn't. I kind of got carried away with that until I finally got to the point where I remembered what I learned when I was doing blogs about people not really having that big of an attention span when it comes to wanting to look and listen and read content, you know what I mean? So I went and I started making 15-minute videos as well as making the 15-minute blogs. And eventually I just gave up on the blogs. By the time I was done, I had a blog spot, I had a WordPress blog, and then finally, in the end, when I finally quit, I actually had a blog on Medium, and right there I went by Omega Red on that one. So um, by the time I was done, I was done. I stopped using it. I ended up going through and quitting on the blogs, and that was when I decided that I wanted to start streaming. You know, learn about making my own and videos and doing content and things of that nature. So I did. I went ahead and I decided to stream, and I got involved with. Um, at the time, I'm not quite sure if Facebook had good video streaming at the time. It was before they really started catching on to the whole live stream thing and stuff of that nature. It was real touchy, you know what I mean? Back then, like everything was just starting up whenever I started, and like I said, I was going on and hanging out with John on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, and eventually, what happened was is he made me a moderator for his group, and that's what introduced me to his channels, and eventually he decided that he was going to go on to YouTube and start the Wonderful World of Weirdness on YouTube. And about a year after he did that, maybe a year and a half, that's when I decided to freaking go and do my own channel as well. So I started out with doing the Praetorian first on YouTube, I believe. I'm pretty sure it was, because during that time I was interested in politics, and I was getting more involved in what was going on in the elections and stuff. And I'd say I started getting involved more into politics about 2 years before Donald Trump got into office. It was Obama. During the Obama administration, there was a whole bunch of crazy stuff going on then, and I remember getting caught up in a lot of the stuff that was happening during that time. And at the same time, I decided that I was going to um, start a channel for the strange, the bizarre, the unusual. I like it. So that began my adventures into streaming. Now I did try to do live stream back then, but I have to tell you one thing that I did learn when it came to live streams, and that this was back in the early days. This is one of the first things that I learned. Okay, now if you want to do any proper live streaming on the internet, you have to be working with a proper computer. Okay, don't listen to anybody who tells you that you can just grab any computer that you want and get on freaking YouTube and just start live streaming, because that is not true. Okay, if you have a really old computer set that was made like back in 2011, 2012, trust me, it will not work on YouTube when it comes to live stream. You can possibly do it, but it's not going to be the best of quality. Now, you could probably get away with what I'm doing here. Like, except for my slideshow that I have in the background, I would never suggest that anybody with a weak computer use a slideshow. Just get you a picture, put it up there, and then just have a conversation like I'm doing right now. Okay, that would be your best bet when it comes to doing something like that. But if you want to stream and you want to have a quality stream, especially when it comes to gaming and video that's actually moving, you want to have a computer that's working properly. And when I first started, I didn't do that. I actually had my settings set up to because see, the thing about the thing about yeah the thing about computers is like the one thing that I overlooked at, and I had a hard time convincing everybody else about it, was the fact that when you do your videos, okay, you have to worry about the frames per second, and you also have to worry about the resolution. Those are some very important things, but also one thing that you have to worry about is having a good IPN. IPN is your network provider. Okay, now if you are streaming, you're going to want a network internet provider that is giving you at least uh, three. 3,000. I believe it's 3,000 millibytes, okay, of upload speed. Now, when I started doing this, we had Frontier, and in this area, Frontier. Well, first of all, Frontier is just another name for AT&T. So here in this area, when AT&T was here, they actually had a or how was it? What they did is they literally just avoided setting up fiber optics in this area. So all of their wiring was copper, basically. So that was an issue that we had. 3,500 kilobytes per second is what you need just for live streaming. Okay, when you go on for a bit rate. Okay, and when you go onto the internet and you don't have that, it's going to cause a lot of problems with your live streams. Now, what I ended up doing is I created live streams where I set the bit rate at, I believe, 4 or 600, because that was literally how much I could do my bit rates at. And when I did that, I also used a custom buffer size, and I made the buffer size at 600, I believe, and that was able to get it to where I could I could live stream. But like I said, the resolution was horrible. Um, the the resolution was horrible, and I'll be straight out with that. I got a lot of criticisms from it, and this was me trying to live stream like Minecraft and video games. I was really big on Elder Scrolls Online, and people would just constantly give me bad criticisms about the streams I'd done. And the reason for that was because I had to use those settings in my OBS in order to live stream. And what it basically comes down to is I was being rebellious. I didn't want to listen to people when they told me that I couldn't stream with a small computer. I was going to prove them wrong. And as time went by, that's when I started finding out about my internet provider too. I found out that even if I had a good computer working with Frontier, I wouldn't have been able to um, do a good live stream anyhow, because I believe at the time I was only getting 1200 kilobytes per second or millibytes per second for upload speeds. Now, that's pretty bad. Okay, if anybody who is live streaming knows what I'm talking about, they know that you do have to have a lot more than that. And eventually, what ended up happening is that we had to change internet providers. We changed from Frontier to Mediacom. And don't get me wrong, I am not saying that Mediacom is a good company, because they are not a good company. They're very shady in their dealings and stuff. But in this area, um, they're the only ones that are able to provide what you need when it comes to live streaming and stuff. And we had to go with them. So we ended up working, or so I ended up having to learn that I needed to have a working proper computer in order to do it, and plus I had to check my IPN, make sure that I had a good network provider. Now, though the network provider is very important, if you're getting into this stuff and you really want to get serious about it, you have to make sure that your network provider is able to give you what you need when it comes to upload speeds. Download speeds aren't the same either, and a lot of people get that mixed up. Now, when it comes to streaming, and I'm talking about real streaming, I'm not talking about watching Netflix on Roku. I'm talking about where you get on here and you actually stream your own content like we're doing right now. When you do this right here, you need upload speeds. Well, I guess you would need upload speeds as well. If well, I don't know on Roku. I don't know about all that. I try not to focus on all that stuff, but like right here doing what I'm doing, I need upload speeds. So when you're streaming like this, it's upload speeds that you have to worry about, you know. So that's the one thing that I had to figure out, and I had to learn about and try to get things sorted out in my head, you know. This is all stuff that I had to do on my own. Okay, I had to learn how to stream and edit videos all on my own. Now, the thing that really annoyed me the most back then, and they have changed. They've become more friendly about it with YouTube, but I made comments on their studio whenever this was becoming an issue with me, but they said that they had these classes that you could take and learn about how to live stream and create your own content and stuff. And I got on there and I started paying attention to what they were saying, and all I kept seeing was like these pretty much advertisements of, you know, you should go out and you should get this kind of lighting, and you should make sure that that the area is got an ambiance to it. Make sure that all the lighting is pretty and that your hair looks good, and you know, just stupid garbage like that. And that's all they were pushing out, you know, buy this, and buy this. And all the time that I was going through the process of learning how to stream and edit videos, I didn't come across problems dealing with any of that. What I had problems with was frames per second, how to adjust your OBS to where you can create a good stream on a freaking on your OBS. Learning how to use encoders, period. You know what I mean? Because when I first started out, I didn't know anything about OBS. I actually tried to start out with XSplit, which in my opinion was a horrible mistake. XSplit was just horrible to the freaking core. Um, but I got on YouTube, and again, YouTube's endorsing freaking XSplit. Oh, if you want good quality videos, you need to use XSplit, and they were putting it up there on the streaming options. And in order for you to see anything that even mentioned OBS, it was like you had to click on it, and then a drop down menu would pop up, and you would have to manually freaking put the stream key and everything in. Which now you still have to do that, but they don't emphasize using XSplit. You know what I mean? It was very, very much aimed at using XSplit, is what I'm saying. So they were more into the whole area of trying to sell products, and that really pissed me off. I really think that if they would have come out with some serious editing videos back in the day, whenever I first started, I could have actually gotten off to a better start. That really slowed me down on a lot of things, but I did learn on my own. I learned mostly on my own a lot of the stuff that I've had to learn today. I didn't learn it from doing OBS. Now, I do have to tell you that I did go into LinkedIn, and I did their LinkedIn learning when I started getting familiar with a lot of things. I did figure out how to do stuff when it comes to creating videos, editing them, you know, um, SEO, things of that nature, and that's stuff that I do want to get into later on in the discussion. But I also want to be able to get into some more important stuff before I get to that, because you know, um, don't get me wrong, learning how to stream and edit videos is very important. I had to uh, go and find good editing tools, which is something that I think that everybody needs um, to do. You know what I mean? You have two different kinds of people. Okay, you have people who are live streamers, and then you have people who are uh, they have a passion for making videos and live streaming and doing, and they love doing it, and it's an obsession, and that is where I fall into. I just enjoy the process of making videos, and I'm not just talking about editing them, and I'm not talking about streaming them. I'm talking about even the post processing. When I go on YouTube and all these platforms, and I upload them, and I organize them, and I schedule them. I love all of it. And there's tons of people on the internet who don't like doing it, but they still get on the internet and they stream, and that's all they do. That's all they want to do. They want to get on there and they want to make some streams. They don't want to edit nothing. Easy peasy, once a week, kind of setup. So that's the one thing you got to realize too. Like, I'm that kind of person who I do this because I enjoy doing it. I thoroughly do enjoy doing it. Now, starting on YouTube, that was one of the big things that I had to do. So I had to finally, grasp the idea that I had to have a good computer to work with. I couldn't work off of a toaster / potato, whatever terminology you want to call it. I had to make sure that I had a good internet provider. That was an obstacle that I had to overcome as well. And then there was the process of learning how to actually stream and edit videos. Now, that was where things started getting really weird, because I had eventually learned how to edit directly off of my OBS without having to use Blender or use any other kind of editing software. Now, I do want to get into the editing software and things of that nature. But first, before I get started there, I want to kind of discuss like my first attempts at streaming. Now, when I first started out, Google Live was still out, and if anybody can remember Google Live, that was the worst freaking streaming program on the face of this planet, in my opinion. Um, I didn't have the best of computers, don't get me wrong, okay? But Google Live was horrible. It was real choppy, and when you tried to talk on it, if you didn't have a strong enough signal, you wouldn't come out very good. Your voice would just be popping in and out, popping in and out, and everything. And that is what finally I think did me in when it came to doing live streams, because I just could not cope with it. On top of the fact that I uh, ended up losing the computer that I had back then because of a power surge that came through the house, and it just completely fried the computer I had. Now, the one thing that I do have to tell everybody too, and I know everybody thinks it's nonsense when I say this, but surge protectors are very, very important. You need to protect your computers, okay? When it comes to taking care of your equipment, you need to think of your computer as your equipment, okay? It's a tool. If you're getting into this and you're wanting to get serious about it, you're going to have to protect your computer like you would your tools if you were out on a work site for a construction company. You know what I mean? You'd never leave your freaking hammer laying around overnight while you go home. You know what I mean? You'd have it in your toolbox. The same thing goes with your computer. You need to make sure that it is safe, and one way of doing that is getting yourself a surge protector that will protect it from any kind of power surges or whatever's going on in your house. It will knock a computer out quick as shit if it is not protected. So always remember to do that. Now, that computer that I had, the thing about it is I was having all these problems, and the reason, now that one was a quad core CPU and it didn't have a GPU to go with it. And quad core CPU is a central processing unit, and it has 4 cores inside of the CPU. And even with a quad core, I was still having problems. And this is where the network provider comes in handy, because like my nephew Jacob, he had a hard time believing me when I told him about your internet provider. Okay, at the time Blender worked pretty good with quad cores. Now today they've made so many changes and they've upgraded Blender so much that you couldn't do that today. But back in the day, you could actually get on Blender and you could edit your videos with a quad core and everything. But when it came to trying to stream, I just still could not do a proper stream. And I finally, after checking it out and figuring out what my upload speeds were, figured out that it was my network provider. It was Frontier that was causing me problems with being able to live stream. So that's when I figured it out, and I started telling my nephew this, and he didn't believe me until just recently, when he actually took time and built his own computer like I have. You know, he built his own computer, and it's a great computer. It has 8 cores in its CPU. It's got a GPU to go with it. Um, you know, top of it's quality. You know what I mean? He had it set up pretty good. You know, and after he did that, he he went on and he wanted to game. Now my nephew's not a streamer like me. He doesn't get on the internet and make streams or any of that nature. All he does is he plays video games. And he likes to play Boulder's Gate and things of that nature, and you know, Monster Hunter and things, you know, games like that. And because he had that computer with 8 cores in its CPU and that GPU, he was able to see for himself that what I was saying was true. That it doesn't matter how nice your computer is and how buffed up it is, if you have a crappy network provider, it doesn't matter. Okay? So that's the one thing that I learned, and eventually my nephew was able to learn it, and he had to learn that the hard way, just like I had to learn it the hard way out of experience. And I just wanted to share that with everybody because that's something that was very valuable to me. These are all the basics. These are things that I had to learn in the beginning when I first started out on YouTube, and that's some of the stuff that I had to mention. Now, another thing that I ended up having issues with when it came with YouTube was the monetization. Now, when I first started my channels up on YouTube, they didn't have this freaking watch hours bullshit, and I started my channels out just very, very shortly before they started all that. And as a matter of fact, by the time they did start implementing watch hours and monetization like that, they had me on monetization and I'd made like 31 cents. And to this day, I still say they owe me 31 cents because they're a bunch of bastards and they ripped me off. You know, but still, you know, that's how I started out with it. And then when they first came out with their monetization programs, what really pissed me off about it was the fact that they came out with this thing of saying that you had to have 10,000 watch hours. Okay, now 10,000 is a lot. Okay, now it's even smaller. They did reduce it, but 10,000 watch hours is a huge amount of people watching it, and that really pissed me off, you know. And I got fired up about it. I really did. I think I went sour on YouTube because of that. That was the beginning of my road to hating YouTube, I guess you could say. And even though I hated them, I kept on using them, and I still use them today, you know. But the thing of it is this watch hour stuff, you know what I mean? It's really insane, even today, compared to what I was expecting it to be. I didn't think that it was going to end up being the way that it has turned out, you know. And I know that they lowered the amounts of people that need to watch your videos and everything, but they had to do that because they were forced to. I personally still believe that they are phasing out people who are on YouTube that are creating their own content, because I've mentioned the fact that they have YouTube television now, and then they have all these other programs that are going on. Eventually, what I see YouTube doing is becoming another Roku or another freaking Netflix. You know what I mean? Eventually, they're not going to want people to come on and create content for themselves. They're going to, and they're trying to push people away. I've never heard of any kind of business model where they're encouraging people to leave. You know, that's just so insane. And today, I still don't agree with pretty much anything that YouTube has come out with when it comes um, to their monetization program. As a matter of fact, I've refused to do any type of monetization when it comes to YouTube, um, and to this day I've held true to it. But I'll get on with that later on as I go on with what I'm talking about, because I think that there's other things that I need to discuss before I get to that part, because there are new things that's happened in my time on streaming, you know. So these are basically the things that I had learned earlier on, and the monetization had come around, and that kind of soured me on YouTube. So what happened is I started getting into live streaming video games, um, and I started doing my interviews and my roundtables and stuff of that nature. Okay, now when I first started out, it was all, like I said, about editing videos. My computers were so bad off that eventually I stopped trying to live stream altogether, and I started focusing on editing my videos and putting them up on uploads. And through that whole process, I learned how to edit. And like I said, I was editing on OBS at sometimes, because I've had about 3 or 4 situations where my computers just crashed and I had to start over from scratch. I actually had this old laptop where the battery, I had taken it out and I had plugged in the laptop and had it hooked into the wall. The fan was gone out, so I went and got one of those fans that you set up underneath it, so where you could pull the heat out from underneath it. And I had that plugged in too, so that was all I had when it came to doing anything on the internet. And whenever the fan was running, it was real loud. You could hear, and so I'd have to smack the freaking keyboard to get the noise to stop, you know, stuff like that. But I did it. As a matter of fact, I did my D&D stuff on that same computer for quite a while, you know. And this was not when my big computer crashed, but when my somewhat decent toaster computer that I was using ended up crashing. I had to go down to my laptop. So that made 3 computers that had literally just gotten fried. And during this whole time, I had to learn how to adapt, and I had to learn how to think quick on my feet on how to get my audio and video set up and be able to edit and be able to do things. So in the process, what I had learned to do is I had learned to use my memory in order to frickin' be able to do these things when it comes to setting up my streams. Okay, now I really don't have to have templates, and I really don't have to have a certain way that everything, it's in my head. Like I can literally wipe everything off my OBS, and within a half an hour I can set up my OBS exactly the way I want it to be set up for any particular video. After I'm done with that, I can wipe it again and do it for another video that's completely different than the one I just did. And the reason why I did that was because I wanted to learn how to set up these videos individually the way I wanted them. And I have it in my mind that this is the way I want it. Okay. Now, a lot of people like to create a routine, and they like to make everything as normal as possible. And I'm okay with that. I have no problem with that. But for me personally, I had to learn that I've got to be able to adapt. There's things that are going to happen when it comes to videos that I'm not going to expect. Um, and that is something that's actually helped me out because I've seen situations where people that I've been working with here lately had bad situations that popped up, and me and a couple of my friends were able to snap to it and take care of it. A friend of mine, Jaffe Ryder, had an issue with that, with a VoIP that he had been using, or he used that night. And this VoIP just literally cut him off right in the middle of a freaking stream. And at a moment's notice, me, Mark Edworthy, and Tanhai Tran pulled together. We got freaking Jitsi up and going and got Jaffe on Jitsi, and his show went on as regularly scheduled, you know. And that was because we were able to adapt quickly. Um, most people can't do that. Most people who stream are just completely unable to be able to do that whatsoever, and it's because they've gotten themselves set in a routine that this is how they need to do it, and that's it. And that's one thing, if I can ever suggest to anybody, is you need to learn how to adapt to situations. You know, if your computer gives out on you, it's not the end of the world. Just figure out how to get your content out and work around it. If you have a telephone, you know, start recording on that telephone. Post that stuff straight up on YouTube or wherever it is that you're doing your content at. Get it out. You know, make it a routine to do the stuff, and also tell yourself that no matter what, you're still going to work through your issues until you get through it. You know what I mean? And if you work hard enough, you'll get through that situation, and you'll be able to freaking come out of it smelling like roses on the other side. It might not be easy, but you'll appreciate it later on. You'll learn from it. And for me, I know that I learned a lot of good stuff, not only from the stuff that I did right, but also from the mistakes I made. You know what I mean? So everything was a learning lesson for me when it came to doing this stuff. So even though I have like bad videos from way back when with bad audio and everything, that's my content. You know what I mean? I'm not going to get rid of it because somebody who has a negative attitude wants to make a negative comment about it on YouTube or any other platform, because that's me. That's where I came from. You're looking at what I had to go through to get where I am now, and that's just how I feel about it, you know. So like I said, I started out on Facebook, and then I went on to YouTube. From there, I did get into live streaming. Um, Now, when I started live streaming, I did video games for the longest time. I'm not gonna lie about it. I did do quite a bit of video games, and I will say one thing too, that video games taught me a lot. Um, Now there are a lot of video gamers who don't really give a damn about the art of creating videos, and they don't care about editing. They don't like it. They would rather have somebody else do it than themselves. But there are a lot of smart people who do video games, and that do edit their videos, and they do care about their live streams. You know, there's my buddy Rapid. He likes to go in and create templates for his retro gaming. And I also know the Drew Gamer. He's the same way. He has excellent videos of templates that he uses with his retro games for Pokemon. He's done some cool videos with Citra. It's an emulator. that he used for a couple of his games where it shows him playing and the map showing where he's at on the map. And these are all templates that he set up. Um, Rapid is good on templates too, and he enjoys using sprites in his videos and stuff of that nature. So I got to go through and learn how to do all that. Here recently, I did a project with Elder Scrolls Arena, which, to be honest, the editing is a pain in the ass. It is really a pain in the ass, but it's worth it in the end because it helps me develop my skills. You know what I mean? This stuff gets so annoying that after a while, you don't want to do it, but at the same time, you don't want to stop doing it. You know, and that is basically what happens. It becomes an obsession. You don't know for sure if it's a passion or if it's just a flat out obsession. And that is basically what video gaming has done for me or to me. I don't know if it's a positive or a negative, but it's something. It has literally just completely corrupted my mind. I used to enjoy playing video games too. Now it just seems like it's just such a responsibility. I mean, and I hate saying that, but it's true. I had video games that I wanted to do on YouTube that me and my nephews and my nieces and my son were all playing together, and I ended up getting the majority of them done. But by the time I was done doing those games, I was sick of them. It's it's it starts feeling like a responsibility when you start doing this, and I've heard a lot of people talk, smack, saying, well, you're getting burned out and everything, and it really has nothing to do with being burned out. It's just the fact that at one time these were fun games that you enjoyed doing, and now they've turned into a responsibility, and it just does something to your mindset. And maybe I can get that back. Here lately, I've been playing some pretty cool games. I've played Doom, which is actually a game that has absolutely nothing to do with my nephews or nieces or anybody. It's a game that I enjoyed. I played that, and I played um, Assassin's Creed Unity, and I've really enjoyed those quite a bit. I also have finally got to play a game that I've been wanting to play for a while called For Honor, and I thought that would be a lot better than what it ended up being. Don't get me wrong, there are parts of the game that I did like, but I, I did have a certain level of disappointment on that one. It wasn't what I expected it to be. Just put it to you that way. Um, I, I I did enjoy it. I'm not going to say that it was a complete disaster and that it was just a horrible game, because it wasn't. It was an okay game, and I do say give it a try, because it's a matter of if you want to watch it or play it or not. You know what I'm saying? It's it's an acquired taste, is how I would say it. Um, and the sword play in this game is just completely amazing. It's very precise. The reason why I originally wanted to play that game was because it reminded me of Tenchu, and this is an older game that I used to play with a friend of mine in Kansas City. His name was Caleb, and Tenchu was a ninja assassin game, of course, back in the old days, back in like the 1990s, back when people played Mortal Kombat 2 and Mortal Kombat 3. Oh my goodness, how horrible, you know. So I played Tenchu, and Tenchu had a pretty good sword system for that time period. And whenever I saw For Honor, that's what it reminded me of. It reminded me of that kind of sword play where you went toe to toe with people and you had to freaking have your controller aimed at a certain direction for the sword to freaking actually block. You know, so if somebody swung from the left, you had to block to the left and then block to the right and things of that nature. And that's what caught my attention with it. So in that aspect, yeah, I love the game. It's pretty good. Now, before I go off onto that, I want to come back to the idea of, yeah, when it comes to live streaming, I did do a lot, or I have done a lot of video games. That's where I really stuck to after I figured out that my live streaming wasn't really working out the way it was. And I still, even while I was doing that, I still gave it my all on live streaming video games. I eventually got into learning how to fix computers and repair them. From that point on, I finally started building my own computers. And the reason for that was, for me, it seemed like common sense. Okay, you take a look at these computers and you see how shitty they are coming off of the freaking store, the storefront, right off the floor. These people in Walmart and freaking all these other tech stores that are selling computers, they are selling you computers that have already been outdated, with old tech before they even freaking hit the freaking display counters. And I started catching on to that from a lot of people that I paid attention to on the internet who were talking about it. And it's true, the majority of people go out and they buy their own computers are buying outdated shit before they even get their hands on it. And that is completely amazing to me because, well, it was amazing to me is what I should say. Now it's not really amazing to me because I've learned that these companies are just they're milking the system basically. You know what I mean? They know what they've already released and they know what they're capable of selling as parts. You know what I mean? So they can make more money by breaking it up for the better quality stuff and then selling that to you so that you can build it yourself. So in that aspect, I understand it. But there's also other things too that I ended up learning because of live streaming. Now, it, I learned how to build my own computers, and the reason why I wanted to do that was because I wanted to build a computer that would allow me to do my video games, be able to try to get quality stuff. And some of the stuff that I do have on my videos, they're not all that great. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that they are, but they're a lot better than what they were. And it's still a work in progress. I do use Blender again, and when I came back on and I started using Blender for computer graphics, I found out how much stronger that program has gotten, and I'm glad that I did upgrade to what I've got now, because if I would have done it to the original specs that I had on my first computer, I wouldn't have been able to do this stuff. And the reason for that was because I had tried to use Blender previously on my son's computer, and it was a horrible mess. And he even told me before I did it, he's like, it's not going to work very well. But I figured that out. So whenever I sat down and I figured out what the specs were going to be for this computer, I anticipated that, and I created this computer so that I could do some computer graphics. I could do some games streams, and then I wanted to get back into streaming, well, like this, just getting on here and having a discussion. At the time, I didn't want anything to do with interviews or roundtables or anything like that. That came later, and that came within the last year. As a matter of fact, I believe it started between now and September. Would make September the 3rd. I'm pretty sure somewhere between this time it would make a year that I actually started doing it, and that was this is the time period where I actually have done live streams that involved interviews and roundtables and things of that nature. But before that, I was creating my own videos, um, creating my own content, uploading them. I got to the where I was scheduling my uploads and everything to where they were scheduled out on a regular basis. I learned things like it's not proper to data dump when it comes to videos. So whenever I do make videos, I try to schedule them out on a regular basis for like if I'm gonna have a video come out on Sunday at 5 o'clock, every Sunday at 5 o'clock a video should be there. You see what I mean? And I should do that on a regular basis. Now I should never dump tons and tons of videos one right after the other. People don't like that, and as a matter of fact, platforms don't like that either. They don't like it one bit. And if you really want to see what that does, then like if you're on Discord, go to Discord after you data dump and see how those videos freaking were transferred to Discord. It's ugly. They don't even show the display of your video, like the thumbnails or anything. It's just little squared boxes with the name of your video on it. That's what happens when you data dump. So that's another suggestion I'd have is schedule out your videos and make it to where they don't just download or upload, post at the same time. Another thing that's important for me is when it does come to scheduling is very important. Time management, I always talk to people about this all the time, and I don't even have these in my PowerPoints, and this is something that should be mentioned. Time management is very, very important when it comes to this stuff. I think that I couldn't do even a third of the stuff that I do right now if I did it off the cuff. You know what I mean? So managing your time, and when I say managing your time, I'm talking about determining when you want your videos to be released and things of that nature, and creating a schedule. Those are the things that are important. Those are the things that matter to me, because without doing that, I wouldn't be able to do some of the things I've been doing. And if you're on YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, I know there's a few other ones, I just can't remember what they are. But if you're on those platforms, you know that I release a lot of stuff, okay? And or X, I'm on X too. And I make sure that there's at least one video that's being posted a day on most of them. Okay, at least one video. I know there's more of them on Rumble right now that's coming out, but like on X, I've got a video a day coming out on there. I've got one video a day on YouTube for my gaming. I don't have it for the wonderful world of weirdness and on Strange Stories and the Victorian. I'm taking a break with them. I've had to back off and kind of relax a little bit. Um, Now all of this I do want to go over um, to to kind of go through it a little bit more thoroughly, but I'm not at that moment in this conversation. Um, where I was at was like these interviews, setting up these interviews. Now, when I first started doing these interviews, it was last year. Um, what happened was is I decided that to um, I wanted to celebrate because Minds had started a live stream. They started allowing people to live stream on Minds, and for anybody who's been on Minds.com, that was a pretty big deal. At least it was for me. It's been mentioned that Minds should live stream for quite a while, but they did, and I thought it was a big deal. So we all got together in Minds chat and came up with the idea of live streaming for the chat. Everybody that was a part of it, and it started out with me, Mark Edworthy, Tan High Train, and Karma Love. Then Pecos Dave, he was with us, but he didn't stick it out. He kind of vanished after about 2 or 3 videos that he did with us. And Mr. Robot was around too. We call him Mr. Robot. You can find him on there all the time. He's just a nut. But we were all there, and doing this thing together. And what happened was is I ended up doing a lot of streaming, a lot of interviews, a lot of shows, and I had to learn my lesson about that, especially when it comes to the roundtables and the shows that I have been putting out. I know that I overdid it, basically, is what the deal was. And I have a tendency when it comes to this stuff of doing a lot more than what most people are used to. And it caused a lot of wear and tear on the people around me as well, because they had it in their mind that they had to keep up with me. And at first I neglected to tell people, don't try to keep up with me. But after a bad experience that happened with Karma Love, I told other people like Bob Dub, I told her, please don't try to keep up with me. If you don't want to do this, tell me, and we can, you can stop. And it got to the point with her where she started thinking I was treating her like an employee. And, first of all, I don't ever want people to think that way whenever it comes to this stuff. I was hoping that she understood when I told her at the time that I don't want you to do it if it's too much for you, you know what I mean? And I definitely didn't want to leave the impression that I was treating anybody like they were an employee. It's just I had been doing, or I have been doing this stuff so much that it just becomes routine, and it's not easy for a lot of people to do. It really isn't easy at all. But that was one of the things that ended up getting me to where I decided that I'm just going to do these live streams right now with Live with Roger Hanson. I'll go on to a few other people's shows. I've been showing up for the new Cafe Enigma. I just did 2 streams with Naroki off of Skype. He did one last night and then the night before. I've been showing up on WPRNP, Pirate Network, something like that, with Jeffy Ryder, hanging out with him. But other than that, I mean, this is it. I'm doing live with Roger Hanson, and I think I'm gonna do it for a while. I want to at least get 12 episodes of it because this is something that I've been wanting to do. Because in these interviews and with these roundtables that we've had, I'd come up with these topics, and everybody had their opinions on it. And then I'd do shows for Bob Dub where she was talking about the masculine and the feminine, and then she was talking about duality and all that. And I was on her shows for her, and she was putting them on the channel that I'm a part of, and it it seemed like when we were doing that that the message for me was getting mixed up. You know what I mean? People were starting to think that just because I was a part of it, that was the way I felt. And I was never getting on these interviews or getting into these roundtables and telling people my points of views, because for me it seemed like people were getting angry because they didn't agree with the way I thought about things. So coming back to that's the reason why I wanted to do at least 12 of these episodes, was so that I could kind of talk about what I felt about some of these things and the things that I had to go through when it came to creating content and things of that nature, because to be honest with you, there's a lot of things that I did have to deal with when it comes to stuff, and it's just like with video editing and OBS. OBS, I had to learn so much from it. I've gotten more experience off of using OBS than any other tool that I have when it comes to video and streaming and everything. And I've still got a lot more to learn about it as well. I mean, for me, to be honest, I know just the basics. I can, if anybody needs help with that, I can help them out with the basics. I can show you how to set it up. I can show you how to do freaking media sources. I can show you how to do freaking put images on your stream, do slideshows, window capturing, display capture, all that stuff. I can teach you how to do that. I've learned how to do multiple outputs to where you can stream on multiple platforms for free. Right now I'm doing Odyssey, YouTube, X, doing Rumble, and I'm doing Twitch all at the same time. And I'm doing it for free. Um, and there's people right now who are going out and paying for services to people to do that, And I've told them point blank. These are people I've known. I told them point blank. I was like, dude, I can show you how to do it for free, and they're not even interested. You know, you can't give this stuff away for free, all right? And that's really what it comes down to. And that's the kind of stuff that I learned from OBS. I've learned how to work with that. Now, when it comes to audio, I do have to say I'm not very good with audio when it comes to OBS. I've really started focusing more on it to where my voice actually sounds better with voice, because in this last year I've actually it's actually the first time I've actually had to deal with VoIPs, and being able to talk to people and have conversations over these VoIPs. And when I say VoIPs, if you don't know what that means, that's like Discord to me is a VoIP, Skype is a VoIP, Jitsi, and there's other ones as well. So I've had to learn how to properly work my audio on OBS using these VoIPs. And then there's also things that I do want to mention as well, and it has to do with video editing. I've already mentioned how I actually had learned how to edit with OBS, but I want to talk about editing tools like Blender and After Effects and DaVinci and editing tools like that. Okay, now you will get into this stuff, and eventually you'll figure out what your editing tool is going to be. All right. Um, and that's what I did. Eventually, what I did is I started using a combination of OBS with Blender. Okay, I've had other editing tools before. Um, some of them when I was on Linux, and some of them on different, on Windows. But um, Wondershare was one of them too. But eventually I settled with Blender, and the reason for that was because it I started on Blender and I focused on learning about computer graphics, and I was always wanting to figure out how to use the video editing on Blender as well. So I started getting into all this stuff and I learned it. And the one thing that I learned is that working with Blender takes a really, really long time. You know what I'm saying? Um, for me, it didn't happen overnight. It was a slow process, and it wasn't only just learning how to do this stuff. It was a matter of all of this learning sinking into my brain to where it became natural, to where I could actually get on Blender and do this editing and not have to look at a tutorial. You know what I mean? And the one thing that I want to say is, like, that's not just for me in Blender. That goes for people who um, use After Effects, or people that use DaVinci, which are two other editing programs. Now, you don't just learn these things overnight. Okay, it takes time. So if you ever get into the point where you want to edit videos with somebody else and they use a different program, don't be picky about the program that they use. Okay, just because you're using Blender and they're using After Effects, don't say, well, I don't want you using After Effects, you need to learn Blender. Because what you're asking that person to do is to take and invest at least 6 months of going in and learning how to edit with Blender. Okay, and it's the same thing with a person who's using After Effects or DaVinci. Okay, if they want you to switch from Blender to After Effects or DaVinci, they're asking you to invest at least 6 to 8 months on just figuring out how to work After Effects and DaVinci properly. So if you're collaborating with people and they're using a different editing tool, you know, the easiest thing to do is to not try to force them to use the same editing tools that you're using, because all of these programs are set up differently, and they would literally have to relearn how to use that program. So if you want any type of useful, if you want them to be useful at all in any way, then you're going to literally have to wait 6 to 8 months before they can freaking actually do anything to help you out. Now, another thing that I have noticed too, that I had a problem with in the beginning, but I've since learned, was on my video streaming and my video editing. When I set the resolution and the frames per second on a video with OBS, and then I take that video recording and I put it on Blender, the resolution and the frames per second need to match up. Now, a lot of people say, "Oh, you don't have to do that. You can do this. You can do that." But I've noticed that the quality of the video isn't the same when you switch the resolution around and you start using stuff in there to adjust them. Um, Always make sure that your OBS's resolution and frames per second match the editing tool's frames per second resolution as well, and it'll make it a lot easier on you. Now, after that, what I do want to get into as well is about taking suggestions for me. Okay, now, I've that's a very touchy area for me when it comes to uh, video and streaming and all of that, because um, they try to influence you to do certain things on YouTube and even on LinkedIn. You know, LinkedIn Learning, all of that. They 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 talk about, taking suggestions from people and using editing tools to edit videos. They'll give you tons of suggestions on that as well. Now that's all fine and dandy. Now what they also start mentioning is niches and finding a focus group. Now, for me, I learned that this isn't really as complicated as what they're making it out on the internet. Okay, I guess this is a suggestion, but when it comes to these suggestions that you're hearing from people, just kind of keep it simple. Okay, finding a niche is nothing more than finding a focus group. Now, I get on Discord and I interact with people on Nostalgia Gaming Retro. I interact with Old John. I interact with Homeway from YouTube, and these are my focus groups, and I know what they're interested in. Okay, so they're all mostly game oriented, so I know kind of what games that they're interested in and what works for them and what doesn't work for them. So I go off of that. You don't have to go out and find your favorite YouTuber and start following them and watching what they do and then do what they do. What you're doing there is you're mimicking what they're doing. Okay, finding a niche is basically finding a focus group, finding out some of the stuff that they're interested in, and then getting into that niche. They also um, talk about selling yourself. Okay, now um, selling yourself doesn't mean that you go on the internet and you try to pretend to be somebody that you're not. All right. Selling yourself means that when you go on the internet, you have to let people know that this is you. This is you, and this is who you are, and this is what you're about. Basically that kind of thing. You have to sell yourself to the people who you're talking to. Like, I'm talking to you guys. I'm not trying to pretend to be Joe Blow. I'm trying to be me. You know what I mean? This is who I am. I'm selling myself. If you like what you're hearing, then you're more than welcome to come back and listen to me again. I'm not going to pretend to be somebody else. You know, at the same time, I can't just sit and talk about ridiculous stuff like editing videos and shit like that, because nobody wants to hear about After Effects and DaVinci. So, with that being said, I'll get back to the good stuff like the Illuminati and cool shit like that. But basically, that's what it is when it comes to finding, a niche. It's finding a focus group, figuring out what it is that they're into, and contributing to that focus group. Because like with me on my video games, I'm not really the best video gamer in the world. I'm one of the best, but I'm not the best. And the reason why I'm one of the best is because I love killing shit, dude. On video games, I don't want to like go according to the way the game is supposed to be played. Like, I want to get in there and I want to see if I can kill as much shit as I possibly can, you know. And I love it. There's nothing better than to do that, you know what I mean? And then talking dirty to women, like, man, I am a dirty talking fool, you know. And the reason why is because I got this sexy voice that women just can't resist. So I talk smooth to them, you know. So, and believe it or not, that's not really me pretending to be anybody. I talk that way to regular people. I mean, and that's my niche. You know what I mean? All of that is my niche. That's who I am. I'm not trying to pretend to be some prim and proper dude that's going to sit there and talk to you politically correct or anything like that. This is me. This is what you get. And that's a niche. So I had to learn that. Um, at first, I tried to do things the proper way and act right and things of that nature. But in the end, it just did not work out. People catch on to that stuff, and they uh, they don't like it. You know. Now, um, also when it comes to taking suggestions, um, I have another issue that a lot of people have a misconception of, and they think that, and YouTube is notorious for this. They like to make it out that WLCs harm your channels. Okay, um, and I want to say 100% that that is not true. And I actually did a little experiment here within the last year about WLCs and live streaming to find out for sure if it actually does harm your views or if it doesn't harm your views. Now, people that I've known who's actually gotten to the 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, they've gotten kind of scared because they've started hearing these stories about, oh, WLC is going to ruin your channel. You need to walk away from that or you won't be monetized for very long, or some shit like that. I don't even know if that's true, but that's, to me, that's what it seems like because of the way they act. I've seen my buddy Rockstar actually go on and get involved with WLCs using an alternative channel so that he can freaking comment on it because he's so worried that it's going to affect his channel that he will not use his actual channel to do it. Now, for me personally, I got curious about it. I keep hearing people talking about this, so what I did is I spent the first 6 months of this year on editing my videos and scheduling them in and avoiding doing WLCs, which, by the way, that's watch, like, and comments. What I do is I usually go on Discord, and Home Away from YouTube has WLC, which is watch, like, and comment. I post a video, and somebody freaking else posts a video, and they say, well, my gamer name's Infamous, so they'd say WLC in progress at Infamous, you know, so they would watch my video, they would like it, and then they'd make a comment, and in return, I would do the same thing for them, you know. That's what WLCs are. Now, I've heard people say that this was something that would harm your video, so in the last 6 months I stayed away from it, and all I did was edited videos and I uploaded them, and I stayed away from live stream. I did that all the way up until June, and in June I started back up with live stream and WLCs. Now, all I ever use on my WLCs are my live streams. So when I started doing that, all of a sudden I started getting better views and everything. So for me, that showed me that WLCs don't affect my channel. You know, it actually helps it out. So that was one thing that I had I've had an issue with when it comes to these YouTube folklores is what I like to call them. It's literally a folklore around YouTube. You'll hear a lot of them, so you got to be careful when you hear them. Now, don't get me wrong, platforms, they don't like WLCs at all. And the reason why they don't like WLCs has absolutely nothing to do with algorithms or anything of that nature. What it is they endorse promoting videos, okay? Instead of getting other people to watch your videos, like them, and make a comment on them, they want you to go in and they want you to hit that promote button and put money towards views. So, whenever people do WLCs, what they're doing is they're interfering with the process of YouTube making money. Okay? So that's what you need to understand when it comes to all of that. That's what that's about. And it's pretty shady, but they really do it. And I've had an issue about that for quite some time now. You know, I think that it's wrong. I think it's unethical, um, and it comes back to a lot of the issues that I've had with the internet and doing this live streaming for quite a long time. I really don't like the atmosphere that YouTube creates. To be honest, it's not anything that's actually healthy for anybody. I think that there's a lot of room for improvement when it comes to community. They're real big on talking about community, but the truth of the matter is like these YouTubers don't really care about one another. It's all for themselves, you know, and that's really what it's about. I couldn't tell you how many people that I've seen get monetization and they literally freaking just turned on the people who supported them that didn't have 1,000 subscribers, you know. And don't get me wrong, there's are occasions where that hasn't happened. As a matter of fact, here recently, I was able to watch a video from Malika Gaming, and she was talking about what she made for her first 3 or 6 months, I think it was. And one of the content creators who have more subscribers than what she does came on and actually freaking donated money to her, and it was so big that freaking she literally cried, you know. I thought that was cool. So it does happen. I'm not saying that about everybody, but I'm just saying for the majority of the people who make it over 1,000 subscribers, they just literally abandon the people who supported them, other content creators on YouTube. And and it's sad that they do that. You know, it's basically it comes down to survival of the fittest. They're gonna do what YouTube tells them to do. They're going to toe the line, and they're just going to forget about all these other people that helped them out in the past. And you can see that a lot when it comes to what's going on there. And I just don't agree with that. I think that it's wrong. This and these are some of the issues that I've had when it comes to streaming. You know. Another thing that I have noticed too was channel activity. You know, a lot of people who live stream are so focused on the algorithm, the algorithm, the algorithm, and that's all they focus on is the algorithm. All right, and they don't understand that channel activity is just as important. You know, when people go onto your videos and they make comments, you need to respond to their comments. Take time out to say thank you for watching. You know, that's very important. It doesn't have to be anything elaborate. I've got this one guy, Tommy Spot. There's some times where he doesn't even watch the video. He just makes a comment. You know, and I don't know what the deal is with that. He could be just trying to be nice, you know, stuff like that. But I still make the effort to say thank you for watching, you know. That's very important. Actually, try to have conversations with the people who are involved in your videos, in the comment section. You know, um, that shows activity with the platform that you're on, and it helps boost your views because it shows that you're active. Now, if YouTube thinks that you're an inactive channel, they're not going to support you as much as what they do if they see that there's activity going on your channel. And posting videos and stuff like that doesn't necessarily mean that you're an active channel. Okay, because you could be doing, like I said, you could be scheduling your channel videos out and not actually going on there and keeping tabs on it and things of that nature. Now, when it comes to channel activity as well, this has to kind of do with niches, and and this is something that I've mentioned, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people who don't do it, but it's the category section in the video details. And it's just suggestion. You don't have to do this on your videos. YouTube doesn't make it mandatory, but I can tell you that using the category sections in the video details is really, really, really a good thing. All right, when you go in there and you're doing your videos and you're getting everything set up, go down to the category section and classify what that freaking video is about. You know, if it's video games, they have a section in. They have all the video games that are available that you can freaking put in there to say that this is Assassin's Creed Unity. You know what I mean? So that every time those videos are posted, people who are in the Assassin's Creed Unity section will see that video. And it's just like if it's not a video game and you're doing like paranormal or UFOs or things of that nature, or just entertainment, put it in the entertainment section. Now be careful about putting paranormal and UFO sightings and all that in other categories, because they don't have a category for paranormal or anything like that. It can get you in trouble. So, and a lot of people in that genre, they have an issue with you put with some people. Some people have an issue with you classifying it as entertainment, but there's a reason for that. It helps prevent you from getting into trouble. So just a note to people who are into that, the best thing to do is just classify it as entertainment. You know what I mean? Things of that nature. Now, another thing with channel activity is SEO. Now, SEO is important, okay? Start learning how to use it. I've had conversations with Mark Edworthy, and I'm amazed by how this man thinks when it comes to SEO, because, like, and there's a lot of people, I guess, who think this way too, but like they think that you just put SEO in and you just leave it and that's the way it is, and that's not the way it is. Not when it comes to content creation and creating videos and things of that nature, because like on YouTube and on Rumble, even all of them that use SEO, the content that you're putting on those channels are constantly changing from one subject to another. Okay, so you can't have SEO that says freaking that you're playing freaking Assassin's Creed when you've stopped playing Assassin's Creed a year ago and now you're playing Modern Warfare. You know what I'm saying? So you have to go in there and you have to update your SEO. Now this also applies to other topics, like if you're talking about ghosts and you're talking about UFOs, your SEO needs to say that you're into paranormal, you're into UFOs, you're into aliens, things of that nature. Now, once you start shifting to other focuses like spirituality or being a spiritual healer or things of that nature, you need to switch your SEO from UFOs and aliens to spiritual uh, content. You know what I mean? Like spirituality and healing and spiritual healing and things of that nature. And that's just an example. Wellness for anybody who's into mental wellness, things like that. You know, you've constantly got to be on top of your SEO, and you have to update it. It's like a resume, and this goes for websites too. You know, you have to update your SEO according to what you're putting on your website. You just can't put it down once and just leave it alone. It has to be updated. It's just like updating your resume. You wouldn't put the same stuff on your resume today that you put down back when you was 18 years old, would you? Well, you have to think about SEO kind of like that, you know. So that is something that I really emphasize on that. And you know, your channel activity is so much important. And don't get me wrong, algorithms are very important, and that's what SEO is about. But there's more to it. You know, take care of the category sections on your videos. It might be time consuming and monotonous, but for each video that you're uploading, go into that freaking category section and put the name of the game in. Now, one thing that I learned that made that a lot easier is copy and paste. All right, you take the game, or for gamers, you take the game, you copy it in the name, and then what you do is you go down to the playlist if you got a playlist, and you paste it in there, and then you freaking choose the playlist that you have there, and then after that you scroll down to the category and you paste it there, and then the freaking name of the game pops up, and that's all you do. You move on. Copy and paste will save you a lot of time, and it'll save you a lot of heartache. So that is basically the best I can do when it comes to that. Now, I've gotten into a huge freaking spill on the stuff that I've learned from video editing, live streaming, starting out on YouTube and Facebook, you know, and all of this has to do with my networking on the internet. And all of this started because I started out on freaking Facebook making blogs. Not even making blogs, okay? I started a group, I started a page, and I started watching or sharing other people's stuff off of their groups and pages and watching their views, you know what I mean, and how many people watched their videos and what the topic was about, and I focused on that. And come to find out, that's what I needed to do in the first place, because that's what they're talking about now when they're talking about genres and niches and things of that nature, and finding focus groups and focusing in on what they're interested in and things of that nature. That's what I was doing back then and didn't even know it. And as time went by, I started catching on to it, you know. Now, I do have to say that I did get frustrated, and I mentioned it earlier, and I'll come back to that now. I got pretty frustrated with YouTube because of the monetization thing that they did. It got insane. Like, even today, I still think that when they first came out with it and they set their monetization at 10,000 watch hours, that was just ludicrous. It was insane. There was it made my blood boil. And today I've just gotten so used to the idea that they did that it doesn't even annoy me no more. But it could easily make my blood boil. I could go into a tantrum right now over what they did back then. and how it affected me. It made me mad. Um, Now, because of that, me and my buddy John, mostly me and John, but there were others that did it who aren't around anymore, to be honest. But we, we, we both went this route where we went out looking at alt platforms. And I'm pretty sure that I first started out with Odyssey, but at the same time, I know that I ended up getting involved with a website called Fruit Lab, and Fruit Lab uh, ended up being a disaster. And well, actually, I believe that I got involved with Minds.com before I got involved with Fruit Lab. I'm pretty sure I did. And Fruit Lab ended up being a disaster. And the reason why it ended up being a disaster was for the same reason that Minds.com lost their freaking their luster. Like when I first started Minds.com, they say it was like in 2017. I'm not for sure on that because, like I said, I don't remember much when it comes to time periods. It could have been 2017. But when I first started out on there, it was hopping. There was people on Minds.com like you wouldn't believe. People were sharing stuff. There was conversations going on in the comment sections. There, and there was comments going on in the comment sections. Everything, you know what I mean? Um, it, it, it it lost its luster because they decided that they were going to do what John refers to as changing the goalposts. You know what I mean? They had a system that I thought was pretty cool back in the day when I first started on there. But then they decided they were going to get into cryptocurrency, and I didn't know anything really about cryptocurrency during that time period, and I just didn't like the changes they made. Then they went after they went to cryptocurrency. They started up Minds Plus, and they started really backing off on a lot of the things that they started out with. Like at one time, they had a help and support right there in the group section for Minds.com, and they got rid of it and they created Minds Chat, which I do use now, but for the longest time I wouldn't use it because I got upset with them and I just refused to use Minds Chat. Since that time, I've actually started using Minds Chat, and I have no problems with it. But at the time, I didn't want to do it, and I sat and I watched the way things had happened, or what had happened with Minds, and during that time period, I backed away from Minds, and I went and I started getting more involved in Fruit Lab. This is more of a video game platform, and it had a pretty decent setup when I first started that, but I started seeing them do the same kind of stuff that Minds.com had done, you know, and for me, that that turned out bad. They actually had even a chat room where if you needed help you could go in and talk just like they did with Minds, and then they shut it down. They didn't want anybody to communicate with them and tell them, look, I'm having problems here, I'm having problems there. They just shut it down. So that was when I started seeing stuff happen there. Now, another thing that they started doing that really messed with me was that they started getting into this thing where they wanted to do the cryptocurrency. Um, and the difference between them and Mines is Mines had been going for quite a long time. So they had just gotten out of beta, don't get me wrong, but they had been around since like 5 years after Facebook started. So they had been around the block for a while. Fruit Lab had just started their platform like a year before, and all of a sudden they wanted to start switching over to having a wallet and doing cryptocurrency. And I knew from what I'd seen on Minds that that was a bad decision, and I sat there and I watched the whole time while they were doing it just go to shit because they had chosen to go that path, and I believe that they were a little too immature to be able to jump into that. Now later, here in the last year, I was able to talk to Minds Gaming, and he came up with something else that I never really took a look at either. And he said the first mistake that a lot of these platforms that are gaming platforms do is they want to switch over from a regular platform into a cryptocurrency platform where in reality they should have started out as a cryptocurrency website in the first place. So it makes it harder on them, and I can see that as being an issue. So those were the issues that I had with Fruit Lab and Minds.com. Now, I did eventually go back to Minds.com, and I ended up still having issues with the regular platform, like just regular Minds. Was I mean, the first bit of time that I was on there, it was horrible. The analytics were crap. Um, you don't get any views whatsoever. There's nobody really having conversations with you on the main platform. You get notifications from other people, and usually it's just whenever they post. They don't actually like communicate with one another anymore. It's kind of depressing. It's really a depressing atmosphere from what it was when I first started there. And what ended up happening is I've eventually got hooked up with Minds Plus, and the reason why I did that was for the monetization. I wanted to make money off of it, and I had to pay $65 at the time. Now it's $85, but at the time I only had to pay $65 for a year, and I did it for 2 years. This is coming to the end of the second year that I've done it, and what happened is last year in August, after I had in September, it was after September when I finally decided that I was going to go for the second year of monetization on Minds Plus. They decided they were just going to shut down the monetization program altogether. Now they have like a Ponzi scheme where they use referral systems to where you have to refer people to Minds.com in order to get any kind of monetization. And I've even said that before, that people don't really freaking, well, besides the the referral system that they have it to where people can give you donations and stuff for the content and everything. But it's like I said, even with that, okay, people don't regularly, they don't do that. Like, they don't sit and watch your video and say, you know what, I'm going to give this person money because he did such a great job. It just doesn't happen, you know. So that really caused a lot of frustration with me. Now, in the process of being involved with this, with Minds.com, and doing the live streaming and monetization happening the way that it did happen, I ended up meeting a lot of cool people. I'm not going to lie about it. I did. I was able to meet interesting people, hang out with them, learn stuff from them, and I'm just not going to say that it was a bad experience doing it, because it wasn't. It was something that I've been wanting to do for quite a long time. But I'm not going to tell you that my experience with Rumble has, or with Minds, has been all that great since I came back from Fruit Lab and started doing Minds again. Um, Now, after I started doing Minds again, I went in and I started well, also with Fruit Lab. When I was doing Fruit Lab, I was also doing some stuff with BitChute. As well. And all this time, I was still doing stuff with YouTube at the same time. And BitChute, there was one thing that I did want to mention about them that was kind of freaky to me. They actually had a monetization program, and I went in and I checked it out, and the weird part about this monetization thing through cryptocurrency that they had was it wasn't eligible for anybody in the United States, you know, and that kind of freaked me out a little bit, you know what I mean? Because I was like, what the hell is that all about, So I I I kind of shied away from that. Now they have finally came out with live stream, which I've been waiting for them to do that for a while. But since the situation with Mines happened, I'm not too eager about trying to live stream on BitChute. I really don't want the upset no more. Um, I learned my lesson, you know what I'm saying about it. Don't get too excited about these platforms, because I agree with what John says now about, they change the goalposts. They promise something, and then later on they change their minds, and they change the goalposts. You know what I mean? They make it to where it's not what they agreed with to originally. Um, but I do find it positive that BitChute did start live streaming. It's just I don't want to do that. Like now, Minds has actually gotten to the point where they started their live stream and then they had to stop doing their live stream for some reason. So, and the people that they got hooked in with are pretty shady. Just that's the best way I can say it. Their streaming the people they go through their streaming with is pretty shady. That's about it all I can say. It's not something that I would suggest anybody get involved with. So, um, hold on a minute. I have got to go see what is going on. I will be right back. Okay, so I'm back. But that's the thing with mines that I had an issue with when it comes to live stream, and now they've discontinued their live stream, and they've given no explanation for why they've done it or not. I'm pretty sure that what I heard last time had to do with the metadata or some shit like that. So with these alt platforms, what I'm kind of getting at is they aren't really what they're made out to be either. I have found positive results from Rumble. Rumble started me out on my channels, and from day one until now, they've been uh, giving me, well, supposedly I'm supposed to be making money off of it. It's not much. Within the last year, I made $2, but at least that's $2 that my videos did earn, and I don't know. It could end up being like it was with YouTube, where I get up to like maybe $3 or $4, and all of a sudden I have to have like 10,000 views, hours of view time or some shit, I don't know. So I'm still doing my stuff on Rumble. I have no problems with that. Here recently with Odyssey, I've seen some pretty cool things. I've done a video previously talking about Arweave, and that might actually pay off to be something good. I do hope that good things come out of that. The stuff that's happened with Library is pretty sad. They ended up having to go through a lot of changes, and hopefully, out of all of it, good things will come out of it. But right now, all I can say is hopefully don't mess it up, and they come out with a good monetization program. I don't know 100% what that program's going to be. I haven't seen any changes take place on Odyssey at the moment. The ads free. There's no more ads on Odyssey, which I think that's cool. Like, they've literally walked away from advertising altogether. So if anybody's sick and tired of going onto YouTube or Rumble and seeing all these ads, just be aware the BitChute got rid of ads. They're not there anymore. So you can go on there and watch their stuff and not have to worry about advertisement. Now, earlier I had discussed with you guys about VoIPs. And the one thing that I have had to go through with these VoIPs is people, man. Like, I've had to go on Discord, I've had to go on Jitsi, I've had to go on Skype, I've even gone on Microsoft Teams and sessions, and I've done all of this stuff because of people. There's some people who don't want to go on Discord. They will give you every excuse from them stealing your data to the CIA freaking snooping on you and taking your information and shit. You know what I mean? They do the same thing with Skype. Then there's people who just want to go on Jitsi, and they don't want to have anything to do with Discord or Skype. And then there's people on Discord that they don't want to switch over to any other type of thing as well. Rapid Glitch, the guy I do my retro shit with, he's 100% gung-ho Discord, nothing else, so it causes frustration for somebody like me, because like I'm willing to try anything to get content, you know what I mean? If I have to go on Discord, I'll go on Discord. If I have to go on Jitsi, I'll go on Jitsi. I'll go to any type of VoIP that I have to go to get an interview or a show or any kind of content from another person. But with Discord, the the one thing that I do have to say is they do have good quality on their video, but the downfall to Skype is the fact that freaking when you go on to Skype, if you are wanting somebody else to come on as a guest, which they do allow now for your channels and stuff, they have to have an account on Skype with or not Skype. I'm sorry, Discord. With Discord, they have to have an account with Discord. Now, with Skype, the cool part of it is they don't have to have an account. They can be a guest, and you can give them a link, and they can come on and put their name in, which is kind of what Jitsi does. You know, Jitsi, you can go on there and you can actually make a name for yourself, and you can go into the discussion, or you can just leave it blank and be guest, and it'll say that you're a fellow jitster. You know, you can do either or. Um, that's the one thing that I noticed about Discord that is not really cool. You know what I mean? Like, they insist that they know who you are. I do like the quality of it, but here lately, even when it comes to, you know, video sharing and people networking together in videos, um, I've noticed that Twitch has come out with a pretty good system. Now, I haven't been able to use it yet, but the reason for that mostly is because of this issue that I've had that I've been discussing. They've come up with something called Stream Together, and from what I've seen, it looks pretty cool. It does look pretty cool, but the only problem is getting people from other VoIPs and other networks to use it with me. Most people who are on YouTube don't really use Twitch very much, and I don't really network very much with people on Twitch. It's very hard networking with people on Twitch because they delete your content after like 7 days, and then like they claim that more people watch your your content when it's highlighted, but from the analytics and what I've seen on Twitch, nobody ever watches your your uh, your highlights. I've gotten views off of the actual content, but I've never gotten views on any of the highlights that I've made on Twitch whatsoever. I don't know if people have actually watched it or not. You know what I mean? They could have watched it, and maybe they don't record the views that you get on them. But I, to this date, have never found any of my highlights that's ever gotten any views. So that is one issue that I've had with using this stream together that they've got on Twitch. I think that it could possibly be better quality, a better quality setup altogether than what Discord has. But I've yet been able to test it out because I haven't been able to find anybody who's willing to do it with me. You know what I mean? So it gets really crazy when it comes to all that. Now I don't really have much to say about like these VoIPs other than I do, you know, the quality that's involved is really what bugs me. Microsoft Teams and Jitsi, for example. Um, Now Jitsi, you get on there and every time, or not every time, but most of the time, people start getting bounced off, you know what I mean, and things of that nature. And it just gets really, really annoying. So I find it hard to really enjoy using Jitsi sometimes, not all the time. The Skype has also had its issues when it comes to audio. Um, I've had to actually go through and work on my audio and set up my OBS with Skype, um, because it seems to have an issue with working with other programs. You know what I mean, like OBS and Skype. I have to adjust the audio on my Skype in order to be able to listen and have people hear me properly on Skype and my headphones. You know what I mean? There should be no issues with me using my headphones on Skype whatsoever. Even on Jitsi, I seldomly ever get any issues with my audio, but I always had problems with it on Skype until finally I just buckled down and started trying to figure out what I needed to do there. Um, Now with Microsoft Teams, I believe that was the one that Mark Edworthy wanted to set up for the shows that I had, and he's been having tons of problems with it. He's been wanting to try to get something going on there since at least January that I know of when he first mentioned it. And the last time we tried to put something together on there, it just turned out to be a horrible disaster. So um, I'm kind of I'm kind of discouraging myself on the voice myself after talking about it. I'm like sitting here talking about how this person doesn't like this and this person doesn't like that, and this, and it just, the more I keep talking about it, the more discouraged I get about them. Like, there really isn't no good VoIP, to be honest with you. I I have an issue with Discord when it comes to this always forcing, what is that called? It's where whenever, like, I've got my OBS on now, and if I go on to, oh, here it is, it's streamer mode. Every time I go on to uh, Discord, they always turn streamer mode on when I put in the settings that I don't want streamer mode activated. Okay, they just automatically do it, and they've always done it since I've started. And it drives me nuts because I'm trying to figure out what the name of a person is in my Discord channel, and the name is shrunk down so that you can't see it. So that if I'm accidentally, or even if I am showing the page, they won't be able to see who that person's name is on there. You know, for me personally, I think that's ridiculous that they force that to pop up every single time you go on Discord. When I go into my settings and I say that I don't want that to freaking happen, it shouldn't happen anymore. You know, and that also reminds me of like my default settings in YouTube. You know, I I've been streaming For Honor, and I've also been streaming Assassin's Creed Unity. Well, they determined that For Honor, the storyline at least, is adult content. So they turn around, and after me in my default settings saying that none of my videos are made for minors, okay, they turn around and they put age restriction on it. Now, I was under the understanding that when I went into my default upload settings and I made it to where it was not made for kids, that would have covered all that, you know what I mean? So why do they think that it's necessary that, even though I specifically said these videos weren't made for kids, why do they still have to make it to where it's age restricted on top of not made for children? You know, are they like just saying that not made for children is 16 or under or 13 or under? Is that what they're talking about? Maybe that's it, because like the age restriction is 18 and above. You have to be 18 or older to watch it. So that could be the equivalent of R rated, you know. I don't know. It seems to be annoying to me, to be honest with you. I really I find that a bit unnecessary, is what I'm saying. You know, and with Discord, whenever you go on Discord and they do all that shit with the frickin' streamer mode. I think streamer mode, once I put it into the settings that I don't want them to use streamer mode, it shouldn't be used. You know what I mean? Now, if I choose to turn that back on, then I should have the right to do it. But I don't. I don't think that's necessary. Now, these VoIPs, like I said, if you ever do get into the point where you're wanting to live stream and interview people and doing roundtables, the best suggestion I can say to you is don't limit yourself by saying that you're only going to use this VoIP or that VoIP. You're going to have to adapt with, like I said previously, in other parts of this. If people want to use Discord, then you're going to have to use Discord. You know what I mean? If they want to use Jitsi, you're going to have to use Jitsi, Skype, all of them. I mean, that's the way I do things. Where I want the interview, I want the content, so I'm willing to go on those different VoIPs in order to get that content. And that's just the way it is. I mean, there's no picking and choosing and saying that I don't want to use this or I don't want to use that. The only thing that I don't want to do, that I'm going to stand by, is I don't want to have Linux again. You know, that's just not going to happen. I enjoy the lazy life, hanging out and being cool with Windows 11. Not necessarily Windows 11. If it was Windows, XP, I'd be cool. Maybe Windows 7 or 8, but 10 and 11 just sucked. They were horrible programs. So, with audio, now, before I stop talking about all this stuff, I do want to cover like audio, and because that's always been a really, really touchy subject when it comes to me and doing any kind of streaming or recording or editing or whatever. Audio has always been the hardest part of this project. Now, testing audio is something that I suggest that every single person makes a habit of practicing. And when I say habit of practicing, that's where the repetition and more repetition comes from. Okay? I've mentioned that. Time management, everything. Repetition is important, and testing your audio is a part of that. It doesn't matter if it's been working perfect for the last 6 months, okay? You still test your audio. Anything could happen at any time to where your audio gets screwed up, and if you don't stay on top of that every single time you record or you stream, it's going to happen to you and you're not even going to be aware of it. Okay? You're going to record an hour, maybe 2 hours, maybe even 3 hours of video, and you're going to have to throw it all away because you have shitty audio. Okay? Also, adjusting your audio. Now, this is something that a lot of people who are into streaming and especially video gamers, they have no content or they have no concept of how to adjust audio. Um, when you're using your editing tools, okay, um, there's ways that you can adjust audio. Now, that is something that a lot of people who, like I say, especially in gaming, they just don't know about. And the reason for that is because they don't really take the time to learn how to properly edit their videos and get familiar with the programs that they're using. And the one thing that I also have to say too is, and you'll hear me say it quite a bit when it comes to stuff like this, is stop trying to reinvent the map. Okay, um, there's ways that people have been dealing with audio and video and setting their resolutions in their audio and the way that they've been editing audio and video. They've been doing it for years and it works. So don't be one of those guys that goes in and tries to reinvent the map and do something unique, okay? There's solid formulas on how to make good audio and make good videos, good content. All you have to do is learn how to follow directions. That's it, okay? Now, that's very important because I've had dealings with Rapid about this here recently. We did a video where we went through and we played a game with multiple people, and he decided that he wanted to alter the audio. He wanted to take out the background video. He wanted to just have us talking, and we were all going to do this, and he was going to put in his own music in the background with our voices. He didn't take into consideration that there's 4 different people doing the same freaking game, and instead of him just going ahead and letting everybody freaking do the audio without altering the audio by turning it down or anything, he could take and have all of that video in his editor. He could sync up the audio and he could choose which one had the best audio and delete the rest of the audio and just use that one. So what he ended up getting was freaking me with a video that had background noise or background sounds like the gunshots and stuff like that, and my voice, and then the audio was real loud. Then he had freaking somebody else who had background music, but the audio was lower and it wasn't all that great. And then he had 2 other people who had no audio in the background and everything like that. So you've got that whole line of mess, that whole freaking plate of spaghetti that you have to work through. You know what I'm saying? And it's just not worth the crap when you can just go ahead and use the freaking formula that's been used over and over again for years and years and years and has worked every single time. You know what I mean? Just let people make their freaking recordings. Don't alter the freaking audio. Sync all of the audio together. Choose which one has the best audio out of the 4 and delete the other 3. That's all you have to do. It's that simple. Now, the reason why I say that is because you have a workflow, okay? And I'll get to the workflow when I start discussing, you know, this whole thing that people have about quality versus quantity. All right, and there I'll discuss, you know, creating a workflow for yourself and stuff of that nature. So, what I do want to talk about first is meeting people, you know, and the one thing that I mentioned already was people's issues with preferences. Um, you've you've got to kind of you got to be watchful when it comes to issues that people have with preferences. Like I've had issues with people who don't want to be on anything that's not open source. Okay, um, and for me, I've gotten to the point where I'm sick of hearing people preach about open source. The truth of the matter is they're spying on people with open source just as much as they are with people with Windows or with stuff that isn't open source. Um, it's gotten to the point where people who promote open source are just as bad, if not worse, than people who talk about conspiracy theories all the time. And don't get me wrong, I love a good conspiracy theory, but when you take something like open source to the level that most of these people take it, it's really insane. So you have to understand that when you meet people, you're going to meet people who have issues with preferences like that. There's people who are only going to want to deal with open source stuff, and that's where I really have the issue when it comes to using Jitsi and Microsoft Teams and sessions and all that, is because these people believe in like open source and they would rather use Jitsi than use anything like Discord or Skype or anything of that nature. So you've got to deal with these people. Not only are you dealing with people who want to reinvent the map or reinvent the wheel, whichever way you want to say it, that you have people who have issues with their own personal preferences. You got people who freaking don't want to use anything but Discord. Then there's people who don't want to use anything but freaking Skype. There's people who freaking only want to be on Facebook and they don't want to go over to Discord because it's something new. So you've got to you've got to deal with issues like that. Now, with meeting people in streaming and stuff like that, besides issues with their preferences and stuff, um, you have to be careful with their suggestions for interviews. And when I say that, like, you have to be careful with them referring you to somebody else to do an interview, because we had that issue, me and Bob Dub did, with somebody here recently who we had interviewed, and he behaved pretty well, don't get me wrong. He didn't act out of the way in any way with us. But he suggested that we contact these other people and have them on for an interview. And when we contacted these people, they just gave the horriblest freaking comments whatsoever that you could imagine about this guy. Okay, so this guy ends up suggesting that we bring these people on for an interview, and these people don't even like him, and for the channel that I've been doing this stuff for, that threw a dilemma for me. I had to really think that through, on how that's going to reflect on our channel. And what I finally decided was that I really didn't know this guy very much. I mean, I had contacted him, we had set up the interview, and I didn't know him very well. It's just like these people that he suggested that we contacted. I didn't know them at all. All they're doing is mudslinging. And me or the channel that I'm involved with had to have anything to do with him whatsoever. And we just said, we met him, we did an interview with him. Because we sent him a message back and we said, we're not affiliated with him in any way, but, we don't know what's going on here or anything like that. We just offered an invitation to you to come on for an interview. Sorry for the inconvenience, and that was it. Now, if that affects our channel, I don't know. I don't really care. I didn't know him a week before then, just like I don't know him today. You know what I mean? It was just me offering an invitation to him to come onto our show for an interview. And what this is all coming about with is like with these interviews, when people make suggestions to you, um, be careful. Be very watchful about the people that you do invite to come onto your shows for an interviews. Um, and we've had great people on our show for an interview for the Wonderful World of Weirdness. It's an amazing channel. So I just that was one instance that I had, um, and it was interesting. Is all I can say about it. Now, the one other thing too that I do want to get more involved in later on is this thing about mental illness. Now, when it comes to streaming on the internet, I have ran across a lot of people who deal with mental disorders. Um, I've actually heard from Bob Dub where somebody had suggested to her that she never talk about mental health or mental disorders or anything like that when it comes to her brand. And I find that really horrible that somebody actually said that to her, because first of all, I've met more people doing gaming that has had mental illnesses. Okay, and the thing that's really amazing about that is that people who are into gaming are more likely capable of discussing their mental illnesses. They don't hide it in shame like it's something that's bad. You know what I mean? They're very open about it, and I commend them on that because more people need to say that. Um, I've even heard gamers say that they use gaming as a way to escape from a lot of reality, and it was a way for them to cope with their mental disorders and stuff of that nature, which really isn't a positive thing, but at least they were honest enough to admit it. Whereas other people who also stream that don't stream gaming stuff, they have a hard time discussing it. They don't want to openly have a conversation about it. I find that to be the most amazing part of it all. You know what I mean? That these gamers, the same people that a lot of other streamers that do interviews and roundtables kind of look down on, are more capable of talking about their mental issues than what these other people are. I find it pretty amazing. So with that, I also want to move on to something else that after I've discussed that, I want to move on to this thing that we had a conversation about here recently, and it concerns quality versus quality when it comes to videos and streaming and everything. Now, when I heard this, I first heard it on Minds. Bill Altman had talked about he didn't like the quality of content that was being put on Minds.com, and that really ruffled my feathers. I had a conversation with Mark Edworthy about this before too, and we both came to the same conclusion. Whose place is it to determine if content is quality or if it's not quality? If it's standard or substandard. What's quality content to one person isn't quality to another person. So for me, that kind of ruffles my feathers. With with that comment. And then I also have a problem with people saying, you know, that there's supposed to be like a difference between quality and quantity. Like people who make a lot of videos don't spend time on making quality videos. It's just manufacturing these videos, which I find to be absurd because um, I've seen a lot of people make videos that are just shit, completely made out of AI that has no quality whatsoever. You know what I mean? And I sit there and I watch that and I hear these same people talking about, you know, all of these extra videos that are being made are just bad quality. Now, don't get me wrong, there are people who stream on the internet just for views, okay? And they're all over the place. The majority of people who do gaming videos, that's all they care about. They stream just for views. They don't care about quality content, okay? Um, then you have other people who are streaming in video editing and they do it with a passion. Now, these people are kind of the class that I get into. Now, I do a lot of videos, don't get me wrong. I do a lot of videos. There's a lot of quantity in my videos, but I, 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 I have a passion for it. Not only do I stream, but I also edit videos. I enjoy making the audio for it. My whole goal is to eventually make content that is 100% mine, created by me, nobody else, and that's music included. Okay, and that's always been a passion of mine. Okay. Now, the thing of it is I also know like what's needed for views when it comes to, or post, basically how many posts that you need for Facebook and how many posts you need for YouTube and X, formerly Twitter, you know, in order for people to for you to get decent views on their channels, you know. And I don't think a lot of people have heard about that, or they don't understand it, you know. Like for you to get decent views, and I disagree with this, I think it's actually more now, but they say that you need to have at least 3 videos a week posted on Facebook and YouTube in order for your channel to get decent views. Just period. That's what you need. And I think that it's actually more. I think you probably would need about five videos at least each week on your channel so that you can get decent views. Now that isn't the bad part, believe it or not. Now X and Instagram, they, for you to have decent views on their channel, you have to have at least 10 videos posted every day. Okay, every day. So you need, or not videos, but posts. You have to have 10 posts a day, every day, on X or Instagram. That's just so you can get decent views. So when it comes to this whole thing about quantity versus quality, you have to take that into consideration too. Now, this comes also with the topic I was talking about earlier about creating a workflow. Now, what a lot of people don't understand about creating a workflow is you're going to get quantity, because with creating a workflow you are learning how to with your workflow you're reducing steps that are involved in creating content. You're eliminating extra steps that don't need to be there in your workflow. So each part of creating a video or creating a stream that is unnecessary, you just take that out and you allow yourself to freaking skip that step so that you can create that content faster. Okay, because speed, believe it or not, is the most important thing when it comes to creating content. Now, like with CGI, even Okay, when people create CGI, they have entire teams set up to where they create specific parts of that computer generated imagery. Okay, now these people have to be able to have a workflow that allows them to work fast and precise, and they need to do it very, very well. Okay, there's no room for error in it. So not only are they working fast, but they're also working efficient, and they're creating content that is quality. Okay, and they're creating a lot of quantity, a lot of it. So you have both quality and quantity taking place there. So you don't compare quality versus quantity. All right, just because there's a lot of quantity doesn't mean there's not quality there, because workflow, eliminating extra steps that are unnecessary, things of that nature, and repetition and more repetition. You have to create a habit. In other words, you have to be able to develop um, repetition and good habits when you're doing this editing and stuff like that, to where it becomes second nature to you, where bam, automatically you know this is what you need to do. Okay, and that doesn't come overnight. You have to use repetition, um, work by with steps. There's steps in each part of the process of your workflow. You have to learn how to eliminate the unnecessary steps, and that is what's going to make it to where you work faster. Like for me, I've gotten to the point where I can actually edit my videos. I can live stream. I'm able to go through and create a schedule on when all my videos are going to be posted. I go through and I check my posts after I schedule them to make sure they're scheduled according to their time. I'm also able to check each post to make sure there's no problems with copyright or anything of that nature. Um, I I'm not as good as my buddy Rockstar. Now Rockstar Pool, he's got it put together. He actually has got it set up to where he can schedule his videos out. And not only that, but when he goes to make the videos, he can tell you it's Monday, or it's Tuesday, or it's Friday, and he's made the video like maybe a month in advance, you know what I mean? But he's got it on his schedule to where he knows when he makes that video, he has to say, "Good morning, everybody. You know what time it is?" You know, and then he says, "It's Monday morning," you know, or "It's Tuesday morning," and that's quality. That is putting together good video content, you know. And I'm not as good as he is, but that's the kind of stuff that you have to understand that's taking place. Um, so this stuff, when it comes to the whole quality versus quantity thing, that's just complete nonsense. Don't sell it into that stuff. Don't buy into it, because uh, it's not real. Um, there, and like I said, there are people on the internet that stream just for the views, and that's all they care about. You know what I mean? And I think that's actually a product of what platforms like YouTube and X and all these other platforms have created. You know what I mean? They've created this environment where people feel like they're stressed out and they have to freaking do this stuff, or they're gonna lose lose views and stuff. Now, repetition and more repetition, creating a positive habit, that's one thing that's important to me. Now, this whole thing about taking a break, I'm not really bought out on that one. I've seen some things here in the last year that really blew my mind. I was always unsure about that until finally here since January. John from the Wonderful World of Weirdness was getting ready to just give up on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. He was just going to get rid of the entire channel. And I stepped up and I said, look, man, you know, instead of you getting rid of that channel, let me have it and I'll take over and try to get it, you know, going and straightened up again. And he agreed to let me do it. But he stayed on with the channel and has been there with me. And while I've been there and I've been paying attention to the analytics, I noticed that like he would put content up for 6 months and he would take a break, and then he would come back and he would put content back up on it again. And each time he took those breaks, his views would drop drastically. Like there was a point where he was making over 100,000 views, and I'm not kidding you. I mean, this is a big channel. He was making over 100,000 views within the time that he was posting, and then when he took a break, he'd come back and it would drop from 100,000 to like 20 or 30 or 40,000, to the point now where we're lucky to get 200 views off of one video, you know. And this channel had over 140,000, I believe, subscribers, and now since we've been doing changeovers, we've lost quite a bit of subscribers. Not as much. We've lost 4,000 of them, but the reason for that was because I went in and I found out that we had content that was short videos of UFO sightings and ghost sightings and things of that nature, and YouTube ended up flagging the channel and making it to where they weren't available for monetization, because they those videos, even though they were short and they could be used for Creative Commons or fair use, they weren't altered. So in order for those videos to frickin' be able to be monetized, we had to go through and we had to literally alter them in some way with a voice or some shit like that. Now, John had done this to crap loads of videos. I mean, huge amounts of videos, and there's just no way that we could have gone through and done that, because even though we altered it and made new videos, the old videos that had all those views would have still been there, so that means they would have had to be deleted. So basically, in the end, what I had to do is make a decision on keeping them on there and taking a chance of issues with copyright infringement or some other bullshit popping up, which, by the way, it had no copyright infringement involved with it when I was done with it. But I had a choice of keeping them on there and dealing with that, or just deleting them off. And I've been around this channel since the time I remember John starting it up. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't into streaming and everything, but it was like a year before I got involved in doing all this crap, and I had to sit and I had to delete every single one of these videos. And I've watched pretty much almost all of them, you know what I mean? And I had to sit there and personally delete it, and it made me sick at my stomach for doing that. And all of that was the result of, you know, YouTube, basically. I mean, it was disgusting. It was literally disgusting. I know that didn't have really anything to do with what I was talking about with taking a break, but that was the reason why we only get like 200 videos or views per video now, is because we had gone from short videos that showed sightings of UFOs and aliens to interviews with people about UFOs and aliens and documentaries and scary stories and things of that nature. So there's been a drastic change on the channel. So because of that, we've lost like 4,000 subscribers. That's still good considering freaking we had, it's a pretty big channel. So if you still want to see those old video footages, though, let me point it out too, that they most of them are still available on Odyssey for anybody who wishes to check them out. It's the Wonderful World of Weirdness. It's a it's an excellent channel. That's all I gotta say. If you want to check out the old videos, they still are on Odyssey, so go check them out. Um, I went through and I covered everything that I wanted to discuss tonight. We are at 2 hours and 49 minutes. I think I did a pretty decent job. But like I said, I did uh, PowerPoints. I didn't want to get too elaborate on them. I just put what the things were that I wanted to discuss. And I just had a conversation with it. You know what I mean? I didn't like give an explanation on what I need to talk about before. I've done that in a couple of ones that I've had, and I'm pretty sure you guys noticed that. But the reason why I did it was because me, Tan Hai Tran, and Mark did a lot of good, solid research on some of the topics that we're talking about, especially with Odyssey and Arweave. Um, we did a lot of good stuff when it came to AI as well. Now, also besides that, the stuff that concerns politics, historical politics especially, me and Mark did a lot of stuff with that when it came to Roger's Real Time Talk Show. So I was really happy with the notes that I had taken whenever we had done those things. And we got pretty serious on it. And we had a pretty good 12 episode season with both Tech Talk and with Roger's Real Time Talk Show. So I just wanted to do the best summary of what I could of them, and I appreciate Mark for complimenting me on that. I wanted to do my best on making a good show concerning those topics. And I also want to do a shout out again to Auto X as well as Bob Dub. And Within the Vacuum came in for one episode as well in the conversation when it came to Roger's Real Time Talk Show, talking about politics. So I thought that was pretty cool. I think we all did a real good job on that show. But tonight, I just wanted to focus on what's going on, or what's happened, where I came from when it comes to all of this craziness. At the moment, I really don't know what it is that I'm going to be doing in the future. I do know that I'm just going to wing it like I've been doing on a lot of this stuff. I've had a lot of people suggest a lot of things to me, and then I turn around and watch them, and they're going through shitloads of problems. You know what I mean? When it comes to video and everything, and I've pretty much determined that even though they have a lot of good suggestions, like my way of doing things seems to work better for me. It seems to work a lot better than what their ways are, so I don't have to complicate things, I mean, it still comes down to what it was in the first place. Like right now, I'm staring at my OBS. I've got my freaking notepad open with talking points, PowerPoints, I have tabs open up to the platforms that I'm streaming on. There's nothing elaborate to it. It's very simple. And that's the way I've been doing it since I first started. It's more of the workflow that I talked about towards the end, about the workflow, about creating positive habits. Think about it like this, okay? When I was a truck driver, and when I was learning to be a truck driver, I learned about having to relearn how to drive, okay? And that's a hard concept for people to understand because to them driving is natural, okay? But when you get in a big rig and you get behind freaking the steering wheel of a big rig, you start learning that you develop bad habits during your driving career that you need to unlearn. Okay, so the majority of learning how to drive semi trucks is unlearning bad habits. All right, so all the time that I've been doing a lot of this stuff, I've been developing habits and getting rid of bad habits that I've been doing, and it's about time management. I need to learn that there's a certain time for video editing, there's a certain time for live streaming, there's a certain time for eating dinner, hanging out with the family, going outside and freaking watching the sun go down. There's a time and a place for everything, and I need to learn how to properly schedule my day, okay, to where there's a certain time for doing a certain thing. And people don't want to hear that. That's the hardest thing about streamers. They do not want to hear that they need to get serious with their lives. They need to come up with a schedule. They need to set goals for themselves. Where do they want to be a year from now? Where do they want to be 5 years from now? Where do they want to be 20 years from now? Those are the things that you need to be doing in everyday life. Okay, this doesn't just have to do with streaming and trying to do that. This has to do with everyday life. These are things that people were taught to do back in the 1960s. You know what I mean? When people were more responsible and actually acted like adults. You know, today it seems like we've lost that connection with our elders. We don't understand that these are important things. Stop trying to promote videos. You know, create good content, and maybe people will give you real views. That's organic. You know what I mean? That means something instead of views that you have to pay for by hitting the promote button. There's a lot of people with a lot of big views, but you know what? Their content's just shit. And the only reason why they have all those views is because they hit that promote button. So don't be fooled by all that stuff, and understand, man, if you enjoy what you've done after you've done your after it's all said and done and your content's created, then you did a good job. You know what I mean? You're happy with what you've created, and don't worry what everybody else says, because there's a whole lot of trolls out there, and they're just sitting there waiting to freaking pounce. And don't feel bad if you have to freaking block them off your channel, because you don't need that. Once you start allowing trolls to freaking come on and make one bad comment after another, it becomes an epidemic, and it can affect your channel. So don't have any shame in freaking muting somebody from your channel. I have no problem with it whatsoever. You get a lot of these guys on here talking about shadow banning. They don't realize that the people who are doing the shadow banning are the ones who's tired of you fucking trolling their channels. You know what I mean? It's not YouTube. It's actual content creators who's tired of you and your smart ass mouth. So, just kind of be aware of all that stuff, you know. This is all about growing up and taking responsibility and being able to freaking put out stuff that you love to put out, you know. I've said it before, there's no reason why an artist shouldn't be able to come on the internet and make money off of creating art, rather than going to a warehouse and working 40 hours a week so that they can come home and freaking shove all their freaking money onto the internet for free, you know. It's really a shame that they have to put up with that kind of stuff. So with all of that being said, I think I'm done now. I was able to finish this with a good rant, and I hope you guys did enjoy. If you did, just feel free to give me a comment, give me some feedback. If you're a troll, just shut up. Don't just say nothing. Because it's like I said, I'll shut you down the moment you do start acting up like that. I don't put up with it, and I don't expect anybody to put up with it with me. So I love each and every one of you. if nobody's told you they love you today, I love you from the bottom of my heart. Just keep coming back and keep talking to me. Don't shut down on me, because we're all here together. Trying to make it one day at a time, and hopefully we'll all make it through this and end up being able to enjoy our lives at the end of the day. So with that, I will shut up and I'll be done with it. I hope you guys enjoyed. Talk to you later. Actually, I'm supposed to hit stream too. So we have everything up and running so far, and I want to welcome everybody to Roger's Real Time Talk Show event. I'm at a I'm confused at the moment. Basically, is what I'm saying. But to be honest, I'm getting this going. What happened is we finally are on X. I figured out how to live stream on X with the X Premium. So yeah, we are in the process now of doing our live stream events not only on Odyssey, YouTube, and Rumble, as well as Twitch, but we're doing it on X as well. So I'm checking now to see if we have everything going. Now I need to probably be on the library too, so let me get in there and see if it's actually kicking in. Producers. Let's see if I. Yeah, actually, it's supposed to be going right now. You there, guys? Everything went quiet. Okay, sorry about that. Alright, sorry about that.
Back.
Yeah,
What happened?
I accidentally went off of the thing, and I've got to I've actually got to start Twitch back up and get the settings right on there. So give me a second. I probably, like I said, this is just getting things in order and trying to figure out what the heck is going on. So maybe it's like on YouTube where I actually have to be on the thing to get it going. Yeah, it should be right there now. Okay, there we go. We are online. It's good to go. Really have to be. Okay, so we do have Twitch up. I'm going to hit refresh real quick. Okay, so let's go back in. I'm going to hit refresh.
Oh, yeah, he's going to refresh there for.
Okay. So we are good to go. So.
Okay.
And we are streaming. I have the stream in front of me. I'd like to welcome everybody to Roger's Real Time Talk Show event. Like I said, this is a special event because we've actually started, and I wanted to say this on live because this is not only for me, it's also for you, Bob Dub. Well, she's off the thing now. But earlier I had done a project for her and she paid me for it, so I wanted to let everybody know that I decided to invest that money into getting X Pro, so that we could actually turn it into something that would
Cool.
make money for us. You know what I'm saying? And that
Okay.
that's the
Okay.
that's the reason why I did the X Premium, not X Pro, but X Premium. Hopefully she
Mm.
comes back in. It really sucks that she left, or she's disconnected whenever I was saying that. But like I said,
Actually, I just had to look. I just had to look at the Premium Pro and Blurb accounts, and actually, they're a lot more cheaper than what mine's is doing.
is it?
Much more reasonable.
I like the functionality in it too. To be honest with you,
Uh,
it's uh it's really impressive. They brought back the old decks from before.
mm,
I don't
okay.
I don't know if you've noticed that or not, but they brought.
Mm, again, I haven't used Twitter for so long, and I've only used it for. Well, I haven't actually used it as Twitter. I've only used it to um, pass log files.
Hold up.
When that was possible, which I think they've closed down, they've reduced limits to the API, haven't they? Or the
Yeah.
public API. Yeah.
It's really different how they have it set up on here, because like I actually had to go and keep the scheduled post up so that I could see it before I could hit the stream, which was kind of strange. Okay, Bob.
Weirdly enough, I've got mine's on one screen and Twitter on the other screen. And I remember when mine's released their uh, UI update back in 21 or one, it was criticised to be too much like Twitter,
Well, it's
and I
probably
can now
it's
see why.
yeah, it's probably for that reason. Like I mean,
Yeah.
I can see that actually too.
Right. And in a lot of ways, mine has replicated a lot of Twitter stuff,
But
or
with
Twitter sort of UI, UX sort of feel.
now, is Bob Dub able to? I mean,
Or Twitter sort of,
yeah.
maybe
No,
not.
no, Bob Dub. I don't know if she can talk or not yet. She's no. The hit refresh on your browser real quick, Bob Dub.
Which means I'll be disconnected from me because she's.
Hmm. Now, with this is going to be a good episode. We're actually getting into the part that I actually like to talk about. We can go over a little bit of classical conservatism too, but this is where we start talking about or traditional conservative is the way they usually pronounce it, but this is where we start getting into more of the classical liberalism. So I think that's where a lot of this is actually going to get interesting. And the weird part about this too is that wait, yeah, there we go. Invite as speakers. Yeah, I'm gonna approve. Oh wow, they have me approving people, dude. That is crazy. Okay, I had to actually literally just approve you to be speakers and co-hosts.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear?
Okay, that worked.
Okay,
I can hear you.
that was weird. You missed it too, but I'm gonna say it again. Um, the reason why I ended up getting X premium was because earlier this year you gave me some money for doing a project with you, and I told you I was going to try to invest that instead of wasting it on something. You know what I mean? And this is what I decided I was going to invest it towards. Okay.
Wow, I'm so happy that you did that. Well done. Thank you. That's a brilliant, brilliant decision, in my opinion, Roger.
Okay.
Thank you.
But
Thanks.
it's like I said, whenever it comes to this kind of stuff, I'm not going to play around with it. You know what I mean? If people do, well, heck, you know, he's a listener. This is crazy stuff.
Weird.
Yeah, it really is. Now he'll be in here in a minute. I hope. It was like I was telling him. This one is going to get kind of interesting. I like it because we have or we can go a little bit over like the traditional conservative and conservatism and stuff like that, but at this point this is where we start getting into classical liberalism, and
Mhm.
I found out some pretty interesting stuff about this stuff too, which actually for me it makes a lot more sense about what kind of stuff is going on today, and you know what I mean, in politics and everything. It's
Excellent.
it really is interesting, to be honest. It's really interesting.
It's so good to have a background, I think. So often you come to these things and you're like, how could this be happening? But when you see where things have come from, you're like, oh, now I get it.
Hmm. It's insane.
Yeah.
I went ahead. He came in as a listener, and I actually just invited him to be like a speaker and stuff. Like,
Aha. Okay, there we go.
there he is.
There we go.
He's there.
Yeah, okay. When you come in, when you join, what I've just discovered is that when you join as a listener, then you have to click on your little microphone symbol, and then it says request to speak sent.
Okay. Yeah.
But there aren't any instructions for that. But if you just sort of like randomly click it, then it says, oh, request to speak.
Okay. There we go. Now we just have to wait for Mark to figure out how to unmute, and we should be good.
Unmute.
But since his mouth is shut and we can read this without him interrupting like he so rudely does, I can read this and then he can come in, since I know he can hear what's being said, and he can make his comments. I hope he
Okay, cool.
I hope he can hear.
I hope he can hear.
Yeah.
Well, I'm interesting to hear. I'm really interested to hear what you've brought, what you've got. I'm dead keen.
Okay, now, what it says here is classical conservative, also known as traditional conservatism, is a political philosophy that emphasizes several key aspects, and we've already gone through this. The value of traditional, one A is the value of traditional institutions. It stresses the importance of institutions and practices that have evolved over time, advocating for continuity and stability. Then B, organic society. Classical conservatism, there he is. Classical conservatives view society as an organic whole, a living organism comprising interdependent members rather than a mere collection of individuals. Okay, now C is skepticism of government activism. There's a general suspicion of government efforts to transform society and politics. The government is seen as a servant of existing ways of life. Now, D is preferred for the preference for the historical. There is a preference for the historical inherited rather than the abstract and the ideal. This includes A, focus on nation, culture, custom, convention, and tradition. Now, um, E is religion, faith, natural law. Many traditionalist conservatives embrace high church Christianity and other faiths, believing in the guidance of transcendent moral principles and natural laws. Then F is hierarchy and authority. Leadership, authority, and hierarchy are viewed as natural and necessary elements of human society. Then G, practical reason over a theoretical reason. Practical reason is regarded as more important than theoretical reason, emphasizing experience over abstract reasoning. So there's a couple things right there that stuck out to me, that I really did notice that's kind of important. I think the first of all, there are good things out of this that I do agree with. It says it stresses the importance of institutions and practices that have evolved over time, advocating for continuity and stability. Now,
Mm.
I do agree with that. I believe that decisions should take time to be made rather than being made off the cuff. You know what I mean? Like, people should take time to actually think about what it is that they're making into a law rather than just get together and come up with freaking ideas and throw them together and then everybody votes and that's it. So
Mhm. Mhm.
I do kind of agree with that. Now, they also talk about uh, society as an organic whole, like a living organism comprised interdependent members rather than a mere collection of individuals. I kind of go half and half on that because I know what they're saying there. They're like that's what separates conservatism from classic liberalism. Classic liberalism favors the individual rights rather than the rights of the whole, where conservatism, they don't really like individual rights very much, you know what I mean?
Mm.
So
Mm.
those are some of the stuff that I've seen there.
Although it's also interesting, I think that in conservatism, there is a lot of stress on the responsibility of the individual to the community.
Mm-hmm.
So the individual is very important and is expected to give their all.
And see,
So it's
that's the key though. They're expected. You know what
mhm,
I mean, it's not.
mhm.
Well, I mean, if he doesn't feel like going and working for that job, well, you know what I mean? It's like it's not your choice. You're expected to do it.
You're expected to do it. Yes, it's not your choice.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely the good of the organic whole, and and definitely continuity and stability. Not how you're feeling today, but what's going to be good in the long term.
Uh,
Yeah, it's sort of an attitude, hey.
mm-hmm. Now, Mark is back at the listener stage, so I'm 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 go-
Oh,
I'm gonna hit refresh real quick, okay?
okay.
And just stay here. So yeah, there you go. He's back, but
He's back.
he's on there. I just don't see him being able to talk or anything. So
Hmm.
now I'm gonna have to invite Mark as a speaker and see if maybe that'll change him. I'm not getting because I know he's got a mouthful by this point.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
he's definitely got enough to say. I went in and I sent you an invite. It should be down by the mute spaces area, Mark. accepted, I'm guessing. So now, when it comes to that though, like the organic society,
Mm.
the one thing that really stuck out to me was when we had our conversations about how people felt about kingship and how it started out. You know what I mean? Remember when we were
Mm.
talking about that? And you said like
Yes.
you said that the well, how did you say it? You did a better job of it. Like they were chosen by the people within the community.
Absolutely. The people within the community would notice a sort of an exemplary citizen, and they would approach them and say, look, for the good of us all, would you be the person who takes care of the administration? Because we feel that we can trust you. And so he would generally say, no, I'm fine. And then they'd generally put pressure on him, and he would say, oh, all right then, for the good of the community.
Mm-hmm.
So well, this was this is the theory looking back, right? But obviously at the time it wasn't as simplistic as that.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I can see the conservative views when it comes to that. You know, that's probably where that whole idea came from, is because of the conservative views when it comes to kingship. Um, Especially now that I've read most of this stuff, and like the first time I heard it was on a documentary that they were doing. Well, it was about
Right.
England actually, and they were mentioning it on there, and I thought that was interesting. And then after that, I actually heard you talking about it, you know, so it really stuck out to me whenever you mentioned it, because that actually is something that I have heard.
Hmm.
So I
I think it comes along with the belief in the hierarchy and leadership and religion and the natural law. You know, you sort of have this belief that there are different levels of achievement. And so it makes sense for you that each person achieves what they can. So the butcher is the best butcher that he can be, and the farmer is the best farmer that he can be, and the king is the best king that he can be.
mm,
So it is, it's sort of, part and parcel with this organic whole idea.
no, with the skepticism of government activism,
Mm,
that kind of gets me to thinking that that's probably what inspired uh, a part of classical liberalism too, because with classical liberalism they believe in small government, you know,
yes,
and
yes.
with uh, with conservatives they're just skeptical about
Oh, yes.
government activities. Like everything is freaking like they're like Mark. Okay, you listen to Mark. Mark is just 100% crazy. And that's because he's a conservative and he has those ideas like the government's out to get me and shit, you know. Which I think is healthy actually, because that's the way
Yeah.
people should be thinking. They should be thinking, look, you know, you don't trust your government, they're gonna,
Exactly.
you know.
And I think that's the whole thing, is that the king is there for as long as you want him to be the king.
Mm-hmm.
He answers to you. This weird thing that we have in like the modern world, where the rulers, or I mean the rulers think they're rulers. Like, it's bizarre. Like, when did that happen? It's always been the power of the people since the beginning of time. It's, I mean, even voting, all these systems that don't really work have all been systems to try and stop this inversion of power that seems to happen somehow. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way of nature. Maybe the collapse of systems is part of the building of new systems. I don't know. It's very odd.
No.
I do believe that they both need to exist together, though. I think that one of the things that I've really understood through this series and these talks that we've had is that neither one of these systems, either classical conservatism or classical liberalism, answers all the questions.
Yeah, I've actually learned some stuff too from this, because it's like there's like my whole outlook on socialism even has changed, because it at one time I thought that it was just concepts that were thought up, and I'm actually sad that I had to say that, but that's the way I thought, you know.
Mm,
But when
mm,
we look at these other political structures like the conservatives and now the liberals, and you can see you can see where it socialism was actually the result of all of these parties. It was like an evolution.
yeah.
It was bound to happen. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, yeah. It's like we've done this and this is working, but what about this?
yeah,
Definitely evolution. Yeah, that's a good word. Mm.
I think that's one thing that I've actually I did actually get from that. Now I keep inviting Mark down at the bottom to become a host and to become a speaker. There he is.
Oh, he did it. Yes.
Now he's just got to
Okay.
figure out how to unmute. Can you talk, Mark? Say something. He probably doesn't even know he can talk now.
Oh, he's back down to listener again.
Man. Well,
That's so odd.
yeah,
I wonder what's going on there. Hmm.
it's probably it's pro- it's probably this program. Like I said, it's not really all that great, but
Mm.
but we can get it going. Let me hit refresh real quick. And I'll be right.
Okay, cool.
I'll be right back in. There we go. There we go. He's co-host now.
Hey. Oh, good.
No,
Well, that's good.
hopefully he can speak. Now
Hey, Mark.
he's on mute. There he is. He's back. All right, we got you. I can see your bar now. Now we've had a good conversation. Don't touch nothing. You're right where you need to be.
Whoops, his bar's gone. Whoops,
I,
he's back out at listener.
yeah. I think he
Hmm.
keeps clicking stuff is what it is. I have issues with no, it keeps replacing him and stuff and making him to where he invite co-host. Yeah. But yeah, he should be in here now, but it says he is. Um, but yeah, when it comes to like this small government thing too, that's kind of one thing that I do get the from the conservatives, like the skepticism of government. I could see that coming from the conservatives, and they're saying, you know, John Locke, but there would be the obvious thing, you know, that it needs to be small government rather than large government,
Yes,
because
yes.
like even today, you know, in the way things are going today, um, government's just way too big. There's just way too many things that are being regulated, in my opinion, that needs to.
I would agree with you on that. Definitely,
You know,
definitely. I'm very much of a mind that government, the administrative functions of the society should be paid for, but with collective taxes. I think that function of government is a really, really important and awesome one. But there are so many other things that people seem to want government to do that I just don't see the logic in it.
mm-hmm.
Just
Now, when it comes to taxes here in the United States,
Mm.
at one time, it was you were taxed for goods and services. Like if I go down to the store and I buy something, I had to pay taxes for it. Now I agree with that form of taxation, but I don't believe in taxing people for freaking working. You know what I mean? I think,
Oh,
you
yes.
know,
Yeah.
and it's gotten so out of hand now that they're actually taxing people for their property. You buy this property, and according to freaking our Constitution, that's our property. We own it, it's ours. But
Yes.
now they feel that they need to freaking taxes for the property we own because we have to pay for other people's children to go to school.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Well, you seem to be also paying for other people's wars as well. It's just quite shocking how much money the United States is hemorrhaging, the taxpayer money that's not actually benefiting the citizens.
No, it's true.
It's, there's an amount of taxation that I think is really helpful. Although I've had this conversation with my partner who doesn't have children.
Mm-hmm.
I say, well, we all put the money into the kitty and all our children get educated to the same standard and the same level. And he says, but I don't have children.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I want to participate in that system? And I completely understand that. There is individual variation that is completely overlooked.
That seeing that's the thing that I have been. See, my whole thing is this. Like, for me, I don't have
Hmm.
children either, but I've got nephews. Well, I've got two sons. All right.
Hmm.
One son's getting ready to go out of school and stuff. All right. Yes,
Hmm.
I should be paying taxes for his education. Okay.
Hmm.
Don't, but nobody else should be responsible for paying my taxes or paying taxes on
Yes.
my son going to school. All right.
Yes.
It shouldn't be like a community thing saying freaking that you have to pay for somebody else's kid going to school when you're 21 years old. You're just
Exactly.
you're just getting out of school yourself and going into college and learning, and now they're wanting to take money out of your pocket so that you can educate somebody else's kid. You
Yeah.
know.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's the wrong time of your life for that. Yes. Yes. I've wondered to myself if a system of like voluntary donation towards certain causes. But even so, I've more come down on the side of private education or private health insurance or private pension schemes
Mm.
rather than centralized ones. It seems to me that centralized things are much more susceptible to fraud.
Well, I mean, the thing that I see is like it's when you take a look at like well, okay, let's talk about like these school shootings. Okay,
Yes.
everybody's having a big issue when it comes to these school shootings. And if you are honest with yourself and you look at it, you would understand that freaking these shootings are happening because you're forcing kids to freaking go to school who don't want to be there.
Yep.
Okay,
Exactly.
and more than that, you're also freaking threatening their parents that if they don't force their kids to go to school, they're going to be
Hmm.
put in jail and given a fine for it.
Yeah. Wicked.
You,
Wicked.
so I mean, that's the thing that really catches my attention. It's like freaking. First of all, most of the parents who have kids, the only reason why they force their kids to go to school is because the law tells them they have to go to school or they're going to get in trouble. They don't care about their kids' education.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
they really don't. They just don't want to go to jail and have to pay fines because their kids out skipping school.
Absolutely. But the thing is, we also do want children to be educated. So if the parents aren't going to put their children in school voluntarily, you don't want those children out on the streets causing trouble and throwing stones at cars. And I mean, it's just a bit of a balance there.
You know, I mean, when the best thing I can say is, you know, there's no shame in post hole diggers, okay, at all.
Indeed.
People
No.
who freaking dig ditches or have a very hard job, and they deserve respect, okay. There's nothing wrong with a person who freaking wants to dig ditches.
Nothing wrong. In fact, it's an honorable profession. To put your back into your labor is, there's a special kind of person who does that.
No, I know that, like, Mark is missing out. Every time we do something cool like this and have these kind of conversations, he like misses out on the good stuff. So I'm gonna hit refresh one more time and see what's going on here. Conversations.
Pity everything was working so well earlier, and
It
it
was
was going so well.
it was perfectly fine, and then all of a sudden, it was like, let me see something. Now, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You muted me.
Okay, yeah, I hit that on purpose. I was nervous about doing that because Mark did that early. That's when all the problems started for him too.
Ah,
So, but yeah, when
Ah,
oh, he started talking. Oh my
ah,
oh, is
goodness.
he
word
back?
is
Yeah,
working.
Woohoo!
you were
Yes.
you were able to hear all that, right?
Ye- the times when I wasn't refreshing the screen, but yeah,
Okay, good. Because we were
I got
talking
most of it.
we were talking
Um,
so much smack on you, dude.
yeah, I noticed.
We
I
were
noticed.
we were like hitting you hard, dude.
Mm,
And it's like there's no way I could have not taken advantage of that because like this is the first time I could talk shit about you and you just muted and couldn't say nothing.
thanks.
Hey, what's friends for, dude? Like seriously, high five, dude. So
Yeah, well,
so
yeah, but it's recognizable.
give your feed on this stuff because we've actually started a good conversation here.
Yeah,
And some of the stuff that we've mentioned, if you can remember it, just let me know.
but I missed the most of your first part, but
Now I can go like a few.
no, no, it's okay. Carry on. I'll pipe in.
Okay, now when it comes to what we're talking about right now, it was more towards taxation. You know, and I brought up the example of like how the education system is like because freaking they think that well actually it started because of private property like here in the United States, man, we started out with, you know, taxes where you go to the store, you buy something, you pay taxes for it. And I don't think that it's right now that we have to frickin' pay taxes for frickin' our own property that we bought and paid for, which is actually
Hmm.
not constitutional.
I think in the UK, it's you don't buy the property, you buy the land that the property is on.
Well, kind of explain that. That's interesting.
So I think that's the theory. You don't actually buy if you live in the building. So yeah, you don't buy the property, you buy the land that is the
Okay.
building is built on. That can include the garden outside,
Now see,
a car. Um,
I actually, I've heard of that system. That's actually a good thing to bring up too, because like I know they do that in Israel, and what is it? You you buy the house, or you're actually now it. Whenever you die, does the land go back to the state? Oh God, you're all choppy. Adjust your earpieces. Can you hear me, Bob Dub?
I can hear you fine, no problem at all, Roger. Just Mark.
Now, when I was bringing that up with Mark, how do you know how stuff like that works over there in in your country?
I'm afraid I have no idea at all, Roger. I don't know. That's. Mm-mm.
Well, do you guys have like private property?
It's hugely complicated here. There's a, a treaty that was written up between the British Crown and the Maori tribes. And the Maori believed that the people were the guardians of the land and that nobody could own the land. And when they signed this treaty, they thought that they had explained to the Queen that nobody owns the land, we all just sort of live here and look after things. But the Queen, the Empire hadn't seen that at all. They just thought that they were going to carry on as they had in Britain. And so since then, that was in the 1800s, I think. There's been this huge ongoing debate between the indigenous people of New Zealand and the settlers about what is the correct way to administer the land. And there are different rules for different places. So the seashore and the rivers and the agricultural land and all these things are treated in very separate ways, and it's hugely complicated, and there's ongoing negotiations all the time about property and land rights, and yeah.
That's actually pretty interesting. I mean, it's you said enough right there, to be honest, because that's really interesting. So can you?
It's
Yeah.
But I don't know the specifics, Roger. I can just sort of tell you in general. That's yeah.
But that's, I mean, I read this stuff. I'm just doing it for a talking piece. You know what I'm saying? We're sitting here having a conversation.
Yeah.
So don't sweat over that. Mark doesn't listen, or he doesn't make notes either. He never
Well,
makes notes, and he's
I sort of use your notes.
yeah. But you know what I'm saying though, like it's just for talking pieces.
Right. Okay.
So
All right.
what's your take on what Bob Dub just said, Mark?
I'm afraid I missed half of it. I had the audio again.
Yeah. Okay. Sit still and don't move. Don't move at all.
It's why I'm moving as little as possible, but yeah, this X Twitter's thing doesn't work.
Yeah.
This also works.
Well, we're getting you, so let's just be grateful for that and say something before we lose you again.
Okay.
With
Yeah.
with private property where you were at right there, um, kind of expand on that some.
I think from what I've heard, Bob Dog explained it well.
Now
Um,
is that the way it is there in your country in England?
yeah, 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 yeah. I believe, yeah. So the land could be confiscated by the state, in theory. You could buy back from the state.
Okay, so each generation has to buy back the property that their parents
Not
had.
necessarily. If there's already a will, if there's probate or whatever, it will go into the next of king or whatever the will states. but in occasions it can go back to the state.
Hmm. I think that is interesting because I mean private property is kind of it really is a hot topic even back whenever the United States and France and everybody had their revolutions. You know, that was a big thing.
Mm.
I think his name was Rousseau.
Mm.
He was a Frenchman. He was against John Locke when it came to private property. He believed in a lot of the stuff when it came to classical liberalism, but he was just dead set against private property. He thought that.
Yeah, it was more in the Adam Smith sort of camp.
Hmm.
Mm.
So that that was basically what we were getting into, and then it goes even further because now the here in the United States well, they say that it's okay to tax people for property. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
Um, what, just for own?
for
What,
owning,
just for owning the property?
just for
I think
owning.
that's what they do there in New York State.
Yeah, they do it all over the country.
One of the interesting things I think that one of the interesting debates about owning property or owning land is whether a person who buys a piece of land deserves to profit off the resources that are under that land.
Hmm.
So I'm thinking specifically here of the oil barons in Texas.
Yeah.
I mean,
If you,
they
if
had
you,
their land to farm it. That was legitimate, and everybody agreed with that. But then when they discovered oil underneath the land, those farmers got terribly rich instead of the country getting rich. All the people of the land benefiting from those resources. So that's a huge area of conflict
Yeah.
among people, among property owners. Yeah. I disagree with having to pay for your property, but in from what I understand from New Zealand, where you pay taxes on your property, the taxes on your property are put into a community a pool of money which looks after community issues around the properties. So
Hmm.
your sidewalks and your mowing your grass, and so you're not really paying taxes on your
so
land,
what,
but
much like
because
a
you own
council
land.
tax in the UK.
Yes, that sort of thing is from what I understand of the New Zealand system.
Well,
Well, you know,
we're set up to where it's supposed to pay for the sidewalks and
Mm.
we're supposed to do all the city maintenance and stuff like that, and then the educational system is what it's all about. But here in like my local town, okay, we don't have sidewalks except for on Main Street. All we have are old sidewalks that are left over from back in 1955. You know what I mean? And their idea of
Hmm.
repaving a road is throwing gravel down and hitting tar with it. You know, so uh, that
Yes.
that's the gist of my town. We've got two, no, three roads that are actually properly paved, and
Gosh.
it's on a state highway. So the state highway freaking comes out, and they're the ones who actually fix the roads for Main Street.
Where we live here, we live about 20 minutes outside of the main town. So we're on, and the main town is right at the harbor. So the roads end at the main town, at the harbor. And it goes up to Auckland, to the main cities from here, from the harbor. And every time the uh, the socialists get in, they can all the road works. They just say they're not essential and we're not going to do them. And they take all the money and they put it into whatever human development it is, whether it's the education system or the healthcare system, and then the Conservative government gets in 10 years later, and they take all the money out of healthcare and education and put it all back into roads. So we've
That's
just
not
had a
been
change
true.
in government.
That's not been true for the last Conservative government. The last 14 years, it's been quite the opposite.
For England.
In England.
Yeah, or in the UK.
Oh wow. So see that's something right there too to think about the thing because
Yes.
Actually, with the exception of Scotland, but that was just that's just down to the SNP and the poor, allegedly illegal taxation issues at the moment. But yeah, that's being fought in the courts at the moment.
now
Mm.
that's actually going on in court, right?
I'm talking about the Scottish National Party and the improper spending of taxpayers' money. That happened up to when the previous SNP leader, can't think of her name.
Mm.
But
Well, see,
yeah,
for me, that's actually good because we don't barely ever frickin' hear of anybody like going to court over illegal taxation or anything of that nature. You know what I'm saying?
the use, yeah.
That that,
I
that
don't know. I
Mm.
can think of a few cases, US cases,
well,
in relation to improper use of taxpayers' money.
where throw it up there. That it actually
Uh,
made it to the Supreme Court or to Congress in hearings.
no, it was more state based. They didn't get that far.
You see, that's what I'm saying. It's like that's a big deal. I mean, the fact that it even made it there. And
Mm.
I'd like to also welcome within the vacuum. He's in as a listener. Now, it's going to take you a little while to figure out how to do all this within the vacuum, but I sent you an invite to be a speaker. If you want to come in, it'll. I don't know if you know how to do all that, so. But it's you got to click your avatar, isn't that right, Bob Dub?
Click the microphone at the bottom,
Yeah.
and it should say request to speak.
Yeah. Send an invite to speak is what she said. So, but yeah, when it's that was basically what all this stuff had to do when it comes to like taxes, and then we started talking about education and how I me personally I don't feel that it's right that a 21-year-old person who just got out of school himself has to freaking pay taxes so that other people's
Mm.
kids could
You
freaking.
remember in the UK, the education system or primary school education system ends at 16, not 21,
Well, we don't
and
do
then better education and higher education
we don't
afterwards.
we don't do it to 21 either.
Yeah, yeah.
Ours
Um,
is 17, I believe, 18 for some.
is that a state by state
Uh,
thing?
to be
Or
honest,
is that
they just go according to grading systems. When you're in the 12th grade and you graduate, you're done. That's it.
so? It doesn't
Mm.
matter if you're 21 or 16, as long as you get to 20.
12th, you get to the 12th grade.
Uh,
It's very strange here. They start school on their 5th birthday, and on their
yeah,
16th birthday, they no longer have to go to school.
Wow.
yeah.
From your 5th birthday to your 16th birthday. So uh, anything after 16 is voluntary.
And see, I personally, well, I've said it to Bob Dub. I don't know if you heard it or not, but like, I don't think that the state or the government has a right to force kids or their parents to freaking make their kids go to school. I think that that's causing.
I disagree because I mean people from education, if done correctly, if this
Mm.
properly, but state education as guys uses read wide arithmetic, the what used to be called the three R's.
Yes.
Reading, writing, yeah.
Well, if they taught kids to where it was to the point where they actually wanted to learn, that would be cool. But
That's it.
okay, but I don't.
Well, yeah, that's a wider issue, but
Well, I mean, it really isn't like it's what me and Bob Dub were talking about. You you have to take and send your kids to school. Period.
yeah.
If you don't send your kids to school, you're going to have somebody
Or you
knocking
can
on your
home
door.
educate. You can home educate. In the UK, there is legislation for home education.
Yeah, you could home
Uh,
education, or
yeah.
if you can get away with that, yeah. But
In the UK, there are there's entire legislation, so both the child, the guardian, and the Department for Education, all has a say in um, the child's education. So
no,
they
Mm.
are a lot more strict on it.
the good thing is we got within the vacuum up to speaker at the moment, but he's not. I don't know if he knows it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Hey,
there he is.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Welcome, welcome. We're
thank
gonna.
you, guys. I'm listening. I really don't know what you guys are talking about. Well, education, I
Well,
see.
it's more of a political history kind of thing, and we don't really get into like the name bashing on political parties and stuff like that. It's more of the serious political conversations. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
so don't worry about us. We're not going to be bad mouthing Donald Trump or Biden or anything like that. No, we do bash on Canadians though, because they're like open ground, like.
Mm,
But we don't do it too bad. We just make fun
Yeah,
of them.
yeah.
That's all we do. We just make fun of them. And I occasionally will tell like Mark how horrible his country is.
Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
Yeah,
Occasionally.
every chance I get, okay, I gotta be honest. Every chance I get, I tell Mark how horrible
yeah.
England is.
Oh, you're so bad.
to to put on the table, uh, I really don't think much or pay attention to the political player. Yeah.
uh,
You
something.
know, and the reason is
Uh,
I think that there's so many things that happens before it gets to the political layer that I just prefer to pay attention to that.
Mhm.
But it's interesting. It's interesting because you can see how many other things that has been happening in the underground for reflect on the political layer. And yeah, well, some bad actors appear normally, and
Yeah.
and we
Mm.
have all these theater, and and all kind of crazy stuff, and other goods. I think uh politics are there for a reason.
Well, I do think politics are needed, but I mean, when it comes to like all of these huge government organizations to freaking like control everything that we need to do, like I really don't need somebody driving down the road in a car telling me that my grass needs to be mowed. It doesn't need to be done.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
I agree. I think the that's the actually the upgrade that is happening, but it's a slow process. I think the the notion of self sovereignty and to take action on things by yourself and in community, right, is what's happening with all these Web3 technology and all the new possibilities that are opening on the
Mm.
horizon to build because we build all these institutions and all these because in some point it looks like a good idea, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then it get obsolete and we don't know what to do with that because we have employees and have all these responsibilities and designated task and everything. So yeah, it will be a transition, I think, to from that to automation, probably, of many of those tasks and activities. I don't know if it's gonna be good or bad, or I don't know if, but I think, yeah, like more control on the people.
Yeah.
Hmm. I
Now,
think that's what we were saying about having smaller government. Hey, Roger,
yeah, it's
keep
that's
the.
that's uh that's kind of what, like right now we're kind of talking about conservatives and the traditional conservative ideas and everything. And earlier we were just getting into like talking about John Locke and how he came up with the concept of classical liberalism, with constitutional governments and things of that nature. And that's what Bob Dub was referring to. It's pretty cool. Um, like people, and like with what we're doing here, I agree with you 100%, Bob Dub. I'm doing the same thing. I've actually been relearning things and actually learning new stuff.
Hmm. Yeah,
Because
me too.
um, I really had no, like, whenever you when before we started on this series and you said that freaking there were rules that anarchists had, that first caught my attention. I'm like, no way, dude, seriously. And sure as shit, we started doing this, and all of a sudden, yeah, anarchists have freaking rules.
I know. You see, that's the interesting thing about government misinformation campaigns is that they just changed the words from rules to rulers. And they did that, and generations of people have been misled.
Hmm.
Generations of people think that anarchy is this evil, evil thing that aims at destroying society. No, it aims at empowering society, empowering people to be, well, all they can be. I mean, it sounds so idealistic, but isn't that our basic human drive?
Hmm.
Isn't that why we built society? Was to serve us, not for it us to serve it.
Uh, I really wish Mark's audio didn't mess up because uh,
Yeah.
like this area when it comes to conservatism, it kind of disturbs me because like I
Mm-hmm.
really didn't have a real clear concept of what conservatism is, and
Mm-hmm.
like the the elements that it really involves in it's really close to like national socialism. You know what I mean? And like there's a real fine line there. You know what I mean? And like if you pay attention to a lot of this, you guys were having the conversation before we started streaming about borders and immigration and shit like that. And like if that's not kept checked, that could actually go into a bad area, which would lead into national socialists. And uh,
Yep.
you could have a whole bunch of new age freaking neo Nazis running the streets, creating
We
some
could.
creating some really bad situations. And you can see that. Like I've actually watched some uh, footage that Mark suggested to me. One of them, you can see that on that one, and I've listened to a lot of other freaking commentary and a lot of the colonies as well, and it seems to be prevalent in everywhere there, and that includes Canada, and then like here in the United States, it's just saturated. I mean,
Mm.
here, I mean, it's just really, really saturated. And the weird part about conservatism is there isn't anything written when it comes to traditional conservatism that even mentions immigration whatsoever.
Hmm.
Okay, at all. The only no,
Interesting.
yeah, the only thing I could see it being a part of is socialist. You know, the socialist side of things, and that's actually one of the issues that freaking led up to World War II was because of borders and the whole old saying of if you can't speak our language, go home. You know,
Yeah.
because that.
Which I think comes back down to what I was saying before about resources, but instead of resources at an individual landowner's level, it's resources now at a country level. Like this is our country and this is what we've got here, and this is enough for this many people. We don't want more people.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's related to the way the system was built. It's focused on competition, and competition because, yeah, because resources are scarce. There's a scarcity of
Mm.
resources. So I think pretty much everyone burn into this system. It's programmed to think about resources in that way,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm.
And to compete with everyone that threatens that security, right? But yeah, it's complicated, and and it creates
It
really
is complicated because does a country deserve to keep the resources under that country? Or are these resources global resources of planet Earth that should benefit all the inhabitants of
well.
planet Earth?
I think intelligence is what we are building also, right? To be able to manage that amount of data, and yeah,
Yep,
also
yep,
Internet of Things and
yep.
blockchain and all of that is will in certain point it will give us the opportunity to measure and to act on the resources of the earth like more intelligent, in a more intelligent and holistical ways, thinking about the
Yes.
whole globe, right?
Yeah.
But only if we allow ourselves to adopt those types of thinking, because there are other people who are like, no, those types of thinking are going to destroy everything that we've ever built. And, you know,
Well, it's also because sometimes it is focused on cultural differences, and it's just
mm,
technology, it's just intelligence. It's about survive of the
Yeah.
species. It's
Right.
about the
I
species.
agree. I agree.
It's not
Yeah.
about anything else. It's
Mm,
about, yeah, surviving.
mm,
And the thing too though that when it comes to this border issue that you got to take into consideration. Now you remember when me, you, and well, I think Mark might have even been there when we were talking about Shakespeare,
mm.
and I talked about Venice.
Venice.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, me and Mark have a little split of opinion, but I think he's wrong on this, and I'm cool about saying that because he's not able to talk right now, which is awesome. But see, conservatism, class, traditional conservatists, they uh, they agree with the monarchy that they understand that they can't have a monarchy, imperial government anymore.
Mm.
But they still want that government. They still want the idea of kings and queens and dukes and earls and a hierarchy that they can follow. Okay.
Yes.
Now, the thing about that is so bad is when you look at like what we were talking about with Venice, they believed in creating a system where their people who had trades and skills were forced to stay within like communities and they weren't allowed to travel abroad.
Mm.
And the
There are
re-
trade secrets.
yeah,
Yeah.
and the reason for that was because they wanted to retain their, according to them, their customs and their traditions and their uh, their skills and their trade secrets, like you said, you know. Which in reality, what was really going on was they wanted to be greedy and they didn't want to share with anybody around them.
Hmm.
Okay, and that's something that I'm getting at with this conservative thing too. That's why it's so close, or it's so there's a thin line between conservatism and national socialist.
Hmm.
Because they come real close, and the way that you can really hear if they're actually conservatives or if they are national socialists, it's usually when they start breaking off into conversations about reform and about
Hmm.
things of that nature and what they need to do, because a conservative doesn't believe that the government should be dictating all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So that's how you do it. And in one of Mark's videos that I seen, that's what I seen. This dude was doing great. He was sounding like a real good English conservative. But
Hmm.
about halfway through, he should have shut his mouth. Right.
Yeah. Went too far.
He went too far. He just started talking about reforms and regulations and the
Mm.
border and
Mm.
you need to give up your individual rights
Mm.
to come into
Mm.
our community and be a part of our community and all that
Mm.
stuff, and I'm like, man, seriously. I'm like, you were doing fine until you started running your mouth about that stuff, like,
Mm.
and you can hear it if you pay attention. It's usually halfway through these people's speech.
It's very tricky. I find it, for me, I find in my mind, I try to balance the idea of running our societies by hierarchies, which to me is how I think conservatism works, and running our society by networks,
Mm-hmm.
which is how I think socialism works. And the closest that I've come to be able to integrate those two separate ideas is that we need hierarchies of networks. We need cooperation, and we need community, and we need boundaries and identity and skills. We need those things. They're terribly important for bringing up children and for morality and for mental health and for huge amounts of things that make a healthy population.
Mm-hmm.
But you also need structure and discipline. And some people are more capable at things than other people. And some people are more highly educated or more privileged. So, yeah, it's such a delicate balancing act. I don't know that really talking about things in terms of classical conservatism or national conservatism or progressives or
I,
liberals. I don't know if it's really relevant anymore in the society that we suddenly find ourselves in this
for me, I
century.
mean, to be honest, I see it more prevalent because like um, you like I was saying here with the stuff that I was reading about just recently when it comes to the classical liberalists, um, there's one thing that was never taught to me in school, okay,
Mm.
at all. I learned about freaking the liberal uh, idea of government. I've learned about the conservatives and everything. It was later in life that I learned about John Locke, the classic conservative or the classic
Mm.
liberalism. But even at that point, I didn't understand what the radicals were and what radicalism was, okay, and what it is still today. Like this was a part of history that has just literally been ignored.
Mm.
Okay,
Mm.
people,
Mm.
and I ran into it on accident because we were doing this show, man. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's how I found out about it, and it was a very very strong movement that was going on back then, but you don't ever hear about it, you know, and that's the missing link for me. That's what makes things make sense when it comes
Mhm.
to all of the things that are happening today. The stuff that's happening, like people are mad about woke and they're mad about the liberals and their civil rights movements and all this stuff. And they don't understand it's been here all along. It was back.
Yes.
It was here all the way back when the Constitution was drawn up. It was
Mhm.
during the French Revolution, all the way up until now.
Absolutely.
The
It's since the beginning of time. This is things that people haven't been able to balance.
No, I mean as a movement, like
Oh, 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 oh.
the
All right. Sorry.
the
Yeah.
radicals, okay? These radicals have been here, and it's just everybody just overlooked them and didn't pay attention to what was going
Mm.
on there, and like with John Locke and the constitutional governments and stuff, they they believed in a lot of that stuff. But at the same time, they're the ones who believed in reforms. They're the ones who believed in you know a lot of government. They didn't believe in the small government idea. Like
Mm.
they didn't.
Mm.
So and these were the ones that were considered the far left for liberalism
Mm.
during those time periods. And nobody ever freaking thought of them as a threat. They just had the free space to where they could just grow and grow and grow until eventually here we are.
Here we are.
You know.
Uh,
Nice.
uh, but uh, all these movements and like I think is a bit of generalization, but in a way, if you look at the deeper in a deeper uh, aspect of it, is like they all connect in some sort of frustration
Hmm.
that it's
Mm.
coming from the same thing, which is competition and struggle for surviving and for is basically the same, and it creates all kinds of different tendencies and frustrations type organizations, but it's all the same and at the core. It's
Mhm.
it all has basically the same root.
Hmm. And everybody's been screaming this stuff for
the
hundreds of
the
years.
the thing is that if we want to uh you know to bring an opportunity, we have to get in a way to get rid of all those terms, because when you put the word anarchism in front of anyone, it will it's you can call it like a contaminated word in a way.
Indeed.
Like
Indeed.
it takes you me,
Yes.
I love punk rock and all that shit, but it take me to another place. It doesn't take me to natural law and all these basic principles that it's about, right? But so
Yes.
it's really complicated to talk about society in the same terms that are the result of deeper behaviors and human aspects.
No, no,
And I think that's sorry.
just to be clear too, within the vacuum, when I was mentioning anarchists and stuff, what Bob Dub introduced to me, it upset me because I loved my old concept of freaking anarchy. You know what I'm saying? Like that was fucking the coolest shit, dude. When I was growing up, there was nothing cooler than being an anarchist. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
I mean, and then all of a sudden she just springs it on me. Well, they got rules. I'm like, seriously, dude? Nah,
It's not.
nah. You know, I'm thinking Sid Vicious. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
The
It's so.
destruction, self-destruction all the way.
Yeah.
You know, it's like go for it.
And this chick from freaking New Zealand comes in. Oh, they got rules. I'm like, no, dude, whatever, whatever. And sure as shit, she proved me wrong.
Well, it's supposed to be natural law, natural rules that human beings uh like very fundamental, right? Like uh very very basic rules, but yeah, otherwise it can't work. But yeah, the term is contaminated for me, and all these, left, right, and liberalism, and all these all these words are like super dirty, like
Yes.
right. It
And
takes you to whatever, and I, like, yeah, maybe they still sharing certain type of frustrations, but it'll mute to another type of thing, and then you see. I thought, like, I think, like, in with COVID, it basically, like the left turned to right, and backwards. I don't know what happens. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
It's because, like, when you put a title to it, is, you lose the capacity of really analyzing what's going on there sometimes.
Well, I just like the idea of being able to do the anarchy sign and then spelling boob backwards. You know, like like those are the two coolest things I ever did when I was a teenager, dude. Smoke, well, three. I smoked pot. I freaking spelled boob backwards, and I freaking did the anarchy sign.
you see the good things in life. Everybody needs a bucket list.
Yeah, I mean that's it. You know. But
But isn't it interesting, like what you're saying within that all the words are contaminated? Do you know when it's even beyond that? It's not just that our words are contaminated and mixed up. It's also that each culture has a different meaning underneath the words. Like here in New Zealand, I'm seen, because I've come from Africa, I'm seen as being opinionated, arrogant, disruptive, uncooperative. South Africans are really disliked in New Zealand because New Zealand values apathy, what I see as apathy and a lack of individuality. In New Zealand, there is no class. There is no. There is no. These people are better than those people. It's like we're all one. In South Africa, you're running to stay ahead of 6 million starving, literally starving people who would take your position in a minute. So it's just so weird. I'm the same person in both countries, but I'm seen so differently in both countries. So it's not just language that we're battling to have these to try and find common ground. It's also cultural perspective, I
right,
think.
sounds good.
Yeah, it's a lot of things, and it's also the way we have to behave inside this systems. Uh,
Mm.
Otherwise, uh, well, there's other ways to do it, but it will take a price, and not everyone can do it inside the and try to make a living in different ways. But yeah, I think it's it's complex.
Now,
It is.
now, since we've been talking about John Locke and everything, I'll go ahead and read the background I made up for him so that you guys can kind of get a
Cool.
story for him. So,
Thanks.
it's about John Locke. Now, in the year 1632, in a quaint village of Rington, Somerset, a child was born into a world of turmoil and change. His name was John Locke, and his destiny was to become one of the most influential thinkers of his time. Locke's earliest, Locke's early life was marked with the English Civil Wars, a period that undoubtedly shaped his views on government and society. His father, a country lawyer, fought for the parliamentarians, instilling in young John the sense of justice and importance of lawful government. As Locke grew, so did his intellect. He attended the prestigious Westminster School and later Church Christ, Oxford, where he delved into the standard curriculum but found his passion in the study of medicine and the Borgia, Borgianing field. That's another one of those English words. Burgeoning fields of empirical science. It was during this time at Oxford that Locke met Lord Ashley, the future Earl of Shaftesbury. This meeting would prove fortuitous, as Ashley would become Locke's patron, providing him with the means to pursue his intellectual endeavors. Locke's life took a dramatic turn when he became involved in the political machinations of his time. He found himself in the midst of the struggle for constitutional government, advocating for the rights and liberties of the common man against the absolute rule of monarchy. Exiled to the Netherlands for his beliefs, Locke penned his seminal works, including the two Treatises of Government, where he expounded on the idea of government by the consent of the governed and the natural rights of life, liberty, and property.
Hmm.
The revolutionary ideas no, these revolutionary ideas would echo across the ocean and inspire the founding fathers of a new nation, the United States of America. Locke's influence extended beyond politics. In his essay concerning human understanding, he introduced the concept of the mind as a tabula rasa, a blank slate shaped by experience. This idea would become a cornerstone of Enlightenment thought and paved the way for future philosophers. As the years passed, Locke's health waned, but his legacy only grew stronger. He passed away in 1704, leaving behind a world forever changed by his ideas. His visions of a rational, tolerant, and free society continues to inspire and guide us every day. And just to make it clear, the United States had their revolution in 1776.
All right.
So that
So 70 years after he died, then.
right
Right. Okay. Interesting.
now, the we were in a conversation about radicalism and classical liberalism, and I found out where I had it that where it shows the difference between the two, and the key differences between radicalism and classical liberalism are rooted in their approaches to political, social, and economic issues. A. Scope of government. classical liberalism advocates for a limited government role, emphasizing individual autonomy, economic freedom, and protection of civil liberties under the rule of law. Radicalism, while also valuing civil liberties, supports a more active government role in reforming society and expanding suffrage. Now, I wish I could have gotten more into suffrage, but I didn't really like the word, so I don't really want to look for it. It just sounds horrible. But
It's
I
women's rights, isn't it?
no, suffrage is like not just like the Irish and suffrage with the Irish too. I ran into cases or where it talks about that, like Ireland had suffrage and stuff like that too. Then it says B, economic policies. Classical liberals champion free markets and fair laissez-faire, however they say that. Economic,
Laissez-faire. Yeah.
laissez-faire, yeah. Economics, with minimum state intervention in the economy. Radicals tend to support broader economic reforms that may include more regulatory oversight and social welfare programs. Now, social policies. Classical liberalism often takes a more cautious approach to social policies and taxation, advocating deregulation and opposing extensive state involvement in individuals' lives. In contrast, radicals push for progressive social reforms and policies aimed at reducing inequalities and expanding democratic participation. Now, political reforms. Radicals are more inclined towards electoral reforms such as widening suffrage beyond property owners to include more of the population, whereas classical liberals were initially more conservative about existing voting rights. Now, right there is something that I actually think we had a conversation about on here or on another show, but I believe uh, it was after Andrew Jackson came into office as being president when poor people could actually vote here in the United States. Like and I think that would apply to the radicals who actually introduced that. I'm not positive about that, but that's what rung out to me when I read that because I do remember them saying that poor people who weren't landowners didn't have the right to vote.
Yeah.
So that was something that stuck out to me when I read that. And radicalism in the 18th century did indeed follow some of the beliefs of classical liberalism, but it also diverged in significant ways. Classical liberalism was emerged in the 17th century, which emerged in the 17th century, primarily focused on the protection of individual freedom and limiting the powers of government to prevent abuse of power. It advocated for the political system that could protect individual freedoms while preventing those who governed from abusing that power. On the other hand, radicalism, especially during the late 18th century and early 19th centuries, represented the leftward flank of liberalism and was a precursor to social liberalism, social democracy, civil libertarianism, and modern progressivism. While it shared liberalism's concern with civil liberties and opposition to autocracy, radicalism went further in advocating for electoral reforms to widen suffrage and other policies that the classical liberals might have considered too far reaching. In,
Hmm.
in essence, while radicalism and classical liberalism share common ground in the value they place on individual liberties and limited governments, radicalism was more progressive and reformist, seeking broader changes in society and governance. So, if that made any sense.
Interesting that you say it was the root of so many of the modern sort of progressive movements.
Mm-hmm.
When was it? When was radicalism? Was this also during the 17th century
It
that it
was
emerged?
it was hand in hand the 17th century
Right.
and everything. I mean, like
Mm.
where there was one, there was the other. And
Hmm.
the weird part about it is like when we started having conversations about conservatism, and I ran across this whole thing about the radical movement during the time.
Mm.
I was starting up my live streams for video games, and I started playing Assassin's Creed
Hmm.
Unity,
Hmm. Hmm.
and it was so weird because this game is placed in that time period in France, and like they had freaking radicals on there, you know, and like whenever you run into them and you get in a fight with them in the game, man, they look at you and they go, "You conservative, I'm gonna kill you."
Were the Conservatives the woke brigade back then?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
no, the radicals? I don't know. Funny.
The radicals and the conservatives did not get
Interesting.
along, I take it. I still had to do
Yeah,
more research on that, but I think that they didn't like one another very well. So,
very interesting. I suppose there's always been a left wing and a right wing.
hmm yeah, that's the thing that stood out to me too. And another thing that really flipped me out was when they, like, you know how we were talking about anarchists, and then like
Mm.
that branch of anarchy that you said, if it has the name a name at the end, it doesn't. It's not real.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, no, I say that all the names that are after anarcho are
Yeah.
not real.
When it,
Yeah.
right.
No anarcho communism, anarcho monarchism, anarcho capitalism, anarcho socialism. I don't believe in any of those anarchos.
Well, like right here though, they got civil libertarianism. Libertarianism.
Yeah.
Okay, that would be the same thing as what you're talking about right there.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
Yes.
like
Yes.
civil libertarianism. You know, and when it comes to like all the stuff that we've been having going on in the world today, like the woke movements and freaking things of that nature, with progressiveness or progressivism, you know,
Mm.
for me, I still believe that these are just names that were changed as time went by. You know what I mean? Like
Yes.
at one time they were named something else, and this right here kind of opened me up to a lot of things, like a missing
Mm.
link that I didn't, because a lot of this stuff is pretty confusing to understand.
Mm.
There's
But
just oh, go ahead.
that's one of the reasons why I loved the show that we were doing on duality,
Mm-hmm.
because it was about these opposing points of view and about how they need each other to balance each other out. Nobody's right. It just is like this. There's this way of thinking and there's this way of thinking. And somewhere in the middle, we have to do our best and get on with life.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
true.
take a look on the other side and see what can you get from there,
Mm.
right? Like, uh, because from their perspective, they are acting on their best intention, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Absolutely.
it's happening everywhere. I'm thinking more about like practical changes or practical differences that we can achieve uh, as communities and that kind of stuff. Like I recently read about an article from Ted Gioia about the record labels that are right now buying all catalogs of music.
Mm,
So and they want it's full centralization of the value and all the the music catalog of these uh great artists. So now for the first time we can do the same and create a treasure of music and value, but for the first time that is owned by the communities and
mm.
by the artist actually. So that will create a really uh, great change, I think,
Oh,
in
yes.
how we manage resources and value and what we create as communities.
And the people's opinion of how they can be involved in that, because all the way through history we've had to outsource things to specialists. You know, you're our medical health team, you're our agricultural team, you're our transportation team. We've always had specialists, and I think that it's fascinating to be in this place in history where we're trying to have these conversations, and we're trying to, like you say, with cataloging all the music, making people empowered in that process. It's just so wonderful. But the thing that I think, coming to this, one of the things that I think is that the fact that we can't talk to each other and we can't agree on different words, and we have these terrible divisions of ideology, because I think that that brings disunity between us, and that stops us participating in wonderful initiatives like you've just mentioned with the cataloging the music.
Yeah, I think it's about common ground and interesting common interesting also. Uh,
Hmm.
because I was reading an article from uh, um the World Economic Forum about centralism, and to abort things from that perspective, to focus on the common ground and the interest aspect, because we're talking here about creating to create new mechanisms to serve that are more dynamic and but it's economic or tokenomic systems. So it's about that. It's not about ideology. It's not about anything else.
Well,
But
well,
like
when you say that though, you gotta also realize like what we are talking. This isn't really
that.
outdated because like when it comes to free trade, okay, having an open market where everybody has the right to trade their goods and services. Your music, right there, is a good example of that. You know, like it's important that you should be able to freely do with your music what you want to do with it. Nobody should be dictating to you that you can do
Mm,
this and you can't do that.
mm,
You know,
exactly.
Yeah, and the thing is that that's why it's important to create options
right?
and diversity and to keep it open to review, so it could grow and adapt to different necessities and different perspectives, because that's the I think that's the magic of this all of this, that we can be creative and we can for the first time we can create options for for a bigger uh, scope.
do reach for the stars, basically. You can.
Hmm.
We live in a time now where you can pretty much do anything that frickin' you want to do. If you're looking at it from my aspects, I'm a 51-year-old man. You know what I mean? I was born in '73. Okay, Bob Dub before you came on was talking about talking to each other freaking through two tin cans. You know what I mean? She knows what I'm talking about. You know, so when I look at all of this new stuff, I'm seeing this world just opening up to a whole bunch of different opportunities. You know, and the sad part that I'm seeing is the younger people really don't understand how much opportunity is being handed to them, and they're letting these organizations come in and dictate to them what they should and they shouldn't do and what they're allowed to do.
Hmm.
You know.
Hmm.
But naturally, those organizations are going to to lose uh, force or and energy because you can see what's going on right now with the national elections in the
Hmm.
states.
Yeah.
It's really uh, I don't know what's the right word to that. It's like
Nobody does.
it's it's just the clear image of a theater.
Yeah.
It's a show,
Yep.
and that's why I was telling you at the beginning, like, okay, I don't really pay attention to that layer because what's going on is in other aspects,
Hmm.
and what's getting there is already what has been decided before.
And see, like right now, I wish that Mark's mic could actually work because like whenever we started this show, okay, I told Mark, well, I even told Bob that before at one point, like I don't really like doing politics no more. And I when I first started this, I was really kind of leery about doing it because I'd walked away from politics. I love political history. I love that they have some of the beautifulest writing that I've ever read in my life because I really love the writing, you know. But
Hmm.
but I just don't like the political climate that we've had for quite a long time now. So I walked away from it and I refuse to do it. The channel that I've got on YouTube is called the Praetorian, and I was doing politics on there, but I actually stopped doing it because it politics was starting to disgust me. And
Hmm.
when we did this, we it was under a clearer understanding. We're not going that route. It's not going to be about bad mouthing political parties because I'm against them or you're against them. It's going to be about serious issues. You know what I mean? And
Hmm.
that's basically how we've been doing it. And I really love this. You should see how many people we've actually had on here. We've got you on here now within the vacuum. We've had what's not Nick? Yeah, that was Nick. What was his name? Nick or Bob Dub?
Nick from Naroki.
No, freaking Vince's partner. You and Vince.
Oh, Julian.
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 Yeah,
Yeah.
we had Julian on here. You've been on here. So is freaking Otto. I mean,
Yep. Otto.
and we've had so many different people with different viewpoints, and we've had great episodes of this stuff. So don't be discouraged just because we're talking about politics, okay? I mean,
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
because we're not. Well, we are crazy. Don't get me wrong. Mark's the worst out of all of us.
No, I've been involved in politics as well because many of my friends are from well, I ended up hanging out with a lot of students of politics from
Hmm.
the university. So yeah, I've been involved a lot into the national politics, but like as an observer, right? that I've been looking at the thing like really close, and I think I've learned pretty much what's the what's the deal with that. And
Yeah.
yeah, that's
Mm,
why I'm
mm,
telling you, like, oh no, I don't pay attention to that, it's just
mm.
uh,
I think that what you're saying, but right at the beginning of the show today, we were talking about the difference. Well, not the difference even. We were just talking about classical conservatism and how it relies on practical reason and not theoretical or abstract reasoning. And I'm thinking here that's kind of what you're saying within the vacuum. You're saying, let's do it. Let's get in there. If it works, that's great. But let's not worry about theoretical stuff because, like, where does it really take you?
because it's to start the journey in an already made path, in a way. Like really don't have like freedom if you are like thinking about all these other, it's important, of course it's important to consider all of the
Yeah.
history and where we come from and what we have here. But what we have here, the good and the bad, allowed us to create new things finally.
Mm,
So that I'm more excited about it than
yeah.
the old things that didn't work, you know.
Yep.
So
We do live in an extraordinary age. I mean, there has
definitely.
never been, particularly, I was thinking the other day with watching all these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of YouTube videos of young people just standing with their instruments somewhere, busking on a street corner or in a forest or in a park, just standing there singing their song into their cell phone. Like when we were children, good heavens, you wouldn't be able to do that. You'd get hiss in your recording, and you'd get all the noise from everywhere around, and your music would be lost. And I mean, watching these youngsters just recording studio version songs on their cell phones
Mm-hmm.
is
Yeah,
it's a new type of technology.
yeah,
Well,
yeah, yeah.
well, within the vacuum, he if you watch some of his clips, he's a madman, dude. He gets it
Yeah,
going on right there with his laptop. He even shows a picture. He's
yeah,
got his laptop just sitting there, and he's just jamming out with his buddies, and they're doing that's quality shit.
extraordinary. It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. I
You know?
mean, do you remember Roger sitting with cassette tapes,
Yeah.
cutting the little bits that had got broken and putting them together with sellotape
Yep.
and rolling it up with a pencil?
Yep.
I think it's great to have all these toys and new tools to create, and it can make your life really easier when we're talking about production, music production, and everything. And yeah, kids making professional songs in their phones. But I wouldn't take from them the opportunity to learn an instrument,
Oh
because
no.
or to provide them with yeah, like knowledge about music, and the roots of it, like, and
Mm,
all the magic that is behind, because it will help them to develop uh, other qualities, and also develop the both hemispheres of the brain, and it's good for you. And I think, like, we get crazy about immediate results. Like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I want a professional song in 2 minutes, and there you go. And
mm,
Yep.
mm.
And that
and why is that? Who's pushing to 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 give oh, it's content creation. I get it.
I hate to give you
you
bad
know
news there. Within the vacuum, you're sounding like you got a little bit of conservative in you too. So
of
just
course.
you know.
No, I don't
But
deny
we,
that.
we were talking about this too right before you came in, all right? Like, and I mentioned it. I was like, I don't like the idea of decisions being made right then and there. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like, why does a decision have to be made right then and there on the spot because somebody needs a decision made? You know what I mean? I think if you take
Uh,
time and you think it through and then you come back and you give your decision, then you had time to really decide if it's a good idea or not.
well, I think it's the same. Is that this connection with the rest,
Hmm.
and and just I'm in a hurry because I'm acting on my own interest.
Yeah,
So I need it. I need it now because that's my. You know, it's the illusion of time and yeah, lack of perspective on that we are a species
yep.
and and yeah, well, decision making is another thing. But yeah, like immediate results, that I get that when I go to the farm to my mother's and I clean up the and I pick up the eggs from the chickens. That's immediate result for me. But I don't apply that to art.
Yes, you do.
It doesn't make
Yes,
sense.
you do. You know you do.
Well,
Somehow it does relate. Those chickens actually creates
well, no,
something.
no, I really don't. I really don't. Like I record layer by layer by myself, and
So you're
I
telling
mix it.
me,
I mix it up
so,
as in the old school style.
yeah, but
Like
you don't think about those chickens and laying the eggs at all when you're making music.
no, no, not at all. But I mean, it's an example. It's an example of where I find like the I don't know, the pleasure of immediate results
Yeah,
is not in the art.
right. You,
Because I enjoy the journey. It's about that. As an artist, it's about the how every project takes you to another level of understanding of what you are and what you can achieve, and it's about that. It's not, well, the result is what you put out there, but it's about the experience and the process you get on at each piece.
well, like the thing that I get when it comes to like decision making in humans is like whenever I was in Alcoholics Anonymous, I used to know this one guy. He was one of few crazy people, okay, that was in there with us, and he had this story that was a real good example, and I always try to use it when I can say it right. But like, he's like, imagine you going to a fast food joint, okay, and you're going into the drive-in or drive-through, and one day you're going into the drive-through, and you're in a hurry, so you get up there and you want him to take your freaking order, and you're having to wait behind like three cars. So you're upset because freaking you're having to wait for all these other people ahead of you to get a freaking order because you're in a hurry and you need to get it done, right? So what happens is they turn around and they get you up there to the front of the line, man, and you're freaking getting your order taken, and you're told to freaking pull forward away from the thing so that you can wait and they can have your order come out to you. Okay, so now in order to speed things up, they're having you move ahead so that you can be out of the line and wait for your order to come out and be handed to you. So now you get pissed off now because now you're not freaking going and having to wait to get your order. They're actually making it faster so that you can get your order faster. You see what I mean? So you're not happy if things are freaking going too slow or if things are going too fast. You're just, it doesn't matter. You're still just unhappy about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's well, we were talking about the other night on the Imaginarium. Like, I just get some Italian sauce with my spaghetti, and what in history, I don't remember any emperor who can order like, okay, I bring me beer from Netherlands, like, and and keep it cold for me. Like, we will really live surrounded by luxury that was never achieved even by an emperor in the past,
We're,
and still unhappy.
I'm glad you said that because it's true. Like we're living better than kings.
Yes,
Absolutely.
I'm
It's
talking to you
extraordinary.
guys from the other
Yes.
side of the world.
You know, I mean, we get our
And
milks pasteurized. So
We are alien level right now, and in comparison.
mhm. And they've shown in studies that have been done pretty recently, they've discovered that as people become more wealthy, their levels of compassion drop.
Well, it depends, because I know some people that are like really millionaires, and their lifestyle is normal. As
Yeah,
I said the other day, as I have more money, I don't have to take three breakfasts because I have more money. It's like common sense. And it depends what kind of wealth are talking about, because it's only money. It's about education. It's about all uh, many other things are representative of wealth and value, not only money, right? Or land, or that kind of stuff.
absolutely.
So yeah, there's a lot of people with money out there, like doing crazy shit.
when you say that, doing crazy shit,
Yeah,
it's true.
like trying to influence by their own wish, like following their own egos and stuff like that. So yeah, it's about education, and education about what we are in a fundamental aspect, I believe. Like about what we are as humans,
No,
not what we are in our uh attack, like if I'm a liberal or not,
th-
or conservative.
that was actually something I did want because that was something we were
Mm,
talking about when you came in, and I wanted your take on that because this is something me and Bob Dub uh, were actually talking about. Now, do you think that it's uh, productive to force kids to freaking learn something that they're just not interested in? Like, what's your take on that? Forcing them to go to school and forcing when they don't really want to learn the stuff that's being given. What's your take on that?
Well, each case is particular. It depends on the kid, because uh we are all different. For me, it wasn't good. When I get to the kindergarten, I realized, like, okay, the day before I was, in the garden exploring. It was like my life to explore, and then following the ants and studying their houses and stuff like that.
mm, mm,
And then I have to go to this place and play what they are telling me to play, and do whatever they are telling me to do. And I felt like, okay, this is I actually remember that was the first time that I got depressed in my life, in
mm,
kindergarten, because I felt like, okay, my life is, it's end. This is the end.
mm,
I cannot. Why I should do this shit every day?
mm.
And
Indeed.
so yeah, for me. But I looked at my other uh uh the other kids were doing very well, but it depends. Yeah, I think we should have the option to homeschooling uh the children.
Yep. Yeah, that's the same thing Mark said. And I keep forgetting the fact that like they can do that now. Like back in the day, that was hard to do.
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
like you actually had to have a teaching degree if you even thought you could get away with teaching your kids at home. Homeschooling meant that the parent had to have a teacher's degree.
Yeah.
Period. There was none of this internet schooling stuff. So like sometimes I forget that it's not like that anymore.
And I have the opportunity to went to university when I was 11. I got accepted at the University of Costa Rica, and it was really good because I realized really early that that wasn't the path for me either.
Yeah.
So I just, I knew it. So I had to look for alternatives, private
Hmm.
and mentorships and other kind of options, because either they were offering anything that was a line of my own interest, right? I found it in other places, completely out of the greed.
Hmm.
Yeah, and
Well,
I have to practically set up my own program and my own research and investigation, and with the help of these friends uh, that are very wise and prepared. But yeah, it wasn't. There was nothing for me in the into the system of, or at least the options that were at the moment.
yeah. Well, the reason why I brought that up is because I mean, we were having a good conversation about it, and like I did want your take on it. You know what I mean? Because like we've all got our own opinions about it, so I thought that was important to bring up to you too, because that was it was a good conversation when we were talking about it. So I didn't want to forget you on that part.
Yeah, I think there's certain fundamentals that everyone should know, right? Like
Hmm.
basics, the basics. But after that, uh, well, I personally believe that uh, the child should lead uh, his own program with the interest, with what calls his attention,
Hmm.
and every day, like, because kids are like that, like they paid attention these and that, and it's about exploration of the world. Is not about learning these to become the right machine that the systems need.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've come to 2 hours and everything. So before we go, I'm gonna ask you guys if you could kind of give yourself your uh give you. Oh man, I'm having a brain fart now. Can you guys kind of give everybody a place where they can maybe get in touch with you, or where they can watch your videos and things like that? Start with Bob Dub.
Thanks, Roger. Okay, so I have a YouTube channel which is called Bob Dub. Also on Rumble as Tiny Baby Kangaroo. But my home is minds.com. So if anybody would like to talk to me, I'll be on minds.com, also as Bob Dub. Yeah, thank you very much. And Roger, thank you so much once again for the privilege of being involved in these fantastic conversations. I think that this is offering us an opportunity to share information at a level that just doesn't really exist very much in society. So it's a real privilege to be able to come here and have these talks with you guys.
I'm
So thank you.
I'm glad that you're here too. Now, that that's not the end of it though, because we got to get some information from within the vacuum. And he's got cool stuff. He's not. He's got stuff that's way cooler than us.
Oh yes, he does.
Uh,
He's so cool.
thank you, Roger, for the space, and yeah, it's important. I love it. I cannot talk about these topics anywhere, so I think it's really important to have these spaces to analyze from different perspectives, for sure. And yeah, as well as Bob, you guys can find me at minds.com, as within the vacuum, and here and on X, and also YouTube. Everything is within the vacuum, so will be easy to find. And yeah, thank you, Roger and Bob and Mark.
No problem. And since Mark isn't able to represent himself right now because of audio issues,
Yeah.
I'll mention he's on minds.com too. You can find him on minds.com as Medworthy. You can also find him on Minds Chat. He goes by Mark Edworthy, but Medworthy is what he does on Minds. You can find me and him both on Skype for Tech Talk and also for this Roger's Real Time Talk Show host or event, and Bob Dub is on there too, I believe, aren't you?
On where, Roger?
On Skype.
Oh, I could be. Yes, I'm on Skype. Sorry, forgot. Yes.
So
Yes.
we're on
And
there.
a bit on BitChute and Odyssey. I don't really know where I am.
You're everywhere. You're everywhere.
Like a rash.
That's one thing I learned about all of you guys. You're everywhere. I think the only one that doesn't have like a whole bunch of places to go is Mark. Like he's the only one. Like that's
Right,
it.
yes. Yeah.
Like,
He's focused and concentrated.
yeah, he is. So with that, I am going to go ahead and end the stream and say thanks again, guys, for being here. This was great.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you very much. And thanks, Within. And sorry you weren't around, Mark, but thanks also.
Yeah, thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. I think we pulled it off. Now I got to find out if this can actually be downloaded.
Okay, is it still going? It says it's still going.
Yeah, I've got
Still recording.
yeah,
Recording.
I've got okay, I've got to go. Got it. So it says recording. You see, that's
We're
what
still broadcasting.
Yeah, I know. Well, not on the actual like stream, but like on the recording where I just wanted to see if there's a way to bypass because once I hit end on this recording, I can't turn the record button back on again. End spaces. Yes, I'll go ahead and do it. There we go. It's done. Can you still hear me? Yeah. It. Oh wow, that is weird. That is so weird.
Available opportunity.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she had an Elsa dress, and so Frozen was in Sharon's face for about 3 years straight.
Yeah, fair. No wonder you hate it.
Elsa.
No.
My gosh.
Speaking of Elsa, I am not looking. I'll ride it, but I am not looking forward to riding Frozen Ever After, especially if the faces go off because it's all projectors. Oh my god, it looks terrifying. It looks terrifying with them off.
Yeah.
No,
You are doing it, and you are doing the Frozen sing-along.
she's going to take me to the
Oh
Frozen
my
sing-along.
god.
Just
Oh my. I feel sorry for you.
absolute hell.
Oh no.
I'm going to make you do something you don't like to do.
I like everything.
I know you're. Yeah.
Like everything.
I'm sure there's something that spins or does something that you don't like. That I do.
Put a blindfold on her and direct her to Horror Nights.
Yeah.
Surprise booking.
I'll find a zombie. I'll find a zombie.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the only one I'm not keen on is Doctor Doom's.
Oh, I don't
Evil
like that
thing.
because that.
But you
drops-
don't like that anyway.
I can't do.
You've done it once.
I can't do
was-
droppy things because they make me ill.
Yeah, I've done it once, and
With the
There's
little shoes.
some really little shoes. I'd bought a new pair of white trainers that afternoon,
Yeah.
and it was dark, and Sharon was stood at the bottom being bag lady, and she said, "Oh, you could see all these like bright white trainers flapping in the like
Oh
night
my
sky."
every fast ride you went, they went on the Hulk, and all I could see was these two white shoes come firing out the tunnel. And when Dueling Dragons was still open before they changed
Oh,
it into
yeah.
Hagrid's,
Yeah.
you could see just these little trainers like on the back of this roller coaster. Yeah, I don't do big rides because I get really bad vertigo and it completely screws
Yeah.
me over.
That was Butterbeer Bogey night.
That was
wasn't
Butterbeer Bogey night.
it? Yeah. Butterbeer Bogey night.
Yeah, something else I wish to forget. Just Swift.
You're never allowed to forget that. That was a classic night.
Yeah.
Obviously, when we go over for the conferences, these very nice people who hold these conferences
Was IBM.
was IBM,
Oh, wow.
and they used to hire a park out, like just for conference attendees.
Nice.
And the first year we was over there, it was just when the Hogsmeade side had opened.
Oh wow, nice.
It had only been open about 2 months.
Wow.
So IBM hired Islands of Adventure for the night. So it was close to the public, just the conference attendees and their like families.
Yeah.
So basically it was about 2,000 people in there and that's it.
Wow.
That was
that's
it.
insane.
And all of the food and drink stands were open and it was all free. There was like free beer, free wine, help yourselves, carry on. And they were giving out free butterbeer as well.
Don't understand why people get so excited about it. Rank.
So there was me, Sharon, and a few of the other IBM crew. There was about a group of 4 or 5 of us.
Yeah, it was about 5 or 6 or something.
Yeah, and we'd got our like free butterbeer because obviously it was brand new and no one had ever tried it
We were all
before.
really excited.
Yeah.
We didn't realise it was rank tasting.
It's a very acquired taste, I feel, isn't it? It's
I
very.
see all these videos of people going, "Oh, the frozen one's the best one, the hot one's the best one, and this one's the best one." It's like,
Yeah.
nope, it's not.
It's only because of the butterbeer bogey incident.
Probably.
Right. So anyway, so we've got our butterbeer. We're walking past like the train, and this was before the Hogwarts Express was open, so it was just a static train at the time.
Oh yeah.
And we got stopped by the station conductor
Yes, we did.
and got asked, "Do you know how to drink butterbeer properly?" Us being the fools we are,
Said no.
said no. So he then had us lined up in a line.
That's how lines work.
Yeah.
You're like, carry on.
Yeah, okay, I've just realised that one. So we were there in a line. Better?
What lined up?
Lined up. Better line. And we were taught how to drink butterbeer properly.
Yeah.
Sharon got a little over adventurous.
It's like you have to hold it out.
You have to admire it,
and then you have
to bring it in
Yep.
and savour it.
Savour it. You have to sniff it, basically.
So you have to waft it under your nose and savour it.
Yeah.
Then you put your head down,
Yep.
and then you tip the glass up.
Yeah, and your nose is supposed to touch the foam.
Sharon's nose went in the foam,
inhaled it.
She inhaled the foam.
Oh, heck.
On that snorting butterbeer. I mean, there's some substances that people might want to snort in their life. Butterbeer is definitely not among them.
She then spent the next half an hour in a toilet
Yeah.
Get out.
trying to get the butterbeer foam from up her nose.
Oh my gosh.
It went hard.
No, you said it had like a plastic coating that had lined your nostrils.
Like a frothy cream soda is the best way to describe it. It's a frothy cream soda. So of course, when that's sort of like starts to dry up, it gets really tacky.
Yeah, yeah.
That no amount of washing got rid of.
No, I was rinsing my nose out in the toilet with Myrtle Mo talking about whatever she does.
The next morning she gets up and goes, my nose is crusty, I've got butterbeer bogies.
Oh my goodness.
So
yeah.
Oh, that's
that
hilarious.
is now forever known as the butterbeer bogey
There's
incident.
a really cool picture of me with a butterbeer moustache stuffed all over my head. And I'm laughing at the time because obviously I have no idea what I've just put myself through.
You have no idea of the 12 hours of hell to come.
Yeah.
So at this moment, she knew she fucked up.
It was easy. Never drinking it again.
Oh.
Every time I see someone going on about how great butterbeer is, I'm like, you've got no idea. Try sticking it up now.
Most people don't stick butterbeer up their nose.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, she was experimenting, she was trying new ways, like,
She was in a phase.
she was in a phase.
The man.
Etiquette.
She was telling her mom it wasn't a phase.
Oh my
I
goodness.
think what made it even funnier was the actual station conductor was English as well.
He was English, yeah.
So he was like, oh dear, we have a group of English geeks now. Here we go. Yeah, it was a good
My
night.
nose is twitching. The thought of that hideous substance being stuck up it. I was washing my nose out in the sink. When we
And your nose got
My
PTSD.
nose has
She has nightmares of this to this very day.
And I had to get up. Was I doing a session? I had to get up really early to be at a session at something like 7:30 in the morning.
It was breakdown because the party's the last night in it, so breakdown's the next morning.
Yeah, so we were doing something early that involved me getting up early, and I was there at sort of like 7 o'clock in the morning, rinsing my nose out in the sink of our room.
Snorting some coffee beans, trying to get that.
Oh man.
Trying to get the smell out of it.
Yeah, it was horrible. It was horrible.
That is
I thought it was
rough.
hilarious.
Every now and then it gets mentioned. If anybody watches our channel, the pictures at the front of the introduction, there is a picture of me with a butterbeer bogies moustache.
There is, yes. Yeah, I
Wow.
made sure that one was included. That was recurring in.
Oh wow.
So yes, so yeah, we've said that was a really good night when they like closed the parks off for everyone. But you did, like, when said Universal Studios was first, yeah.
Yeah.
You've done SeaWorld with
We
them.
did SeaWorld with
The Hollywood Studios you did with
we
them.
did Hollywood Studios with before Galaxy's Edge. I just spent all night riding
Star Tours.
Star Tours. You've ridden it now? I was like 11. After they put all the different endings in, where they'd mixed it all up
Nice.
and you got different things. So every time we rode it, they shuffled it. So I had something different every time.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can now see why I go as a stowaway. Any excuse.
That's
Get
the
me on
one,
a
that's the
flight.
one.
I think that pretty much just emptied all the questions I have that I needed to ask you guys, man. I mean, that was good stuff.
You know the stuff that you didn't.
Every time I hear you guys talk, well, Zach especially, like every time I hear stuff, it's always something different. Like this was really, really good when it came to like the food and the entertainment and stuff. Like that's one thing that I haven't heard yet, and you guys did it. I mean, you pretty much spelled it out. That was pretty good. I'm just kind of blown away by it, you know. I
Yeah,
never.
get us started on food and Yeah, that's it.
I'm slowly turning Roger into a Disney adult, so it's a process.
Well, so I found out something today, yesterday I found out, and I am so pleased but annoyed at the same time.
Okay.
One of my favourite sit-down restaurants, and it's a Carrots Mill as well, at Walt Disney World, was 1900 Park Fair in the Grand Floridian. Yeah. I loved that restaurant. I'd been there for breakfast, lunch, dinner.
Yeah, she's obsessed with it.
I'm obsessed with 1900 Park Fair. As I said, it was one of the better character meals as well, and it's been closed. It never reopened. Yeah, it's not reopened.
Oh, because of COVID.
Obviously they all closed because of COVID, but where everything's reopened, 1900 Park Fair hasn't.
Oh,
and
wow.
It's been and it's not been mentioned at all as to why it hadn't reopened. And I now know that basically where the Grand Floridian lobby is being refurbished, they're using 1900 Park Fair as storage.
Oh, what, really?
Yeah, apparently.
That's so unfair.
I was like, no!
Oh, damn.
It's beautifully themed to sort of like a Mary Poppins style. There's carousel.
Yeah, it was gorgeous. It was gorgeous
but it's
inside. It really
got
was.
a crack because they're doing the lobby.
Yep, so apparently once the lobby's finished its refurbishment, it will reopen.
Oh, there you go.
I'm like,
there you go.
That's not fair.
It'll be open when we go
I was really hoping it was going to be open in February, but it's not.
Yeah.
That's where I first experienced Disney mashed potatoes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Disney mashed potatoes on a whole new level.
Yeah,
and,
100%.
And corn dog nuggets.
Now the corn dog nuggets. Now, exactly what is that? Is there a way to describe that? Because
basically they're mini corn dogs. So like cocktail-sized sausages or cocktail-sized hot dogs.
Yeah.
They're them covered in like the corn dog batter and fried.
So instead of it being a massive one on a stick, they're little ones.
They're little nuggets.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
The corn dog nuggets.
Them and tater tots.
Oh yeah, tater tots. Tater tots and corn dog nuggets.
You know what people have been calling them recently, and it's really baffling me because obviously tater tots is like the name of them. Potato barrels. What is that?
It's the same bloody thing.
It's the same thing. It's just that tater tots is a brand.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh,
yeah,
okay. Got you.
A vacuum cleaner, a Hoover.
Yeah.
It's basically tater tots is a brand, so
like
that's why they are tater barrels.
But they're tater tots.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but they're tater tots.
Yeah. I assume they were, but it was like potato barrels. What that? Why? Why are you calling them that? They're called tater tots. I
think it's also because they're in like Woody's Roundup things. So
they're like
Woody's potato barrels would go better in Toy Story Roundup than tater tots.
They're still called tater tots in Universal.
They're still tater tots in Universal. The tater tots with the pizza stuffed on top.
Yeah, we're getting those.
Getting them, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Look at that food, for God's sake.
What did you before we started?
No, but we haven't got any snacks.
Alpha's is open.
That's an amateur move, guys. You need snacks always. Come on.
We even went to the shop earlier and bought non-alcoholic beer. Didn't buy any snacks.
You gotta have food, man. I mean, especially
you bought the wrong type of beer. You didn't buy any snacks. What's going on? Come on now.
Both of us don't drink anymore, so it's like.
Especially with this conversation. I mean, I know you have to be getting hungry just by talking. I mean, it's like, wow. I'm sitting here.
She has olives in the fridge. She'll be fine.
Come on.
You want it? Got some feta cubes and
Yep, that's right. You can keep all that.
You don't like, healthy snacks.
Don't do olives.
No, you say they're Yoda's testicles.
I do. Don't like olives.
I'm using that one.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of today's show. Gaming with Infamous is one of the names. Another one is Home Away from YouTube. You can put whatever name on it you want, I guess, just as long as you watch it. But I'm here, Infamous OG 1973. otherwise known as Roger Hanson. And today, back with us is Mark Edworthy. He actually showed up on time today. And we also have with us within the vacuum a friend of mine that I've been working with Minds Gamer and Bob Dub. And I'd like to welcome both of you to the show. And Bob Dub's here too.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Bob Dub. Bob Dub is here as well. You're on mute too, by the way. Okay, but before we get started, though, I wanted to welcome each of you here, and if you want to say something about yourself, feel free to do it. You might have to sign out and sign back in, Bob Dub. But now, okay. Starting out, I wanted to welcome you guys here. If you guys want to go around and say a little bit about yourselves, feel free to do so. You want to say something, Mark?
Okay. Yeah. I'm a member of Minds. I'm a user of Minds.com. Can find me on Minds.com/Medworthy. And my general interest is in technical, various technical elements, and speciality is in technical support.
Oh, that's amazing. I had to say it. She said Bob Dub is having problems with her audio at the moment, but when she gets on, we can get her to say it too. You want to say something within the vacuum?
Yeah. Thanks for the invitation.
You're welcome.
And well, I'm a musician, producer, and also a member of the Infinite Imaginarium. So from there, we develop a lot of crazy things, and I try to get involved in as many as I can. Basically, that's what we're doing, right?
Right. Now, Bob Dub is typing in the chat. Says thanks. She said she missed Mark's introduction, and she said sorry about that. Mark said that's cool. So now, what we're going to do is we're going to go over some stuff, and as we go through, it's just talking points. But if you want to have a conversation about it, or you want to get into the conversation, we can talk about it. And if not, then we'll just go on to the next subject. You know what I mean? But the first thing I wanted to bring up was updates on the Roadman competition that I've started. Now, what it is basically a competition for Home Away from YouTube and for Gaming with Infamous, where you read a script that is written in Roadman. Now, this Roadman is slang language from the younger generation in England. And they got this cool new hip kind of slang that they talk. And what it is the person who can actually read it from beginning to end as well as they possibly can will be able to win a game key. It'll be of our choice, just to let you guys know. Like, I'm not going to say what game do you want and go get it, because that shit will get expensive for real quick, you know what I mean? So but the winner will get a free game key, and I'll make sure that it's a decent game. It's not going to be something crappy, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to go get you some game that's just horrible, like a game of ping pong or some shit, you know. It'll be a good game. But I did want to point that out, and I also wanted to point out too that we have 3, possibly 4 possible contestants. Now, yeah, you don't have to have an accent. You can have an accent if you want to, Bob Dub. She asked, so do we have to have an accent? Now, this is the thing. If you want to use the accent, you can, okay? If you don't want to use the accent, you don't have to. But understand, the person who does the best job of sounding like a roadman wins the contest. So it's your call on that if you want to
So we're talking about sort of teenage London youth sort of accent.
Have you listened to any of these roadmen talk?
No, right.
I mean,
I mean an English accent. What's that? Birmingham, London, Oxford. Yeah, English. Remember, there isn't just a singular English accent.
now I do know that there are videos on YouTube of it that I can post up here because Bob Dub's even asking for an example of it, and I can post it up here. I'll post it on Discord and everywhere to where everybody can kind of get a.
I think a demonstration will be the best way to learn about it, because I know local roadmen. I know how they talk, but it's completely another thing, right? Yeah, I think it exists in every country. But yeah, go ahead, Roger, please.
Oh, no, she wants me to do it. No, I'm not. I'm not in the contest. You see, so.
Web.
You're
Yes.
you're only the how you call it, the ones who decide who's the winner, right?
No, I actually have the judges set off to the side. Now, the one who actually knows who is going to be the winner is Disney Magic Zach. Now, he's the one who first introduced me to this whole roadman thing. Okay, we were on one of the shows, and we were going over the map of England and talking about different areas and the different cultures they've got, and that's when he brought up the roadman. So that kind of really stuck to me, you know what I mean? That was where it all began for me. So I've been wanting to come up with a script to where we can have people do a contest, see who can sound like it. And what's going to end up happening is after all of the recordings are in, we're going to have Disney Magic Zach listen to them, and he's going to be the one who decides who has the best accents. And he is English. He's up in what do they call that? I forgot the name of the area. It was up where they filmed Shameless.
Liverpool.
Yeah, Liverpool.
Yeah, Liverpool.
He's from Liverpool. Yeah.
So how are you contactable? How do people send the recordings to you?
They can either come on the show and do it live here if they want to. If they don't want to do it here live, then they can send it to me through Discord or here on Skype, or send it straight to my email, which is rogerhanson1969@gmail.com. So, yeah, right here. If you want to come on here, Bob Dub's asking me if we can do it live, and I was like, yeah, we can do it live. You just come right on here and do it right on the show if you want to do it. It's perfectly fine. If we can get your audio working, though.
How long is this going to run for? When's the closing date?
It'll be at the end of the month. But if we do a good job, if this hits off well, then I'll do round 2 of it, to where we'll give people a chance to do it as well.
So we're talking about what, 10 days?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And
that's a little bit late.
And the
12 days.
We have Maxi Plays RPG on Discord. He has also got his YouTube channel, and he's said he's going to have his recording of it done by the end of the week. So I'm waiting on him. He's going to send in a recording to me. Now Bob Dub, she's on YouTube, Rumble, Minds.com, and the Infinite Imaginarium, where me and within the vacuum of Bob Dub hang out, and she's going to be doing something too, as well as Otto Excelsior, who's on Minds.com and Infinite Imaginarium and Minds Chat and all that. So with me and everything. So far we have 3, possibly 4. The fourth one, he's on YouTube. He goes by Detective Fallen. He's kind of on the fence at the moment. You know what I mean? But that's he's kind of shy. But he says that he is interested in doing it. Believe it or not, a streamer who's shy. You know what I mean? It's kind of an oxymoron, don't you think? So we do have a lot of cool things getting ready to take place. Oh, okay, I see what it is. Bob Dub, go into your microphone, change that from freaking default device to the actual device on your computer. That's one big problem I learned on Skype. You don't ever leave your microphone on default. Bob Dub said she's shy. She's shy until she's around us. But yeah, anybody who's interested in that, I've set all the information on there about that. So with that being said, we could move on to the next one now. Before we get started on this one, though, there was some good stuff that you had brought up too. Well, actually, we can kind of use it in with one another, but it's I wanted to go through and talk about the updates on the League of Legends. Now, in the first episode, I went through and I did I did an episode where I was talking about their freaking finals that they were having, their championships that were getting ready to take place. Now, what this is it's like the entire season of 2024 for the championships, or for the championships is like the culmination, the last part of this entire season. So basically they run their video game in seasons, and then at the end of the year they have a championship playoffs kind of like on it, and the conclusion of the 2024 League of Legends esports season is pretty much, I believe it's going on right now. Now the format for it is they're going to have 20 teams all together. 4 of them are going to be from Korea, 4 from China, and then 3 are from I believe it's the EMEA, whatever that is, the Emirate. Is that the?
Yeah. So Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and
then
Northern Middle East.
So after that, they're going to have 2 from the Asia Pacific, 2 from Vietnam, 1 from Brazil, and 1 from Latin America. All right. Now these guys. Yeah. Well, this is the weird part about it, though. I believe that the whole thing is supposed to take place in Europe, but at the end of it, it's actually going to be done in London. It's going to be right there in London whenever they're finally finished with it. I believe that it's, yeah. So I believe that's how it was when I said it the last time. But in stage 1, you have 8 teams that participate, and they draw into 2 double elimination brackets, and then matches are best of 3. Loser from the upper round 2 will play the winner of the lower round 1 of the other brackets, basically. So kind of like here in the United States, whenever we used to do our baseball tournaments when we were kids, you know, that's the kind of stuff we had to do. So they're going to be doing that, and then after that, they're going to have 3 steps, I believe, all together. There's going to be the play-in, which is the one I just described, and then step 2 is the Swiss, and that's going to have 16 teams participate, and that's 12 teams pre-qualified for stage 2 plus 4 qualifiers of Steam 1. So they'll basically be incorporated. Everybody from stage 1 will into that one. And they have this weird setup too, like you know, I was talking to you the other day about the platforms, how they want to make it to where it's more fair and everything whenever you play, Mark.
In what sense?
Like on the controllers, and how you have the computer keyboard versus the controller. That's kind of like how they do it in the actual games too. Like they won't let somebody who's just starting out go on to one of these games and play somebody who's level 20. You know what I mean? They'll be at the same level starting out, and that's what I'm guessing they're talking about doing right there.
Makes sense, yeah.
You know. Now the third one is the knockout, and that's 8 qualifiers from stage 2 participate. It's a single elimination bracket. Matches are best out of 5. So that's basically how they're going to do it. Now the prize pool, that's based on the minimum guarantee prize pool of $2,225,000. Okay.
US.
USD.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. That's something that really stuck out to me whenever I was doing, because we were talking about a lot of that, about a lot of the politics going on when Xbox and Activision and all them were involved with the EU and stuff, and how much money was actually invested into that. So when I seen this, I was sitting there thinking, my goodness, dude, that's like over $2 million on a video game.
Generally speaking, these esports things that's only the beginning, because then you've got sponsorship and advertising deals afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it could be a lot more money for the winners.
Now they say that not everybody is going to get the same percentage either whenever it comes to the winning teams. Like they'll be allotted according to percentages. Like each person on the team will get a certain percentage added into the amount that they get out of the pool, you know. So I wanted to bring that up because I wasn't able to really elaborate too much on that. Now they actually said, I believe, that it's already started, and I believe, I'm not quite sure on it, but I believe this one might be the one that ends in England, because I know I said that, but I was also talking about another game last time I was on this conversation. It was I always keep forgetting it. Let me go pull it back up. Yeah, Valorant. Valorant's having had theirs already, and they ended up giving away their first prize for 1 million USD. Then the second prize was 400,000, 250,000, and then 130,000. So, and then that time I didn't have anything popped up to where I could pull up information on League of Legends. So I went ahead and went back and pulled it up so that everybody could know. Now, earlier before we started the stream, you mentioned something that I thought would be interesting to bring up too, and it was well, you brought up Riot Games, and you were talking about how they had some kind of scandal, and
I believe it's still going on. Yeah, we were talking about League of Legends, and that just reminded me of the developers or the maintainers, the Riot Games. And there's an ongoing scandal, or well, an ongoing controversy in relation to Riot Games and their usage and their stance on non-Windows operating systems and mainly Linux, and mainly in relation to things like the Steam Deck, where they believe treats Linux-based operating systems as sort of cheating platforms, if that makes sense. So what they've I was looking at the issue in relation to GTA 5, Grand Theft Auto 5 earlier, and they've come and Riot has stated that you be able to play the offline version, so the single player version, easily, but to be able to play not the online variant, you need to install what is in effect a kernel addition and a kernel module. So just to bring people up to speed, the kernel is the actual basis of an operating system, which allows for things like hardware detection. And the kernel, from the perspective of security professionals, anything that is injected into a kernel could be considered as malware or rootkit access. So technically a security concern. So what Wired is saying is unless you stick in what most of us would term as malware into your operating system, they will treat your operating system or your device as a cheating platform. So anybody who's playing, let's say, Grand Theft Auto 5 on a Steam Deck, and they're going online, well, Riot, as according to the terms of service contract agreement, could disband your account, and because a lot of the games are in effect software as a service, so a lot of it's based online, you could lose access to that service.
That's actually a good topic. I think I should see if Within the Vacuum wants to talk, because I know you're big on stuff like that. How do you feel about what he was just talking about right there Within the Vacuum?
Sorry, Roger. I was at the kitchen, so I couldn't get the whole idea. But yeah, please go ahead.
When it comes to a lot of these anti-cheat programs that they're setting up on these games, and he was using Grand Theft Auto 5 as an example, where they can actually go in and they can first of all they can have access to your kernel, and then they can actually deny you access to anything that they want to deny you access, and it'd be directly from your computer.
Well, the thing is that we all signed those contracts, right? It's everything on the contract, and if you want to be part of it. It happens to me when I'm working with production or anything. I bought a software like 4 years ago, and I still have that one. That was the one that uh, the company didn't try to get into my computer, into every session. So I decided to go open source also on plugins, because other companies, they just want to get into your session and be there. It's crazy. And now the justification is machine learning and AI and all these, you know but yeah, it's similarly in a way, right? They all want to penetrate the market until until the living room of your house. They want to be there for you, for your help.
This is actually a good thing that the EU or those EEA countries could be fighting against, because, as we all know, Europe has got more consumer focused legislation, got more consumer focused policies. So things like buying software or buying a product for making sure that it's being bought for the purpose of being used, or allowing the user to be able to use it for the purpose of what was advertised, as an example. And also being able to protect the consumer from anti-competitive laws. So in this case, stopping software companies saying that you must use Microsoft Windows alone for this product. Also allowing the consumer to have more control over their own privacy.
This kind of goes into what we were talking about before with cross-platform gaming. Like and it's what really gets me kind of suspicious about it, because you hear the same language. Like for controllers and stuff like that, they talk about gameplay balance, ensuring that no single controller, no control scheme provides an advantage over the others is critical. You know what I mean? So in this, they're going to go in there and they're going to do all this stuff and set it up to where it's fair for this player and this player. But what's really the story behind that? You know what I mean? It just seems
Yeah.
it seems a little bit
Yes.
suspicious to me.
In that sort of situation, you would need something like the ISO, IETF organizations to create a standardization, an internationally recognized standardization, which all these companies sign up to and agree to, like we have in the ISO world.
I think
Where, as a simple example, a piece of printer paper is always A4 or letter size, it being a simple ISO standard.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
In a similar sort of vein.
I'm just wondering, thinking about the ideal scenario for that activity from companies. It will be like, it is just forbidden to do it, but you can make a contract with the user and pay them to allow them to get into the certain features of the computer for analyzing or whatever, right? But it's they are doing it for free,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
It could be a business.
Exactly. And like with Riot, just before we started this stream, I was talking with Mark, and we were actually talking about the League of Legends, because he thought that it might have been the League of Legends. So we went to Riot Games, and I found out that like these are the same people who in what was it 2023 they had to cut 43 employees on layoff, but they also suffered a cyber attack that stole the source code from the game. Then there was a teamfight tactics and anti-cheat platform on this supposed anti-cheat platform that hackers were able to get into, and then they turn around and they freaking sold the stolen data on the dark web for 700,000, I believe is what I said. 700,000.
But the thing is that these game companies, these game production companies, are not that those fluffy, nice lit people that are wanting to give you entertainment. They can be very unscrupulous and can be quite dirty. In the game production business market is a dirty game, in effect. Especially when it comes to employees. I all the time companies laying off employees or putting them on very limited contracts and then forcing their full-time employees to work extraordinary amount of hours at very little pay. I mean, look at employers like Jeff Bezos as an example. Not the most nicest of people.
You want to test your audio, Bob Dub? Oh, she still can't. You can't hear you. That's fine. It's fine. At least we can see you. If you want to make any comments, remember to type it in. Oh, got the kitty cat too. Cool. And if you want to make any comments, just make it in the chat, and we'll make sure that it's being said. So now, that right there was actually a pretty good conversation. That's the kind of stuff that I think people really do need to hear, especially when it comes to Grand Theft Auto 5. Now they're getting, I believe they're coming out with plans for Part 6 of it, you know what I mean? And it's been pretty much a staple when it comes to their games, Rockstar Games. They just basically have to depend on this game, you know. So I think it's important that people understand that whenever they do get on that game and they play it, that this game is actually able to reach into your computer and freaking much dictate to you exactly what it is they freaking agree with and what they don't agree with.
Potentially.
You know?
I will caveat that with potentially.
Potentially. Okay.
Yeah, because again, circumstances and legislation depend on which country you're in.
Now, after that, I did want to get into this whole thing that we were having a conversation on Minds Gaming's show last night, where we were doing the scripts and everything, and what it was Do Better came in, and he was talking about making an app, and previously before that he mentioned about Roblox. So I actually ended up getting into a conversation with Minds Gaming about it, and we're doing these projects together, which I'm not going to get into it all right now, because what I want to do is I want to focus on the Roblox part, because I did find out some more stuff, and I'm not a big Roblox fan. You know what I mean? I've actually played Minecraft, so I know about Minecraft, but I've refused to play Roblox. just so everybody knows, but, you know, and I want people to know, because that's something that I really need them to know. I do not play Roblox. But I went in and I found out some interesting stuff, okay? Now, through this kind of goes into what I was talking about in my first episode this season about virtual worlds, and what Do Better was talking about with Roblox and Roblox Studio. You can actually go in and you can create freaking your own games on there, and you do it through Roblox Studio. Now, I went in and I found out some information about it, and I found out that Roblox uses a powerful a program called frickin' Lua. Or the Lua scripting language is what it is.
Yeah.
Uh,
Lua is used in a lot of applications. One of the most famous ones I can think of is a couple XMPP server frameworks. So instant messaging, old-fashioned instant messaging frameworks. Lua is used as a configuration format.
Yeah, see, and that's what I believe Mines was talking about that just before we got on here, where it reminded him of it. For me, when I looked at it, it reminded me of like Unity, but easier.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Because you can see with, I didn't do like a deep dive on all of it yet. You know what I mean? But I did look at like trailers and videos and stuff of what it was all about. And to me, it looked like it was aimed at kids, to where kids could actually go in and do something, and it would be fun. It still had its complications, you know what I mean? Like they wouldn't have they couldn't be like little 5, 4. Well, maybe these days, you never know, but they'd have to be old enough to understand the basics of coding, and it was just like Unity but easier is how I see it. So,
It reminds me of a project that was popular in the late 80s, early 90s. Piece of software called 3D Construction Kit, created by Virtual Reality Studios, which was available for what was it? Amiga, Atari ST, Acorn Archimedes, and MS-DOS. And it allowed you to create a sort of virtual reality world and create scripts. Created scripts. So, as an example, if you want to trigger on a door or something, you could create a script to do that. It just reminds me of a very, very old program.
you see, that's kind of the stuff that we're actually needing to have you with us on, because like you'd be cool on giving ideas like that, because here in a little bit, we want to go over and start talking about some of the projects that we've been doing with Minds Gaming, and that's got a lot to do with coding and things of that nature. And
Sorry, I got the one. It was the project I was thinking of. It was called, developed by Incentive Software. The US release title was called Virtual Reality Studios. Yeah.
Now, I also mentioned before about Roblox, using NFTs in Roblox. And the one thing I did want to point out, though, I did check further into that, and I found out that it's important for everybody to know that NFTs can only be used on Roblox. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can't be withdrawn or traded or anything outside of the game. So, like, if you go into this game and you're wanting to use NFTs, it has to be solely for that game.
So much like I don't know, World of Warcraft elements. You can buy or you can collect a uniform from another player or a weapon from another player.
And you also have to understand too that, like, because it's on Roblox, okay, even though you can't take it and trade it off of the thing, they will raise in value. You know what I mean? Your NFTs will raise in value. I don't know how
as long as there's a market there, obviously.
But I don't know for sure how you would be able to freaking benefit or profit from that. You know what I mean? If it's on their game, but I'm just.
Do you own the full license to that? or is the license still controlled by the developers of Roblox or the person that's selling it to you?
Um,
I mean,
I would guess if you're creating it, you know what I mean, it would be to you, wouldn't it?
see, I know projects like Unity. It doesn't matter if you create this game yourself. The license is still owned by Unity, and they
Oh,
can technically withdraw it from you at any point.
yeah, that's something that I will check out, and I'll find out on that one because that's important.
Mm.
Mine's Gaming said he finally got the Unity engine, so I mean it's a good idea to just go in there and look at it. You know what I mean? It can't hurt, to be honest. It just Roblox Studio is what it was. I said engine, but he went in and got it just today. You know, and it's good to look at. I'll find out about the NFT thing because, like I said, well, when you create that NFT and you put it on the game, does that belong to you still? That's a big question. You know what I mean? Or does it belong to or is it the property of Roblox the moment that you put it on there and create it? So I think that's something that
And if it belongs to them, then what restrictions have they implemented?
Right. Well, for me, I would have a problem with it because you know it's something that I created. It shouldn't belong to them, you know. So
Again, again, it's the old terms of service point.
yeah, and Bob Dub mentioned it. If the copyright stays with the artist,
Yeah.
you know, that's a good point to bring up. I really don't know, to be honest with you. When I have no clue if the copyright does stay involved with the artist. So that's something that I do need to check out.
Would like to review the contract personally.
And later on, I can post it up and we can put it in the Imaginarium and maybe get Mark to actually show up in there and be more active with us. You know, we're like always doing stuff in there, right? Like you can come in there and hang out with us.
Seen you a few times in there, I think.
It's because I ain't got no room to talk. Bob Dubin within the vacuum is always freaking talking.
Yeah.
They just take
Yeah,
up all the
the
time, man, and just talk. I'm like, my goodness.
the transcripts there. Yeah.
Give us some room to speak. Just typing now. But yeah, that brings us to what I wanted to talk about within the vacuum and Bob Dub. But we are doing projects together, and then we're working with Minds Gaming. There are a few of them that I want to do talk about first, but I want to go through each of them. Now, this glitch is the one that I wanted to kind of get into and talk about glitch and what it's about. Particularly the fact that you have to use A-frame in this program. All right, and this is all about artificial or virtual reality worlds, which is a topic that I brought up, and I thought it would go perfect for kind of like going a little bit deeper into what I was talking about the first time, because they're saying now that in the gaming community this is going to be like, it's going to be the way of the future. You know what I mean? You're going to see more and more games go in to virtual reality.
The entire metaverse argument, I'm skeptical. Let's just say I'm skeptical on that one. At least in the at least within the next decade, I can see that happening. After all, meta platforms, Facebook's metaverse thing has not really been well it's not really had a very huge market take up. And it's been 2-3 years now since it was first introduced.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I remember 12 years ago being able to go on freaking browser, virtual
Yeah,
browsers, worlds.
I've spoken to you before. The concept of VIML back in the 90s, things like I think was it Alpha World, I think Alpha World, which was a very popular but short-lived project back in 98, 99. And I've been to various sort of virtual reality conferences, so sort of seminars that's done in sort of virtual reality sort of worlds. And that was a big thing back in the late 90s, early 2000s. But yeah, never really took off, or you don't hear about it that much these days.
What kind of cool stuff did you hear about back in the 90s and the early 2000s at those seminars, man?
Well, a lot of it was just a load of marketing, boring business seminars and stuff. Again, a lot of companies just trying to flog their wares, and coming up with the sort of futurology sort of arguments. The sort of Jetson sort of arguments by the year 2025, we'll all be flying, driving around in flying machines, and I don't know, we'll all be on the moon, space 1999 like sort of concepts.
Right. Now, that brings me to Within the Vacuum.
Well, no, now that you mention it, yeah, it's like, suddenly I'm a billionaire. What should I do, right? Go to the stars, is the first thing, and you have to build a huge, enormous, rocket to do it. it's like it's like the movie, you have to do what the movies told you, and I don't see much originality on that. But anyways, the VR, I remember a couple of shows actually from the 90s that were very popular, right? This guy who was doing like quantum jumps, and this other VR5 I recall. But yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, I can even understand like the differences now compared to what it was back when I was messing around with Unity. Because what first got me into this whole thing was my youngest son Wayne. He was real big on VR chat, and this was I would say this was maybe 5 years ago or less or more, one of the two. But he was big on getting on there and making worlds and stuff, and he thought they were games. And in my mind, I didn't think of them as video games. You know what I mean? It was virtual reality because I'd seen them before when I was living in Evansville back in 2006. You know what I mean? There's so in my mind, I didn't picture it as a video game, but now I've actually gotten in and I've tried to create these worlds using Unity first, and Unity was complex, okay, and that was just using straight Java. But now when I've been doing this stuff with Minds and Bob Dub and all them, they're actually doing it on something that's a lot cheaper, to be honest, than what Unity is. And it's not as complicated. You can actually go on the website and do your editing right there. You know what I mean? Whereas when I was doing it with Unity and VR Chat, they never had that opportunity. But at the same time, that was more of a game engine kind of setup. So I do see the differences between that time period up to now. I do see where there might not be as much opportunity money wise, but it's getting to where more and more people are doing it. And I'd stayed away from it for a while, for quite a while, and I come back and started hanging out with Mines and Bob Dub, and then I found out they had hubs on freaking Google. You know, I never even heard about that until I talked to those guys. You know,
Google Hubs is not one of the Google's sort of failure projects.
yeah, they
But they
just closed it.
disbanded it quickly. Yeah.
And what was that about within the vacuum? Do you know much about that?
Not really. I'm learning.
That's the reason why I wish freaking Minds Gaming wasn't afraid of the NSA. But he says it's the NSA. It's not the CIA. He doesn't want to get on Skype because the NSA is out to get him. And no, Mr. Robot was the one that was afraid of the CIA.
Well, if I was Minds Gaming, the kind of mind that guy has, yeah, I'll definitely do that. Yeah, he's a genius, man.
Bob Dub said they are the bad guys, and she spelled it with the capital B and the capital G, the bad guys. So,
Yeah.
With me, that's what I do see. I do see that there is a difference. I just think it's a matter of, like, when it does kick in, and it gets going, there's going to be a lot of people who are freaking going to be flocking to this stuff. Because we have AI coming in now, all right? And the last...
Again, you know my views on the AI,
right.
So-called AI.
From all directions.
And you're gonna see an explosion when AI marries freaking virtual reality. It's gonna be like
Not in our lifetimes.
it's gonna happen soon. I'll tell you that right now.
And also there's another point you've got to think about is market uptake. Are people going to? Is there going to be a sufficient amount of customers, willing customers? I mean, as an example, the Meta platforms, Metaverse, then there isn't enough customers to keep that as a justifiable fair. Well, maybe as a long-term sustainable product.
Mm-hmm. No, to me, I think that would have to do with more of interest, because like you have big players in this game. Like you've got Facebook that's got their freaking virtual reality thing going on there.
I've said on the Minds General's chat room many times, can lead the horse to water, they cannot make a drink.
Mm-hmm. It's old people's stuff. Young people are not mainstream, you see. That's the thing. What do you think about that?
Remember, marketing executives are old people. Generally.
I guarantee you none of them in the gaming industry are old people. What you and me consider young.
The lawyers, the marketing executives, the senior salespeople.
I guarantee you the oldest one of them is probably in their late 40s, and he's the freaking pioneer. I guarantee you.
No. These remember that to have a good marketing executive or a good lawyer, that requires experience. And experience only comes with age.
Bob does bring up a good point in here. She says FB and GOG, or GOG, how she spelled it, but GOG is, I'm thinking that's what she was talking about. Galaxy of Games.
No, I think she's talking about Google.
Google. Okay. Now they're followed by old people. Now I know this from a fact because I'm always around my nephews and my son and everything. Now, the average person their age, they don't even care about Facebook. You know what I mean? They don't care about Google.
I'm not so sure. Facebook is the major player when it comes to the social media
Well,
text industry, and YouTube is the major player in the video
no,
industry or video social media player.
I didn't say
Google is the
YouTube.
major player in the search engine facility, and because they've can get the market share because they've got the money to advertise. They've got the money to.
Right.
How many times have you switched on? Not that I watch TV these days, but how many times have you switched on and seen a Google advert compared to, let's say, an Odyssey advert?
Well, that's you're talking about who's the big dog in the freaking pond, though. That's what it.
Yeah.
I mean, and you can't compare Odyssey to Facebook, or just like you can't. Now you can compare Facebook to X. You can compare them to Instagram
Okay,
and stuff like
YouTube
that.
to Odyssey because that's much more of a level playing.
No.
Well, that's much more of a similar sort of environment,
Yeah.
ecosystem. Again, this is all back down to the hearts and minds and being able to market your products to the appropriate demographic, to your wanting demographic. And companies like Odyssey, Minds, Rumble, they don't have that sort of capital.
And see, this is the kind of stuff that I was wanting to get into to talk about because we were, what I was getting into was glitch, okay? And don't get me wrong, working with A-frame is freaking horrible. It sucks. You know what I mean? It really, I'll tell you, but they do have a system that's set up there that works, where you can go in and you can do this stuff virtually free. You know what I mean? And you can do this where it's not connected to like a game engine like Unity or Epic. You know what I mean? So I find that's a pretty good thing. And it still has a long way to go, but I really think that it's a good idea to really take a look at that if anybody's interested in making virtual worlds and stuff of that nature.
Just out of a point, you keep on talking about A-frames, but you've not explained what an A-frame is.
A-frame is a language.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
the A-frame language. Like you have JavaScript, you got freaking JSON.
They take Fortran, full Lisp, C.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard like a few years ago about the metaverse from Meta, and it was a completely failure. I heard, right? They lose a lot of money on it, and they have nothing yet, nothing that worth, like really marked a difference between what they are doing.
I think they have got some traction in the sort of corporate world, again, for sort of seminar type of virtual reality sort of seminar type things. But as far as the sort of general consumer demographic, there is very little interest.
Now that's what I was trying to get at, like not just like a Facebook or Google or any of that, but like kids really are straight focused on video games. You know what I mean? They really don't want anything to do with Instagram unless it's taking selfies.
I remember you say kids, but even within that demographic, there is still a very limited number of users or people there. The gaming demographic compared to what the how many billion people we've got on this planet. It's
Yeah.
a very small number.
Yeah, I agree. It really is. Now, I was wanting to talk more about the block madness thing that we're going on. And this has to do with you within the vacuum because you have been working with Minds Gaming the most at testing it and everything. And I was wanting to know if maybe you could take some time to kind of explain to us what you've been doing with them and how it's working out and what stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Well, it's very impressive, right? Like it is like a simulation of a blockchain, but a customized one where you have a personal wallet, so you can send not NFTs but digital assets directly to another members of the community wallets. You can post, and when you make the post, it goes to your wallets also. I mean, it's a lot of really amazing simplified functions, right? That we all hope to get one day on the blockchain platforms. And I think I'm learning about it and testing audio files and how it works, and also images and all kinds of stuff. We're trying to make it fail, basically, and
So,
doing all kind of crazy things to see what happens. But it's great. It's just amazing. It's beyond I ever expected. To be honest, it's a new thing. It opens.
so similar to Arweaver or the Arweave permaweb project, which I think is still going on. Minds.com experimented with that a couple of years ago. Minds Gaming can speak a lot about this, but which allowed for posts and post-related content, so media files to be uploaded to a blockchain. Remember, there's multiple blockchains, so rather than a single central blockchain. So
it's a hybrid between centralized and decentralized concepts, right?
Okay.
So you centralize when it's more needed, and decentralized when security and all of this is required. So I think it's very intuitive, very logical. From regular non-technical user as I am, it is magnificent.
I think that's actually pretty cool that you brought that up because whenever it comes to like wanting to make NFTs, there's a difference between an NFT and an asset. You know what I mean? So that was something that was being discussed too. It's not at the stage yet to where it can be an official NFT. And the blockchain is specifically local. You know what I mean? It's not hooked into a blockchain for cryptocurrencies at the moment. It's just being worked on right now. So
okay, so it's a work in progress project.
Yeah. It is like a simulation at this stage, right?
Right.
Okay.
And it is really cool. By the way it sounds, it's going to be something good because we've been working together now on like working with MintMe and doing stuff on MintMe together, and then doing Glitch and setting up like a VR world where everybody can meet and talk and discuss things and stuff of that nature. So
and sorry, Roger. I was remembering a conversation with my Minds Gaming about it, and I was telling him once when we had the rooms at the hubs, right? I was telling him like, why I cannot just grab something here and give it to you, and that's an NFT transaction right there, right? And I think through this approach that he's taking, that will be possible in no time in the rooms that we are building with Glitch, right?
Yep. Yeah, I
But
see. I agree with you.
But the problem with these things is still vendor specific, so you can only use it with a certain platform. One thing that I would like to see when it comes to these blockchain technologies is sort of a sort of standardization throughout multiple platforms, such as what Mastodon is attempting to do and IPFS is trying to do. So you can implement these APIs into other platforms. So if, let's say, I want to share my content from Facebook to Minds, I've got a single infrastructure that I can do it via.
Right.
I've got a single mechanism to do it via.
Sure, sure. And then you can build smart contracts into new apps from there also, and yeah, create crazy things and on distribution split for artists and collaborators. And well, I'm looking at everything I look on this is from the artist and music perspective, right? Because that's my thing. But it probably have a lot of many uses. But yeah, for music, it will be great to be able to do that. And well, we've been thinking about the creation of a platform for music that uh, try to basically get back the 70% that the middleman was getting it to back to the artist for the first time. So basically, that's the idea, and to be regenerative. Ecosystem with artists and listeners and right.
Right.
So yeah, this looks very promising for that kind of concept.
No,
Yeah,
but
but again, my viewpoint is all about standardization.
yeah.
In the IT world, it's all about standardization. I've got let's say document that I want to share with you, and you using some weird application, and therefore I can provide it to you in a, let's say, a PDF format, and we can both use it. So yeah, it's that standardization concept that more intrigues me.
And
Sure.
I also want to point something out first too, because you said something important within the vacuum, and like with what we're talking about here, for anybody who's listening, this doesn't just apply to video games. This applies to musicians. This applies to artists. You know, this project that's going on is something that goes even beyond video games. You know, and could be a part of video games if you're like wanting to, you know, become a creator, create your own engines and stuff like that too, you know, things of that nature.
And then within the very broad definition of what the creative industries.
Yeah. Well, I personally believe that an artist is a musician. A musician is an artist. All of it goes hand in hand. You know what I mean? Like, you're creating art is what you're doing. Like, so that's how my view is.
All musicians are artists, but not all artists are musicians.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, but you know the thing with music is that big companies are getting all the legacy artist catalog, right? Um, which because they probably will go to tokenization programs, right? Like we have Sony Music right now looking for ideas to build a platform on Web3. Uh, they will have to deal with trust first, I guess. But the thing is that we can build and create a a catalog, a treasure for music and art that belongs to the communities. So that'll be great, like to back, to use as a back for a token, for many other things in the community, and value as well.
Only issue I can see with that is when you buy, traditionally, when you bought a medium, so may that be a book, may that be a CD, may that be a tape, may that be a computer game, you don't buy the content, you buy a license to use that content. You are buying a license to own the physical products there. So whoever's on that physical product, you aren't buying. You are only buying the right to access. This is traditional in all kinds of industries, especially in the music and games industry. At the present moment, there are some interesting legal arguments about Steam and who actually owns this game once purchased, and I think it's even Australia or Canada. There's a legal argument. I think Australia at the moment, there's a legal argument to, actually no, California. California's in the middle of implement, or has just implemented a law that forces companies to define define what is ownership. So when a company says you purchase this game, do they actually mean you purchase the game, or you've purchased the right to access the game? On me to things like software service, so games online. We've seen this plenty of times when not only in games but in physical products. I can think of the Ring doorbell, which is now owned by Amazon, where they've produced these Ring doorbells, and they've either changed the license terms of service agreement after purchase, or eventually discontinued the online service, therefore making the actual physical products useless.
Interesting.
So all about ownership. Well,
I think something great about this is that you can, as a fan, you can be, you can participate of the economy of your favorite artist as well. So that's another level of engagement, and another game that didn't exist until now. You know, this a lot of new possibilities, and there's a lot of nuances and in the middle that that have to be worked as the copyrights and
that was
secondary markets outside the platform. But because now I'm talking specifically about the automated platform that we are thinking about, the Creative Hub, which is this collective of groups, artists and musicians from different parts connected through this platform, right? So the idea is that everyone we have curation services in local groups that help the artists to bring the best they can, and when they release it into the platform, every member automatically make a purchase of the new release. So the idea is to have these tokens, a certain amount of tokens that they get actually when they assist to the local group. So that's actually the point when it became regenerative, when they get these tokens for assistance. So they will always have some money to expand on the platform,
Uh,
right?
Tokens, not money. There
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
it's a
Tokens,
there's a legal
tokens.
definite there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely. And yeah, they will always have tokens to spend on the platform and other activities. So yeah, I think there's just a bunch of ideas, but I think it's getting there, step by step.
Again,
I
like you
do
said,
like it.
there is a lot of concerns, especially when it comes to ownership and revenue splitting. And if I am an artist and you participate in my creation, um, do you own part of the copyright? Do you own part of the ownership of that product?
And see,
As an example.
this actually comes back to what I've been talking
Yeah.
about. Like everybody's so big on jumping on this freaking Fediverse and jumping on all of this stuff that has nodes. You know what I mean? Going on this freaking journey through these, you know, different areas of the internet. Where I'm the opposite. I believe that freaking I'd like to have a platform that's autonomous. And one thing that really sticks out to me is like with these NFTs that would take care of copyright infringement real quick. You know what I mean? Get something set up through an NFT to where you could take the NFT and say, look, this is mine. And then whenever you want to sell something to somebody else, you are selling them that NFT. It officially goes from your hands to his hands. You know, there's no more me saying, look, man, that's mine. I want it back, and vice versa. You know, so with me, that's what I see about it. That's the reason why I got involved with MentMe was because I was thinking, you know, it would be a good way to get people who are into, you know, gaming, they're into freaking music, they're into content creation is what it's referred to as, where they can actually monetize themselves instead of having to depend on platforms like YouTube or Facebook or even Rumble, you know,
I
or
would say
Odyssey.
tokenized. Just a small definitional point. I would say tokenized, not monetized.
Well, eventually,
Yeah.
I'd like to see
Well,
eventually it be able to be cashed out. Now that's where me and within the vacuum and Bob Dub and everybody disagree to a certain extent about. You know what I mean? Because I think that people should have a right to make money off of it or not choose not to have it. So there should be that both of that options. You know what I'm saying? Because
yeah, that requires regulatory sort of standards.
as time goes by, get there. You know what I mean? I mean, make it
That
happen.
this is really a hot topic both in
Uh,
Europe and in the US at this present moment.
Because the biggest issue with today is like these content creators are being exploited by people who have money and they have power and they're taking advantage of them. It takes at least 2-3 years for a YouTuber on YouTube to actually get pennies on the dollar for the videos they put on that platform.
Mm.
And they turn around and they look a blind eye to it because they have no other options.
I don't know, with YouTube, it's a bit more interesting because, again, we've all heard of the so-called YouTube millionaires, the PewDiePies of the world and so forth. It's possible to make money on platforms such as YouTube, but yeah,
It's a very, very heavy competition. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And,
yeah.
and it all goes back to what I was originally saying: monetize yourself, not everybody else monetizing you. Not going to YouTube and being on their program to where you have to do what they say and when they say it in order for them to freaking give you money. You know, if you want to take that token and you want to invest it into your videos, then that's what you do with it. You know what I mean? You're doing it with your money, and then when you get other people to come in and they use that token or that coin, then you're utilizing that money towards yourself. You know, towards your content. Nobody else is doing it for you.
But again, you've got to resources first before you can make more
Right,
resources.
exactly. I agree with you on
It's
that.
like sort of a catch-22 sort of argument.
You
going on
gotta
there.
you gotta start somewhere, dude. You know, everybody thinks that like ideas are just handed to you, and you just that's why a lot of things never get started, because everybody's waiting for that right moment whenever they have to do it, and they don't realize if you're going to start something, do it now. You know what I mean? Start somewhere. Later on, you can worry about all that other stuff, you know. But right now, you have to start somewhere. You have to get up and actually do it, or it's never going to get done. That's
Again, there are. This is why a lot of creators use platforms like Patreon and have third-party sponsors. I mean, many times have we seen YouTube videos advertising NordVPN or World of War, whatever.
Warcraft, yeah. That's Bob
Yeah.
Dub's game. She loves that one.
Or Shadow Legend, whatever. Yeah, but yeah, there are other ways of doing this, but again,
Now, like with me, you know, I sit and I look at a lot of the stuff that people are talking about when it comes to platforms and being monetized, and I'm like, why would you put yourself through that much heartache and grief? Okay, why would you sit and work for 3, sometimes 4 years to get 1,000 subscribers and promote your videos on there, freaking giving money to these people so that they'll eventually give you not even a third of the amount of money you invest into it before you get monetized?
like I said, YouTube has got an interesting various programs. I can think of quite a few creators that sure, their income may be a bit fluctuant, might fluctuate quite a bit, but they still use YouTube because they know it's their big income.
No, they know they can use it to promote.
Is what they have. There's no other option.
Right.
The thing is what that creates is a lot of cheap content. I really admire, like these when they invest in to create a like real deep and good content. But yeah, it's many aspects that I really don't pretend to be a content creator or anything, right?
You're an artist.
You say cheap content, but again, this is all about market forces. If people like to watch that sort of stuff, then those creators will get the subscribers, and therefore they will get the profits at the revenue at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's part of the market. It's, I have a lot of fun with some meme sessions that I have.
Yeah. Okay, I was wanting to talk about dual console strategy games, but I think I'm gonna cut it short on that one. Like, it really wasn't very interesting, other than the fact that they have Halo Wars 2. That one kind of reminds me of the old Command and Conquer style game. I didn't even know that game was out. I know they have like this platform where you can go on and play Halo for free now, but I just recently found out they have like Halo Wars 2. I was like, what the heck? And it looks just like Command and Conquer's setup, where you build your base and stuff.
Like a real-time strategy type. Yeah, I think isn't Halo meant to more for traditional first-person shooter type?
Yeah, that's what's so weird about it. That's exactly what was so weird about it.
Yeah.
Then they also there's also another game called Crusader Kings 3.
Yeah, I remember the first game actually.
That one reminds me of freaking what was that? Age of Empires.
In the vault, yes.
So I mean, now XCOM, I don't even want to talk about XCOM. That pisses me off. I can't beat that game. I got past like 2 of the levels, and ever since then, those freaking aliens just keep killing me, dude. I apparently cannot do strategy whatsoever because I keep dying, and then like my budget will run out,
Okay.
you know. So those were the 3 things I wanted to mention, but other than that, man, you guys got anything else you want to say about the Block Madness and Glitch and what? I was gonna talk about GameFly, but
GameFly?
yeah, GameFly. It was the chat that we've been using on our meetings and stuff.
Okay.
It's kind of cool, but later on maybe we can get into it when we can come up with another topic concerning this, because I think that's actually pretty cool. It's like an actual chat that we use with Glitch, to where we go in and we have our hangouts. And,
For proprietary platform.
It's ours. It's kind of like how it's how freaking Jitsi is.
So an open source AGPL
Yeah,
license. Okay.
it's pretty cool. So I mean, later on,
So you can.
oh, go ahead. Go ahead within vacuum.
No. You can mix it and create little worlds, open source worlds.
Okay.
It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool too. Later on, man, we'll get back on here and we'll do some more talking about that, because I thought that was pretty cool. I thought that last week it might have been that one. I remember back 10 years ago they had this roulette thing where you could talk to chicks and stuff. And I was like, I asked Minds Gaming if that's what it was, because it has a little pink penguin or pelican on there. And that's what I remembered from that one. And he's like, no, it's not that one. I need to shut up, though, because every time I say that, I'm just telling on myself. You know what I mean? So, do you have anything else you want to say within the vacuum?
But not really. Go on. Yeah.
So we've pretty much covered all the talking points that I wanted to cover tonight, and I apologize to everybody for having to reschedule for Saturday. These guys already know because I told them before, but I'll let everybody, if anybody watches this regularly, what took place is I had an exterminator that was coming out yesterday. I had completely forgot about it, and bam, it was like I get a phone call, and it was time to get the hell out of the house. So for the entire day, I had to sit out in the backyard for 4 hours watching my dogs, and it just yesterday was just shot. That's the best way I can tell you. So.
Yeah.
Not only that, I've been suffering from a cold myself, and the last couple of days have been really croaky. So yeah, I guess probably wouldn't have been able to join anyway.
What was you saying within?
No, well, I was thinking about the copyrights and that intellectual property and how useful NFT might be on that aspect. Because as I understand, I might be wrong, but you just can't write it on a paper and put your sign on it, and that's it, right? Legally. And so if you do it on an NFT, on a blockchain with immutability and all this, it's not like the same but better. It's not like on the legal aspect, on authentication of something that you own. Because I've heard about real estate using NFTs to make deals and all kinds of crazy things, right? Like trying to link an NFT, a digital asset, with a real life RRL stuff, right? So that's interesting because where's the limit of the IRL jurisdiction
There
and
isn't.
and
It's the
right?
It's the beauty.
The copyright is, well,
You like
generally
I
speaking,
can write a contract, an
Mm.
NFT, and put it on an NFT and just sell copyrights or sell whatever I want.
generally speaking, a contract is valid no matter where you are, generally speaking.
Yeah.
Again, it's just a different medium. Rather than paper, you've got it digitally signed.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. It's actually, you can make it both. You can make a paper contract and put it on an NFT and have it in both worlds. But yeah, I think is not. I think they're like getting more trouble that it has to be on that aspect about blockchain. It's very simple, to be honest. It's just okay. I don't know, link it with the QR code or whatever.
Yeah.
Just use it. It's like a public register, universal public register. So.
I agree.
There's something in my team we was talking about some time ago, and it was concept of receipts on a chain assets. So if I buy this cup from you, or you buy this cup from me, and then I'll write up a receipt and put on a blockchain, and then that is proof of purchase.
There you go. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Isn't it? Yeah. The great thing is that you can automatize certain aspects of your deals and then modify. That's the idea. I think those smart contracts, certain, well, right now when you upload an NFT to, for example, Sound XYZ, you can choose certain parameters of the NFT, right? So we can make that more specific in certain aspects, to include actually contracts and other type of things that you can upload it to the NFT or to the digital asset, whatever you call it.
Yeah, I'm glad that we're getting away from the old idea of NFT is only there for images or for as is the classic case, treats.
Yeah. It's very
which-
limited, it's like they
yeah.
came from social media, which is that okay, turn that into NFTs, that's it. It's nothing new. But yeah, I find a lot of uses that can be done by that technology, but yeah, we're getting there.
And with that, I think we should give it up. It's at an hour and a half now. So usually I do the other ones at like 3 hours long and stuff, but this one is the gaming one. I keep it down to about an hour or so. A lot of those gamers don't like to have to watch long videos. So I put like an hour and a half on there so that these guys can watch it in WLC and not bitch at me. So so if anybody is out there and they're in into gaming, remember to watch, like, and comment. Especially leave a comment. I love talking to people. These guys can tell you I'll talk your ear off in the freaking comment section. So just remember, leave a comment and say something nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And guys, please visit my YouTube channel. I just released a new session, and it's crazy. Within the Vacuum on YouTube.
Okay, now I noticed you have other channels too. Like, do you want to tell everybody that one, like the one with the ambient music and all that?
Oh, that's elevated frequencies. Is part of the within the vacuum channel, so you can find it very much in the same. Well, you put just right within the vacuum, and I think is the only name,
Okay.
weird name like that in the internet right now. So you will find something.
Just wanted to point that out too. And Mark keeps doing this. I'm gonna keep correcting him on this because he keeps forgetting to say this whenever I ask him to. But Mark also is my co-host on Roger's Real Time talk show event. He's also involved with Minds Roundtable weekend event, as well as Tech Talk, where me, him, and Tan High Tran go and do our talks on there. So he doesn't like people to know that he's a movie star, is what it is.
But remember, we haven't got a session going on at the moment. The third session should be in January.
Yeah.
Season.
It should be. Well, we've got to decide which one we want to do, or if we want to do both of them. Tech Talk, because like I like to space them out. Have like Tech Talk for 3 months, and then have maybe Roger's Real Time Talk Show for another one. But mine's roundtable is going to be tough because everybody usually does that all throughout the year. So, and I get so sick of that show, dude. I seriously do. Hopefully, maybe I'll have time to like say, you know what, guys, I'm not going to do this for about a month and just take a break and come back and do it later. You know, that show has been like the most annoying freaking show to do, man. I swear to God, it has.
Well, it's because it's so random. They're so broad.
Yeah.
There is no specific subject area.
It's a free for all. It's for naked chicks on the beach.
Not YouTube not family friendly.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and end the show and say thank you to for being here, and thanks Bob Dub for showing up too. So let me go ahead and end this, and we are done.
In the ancient city of Babylon, the night sky was more than just a canvas of stars. It was a map, a living chronicle that guided the destinies of gods and men alike. The heavens, ever-changing, whispered secrets to those who could decipher their language, and among these secrets was the tale of Marduk's ascension, a tale written not only in the hearts of the faithful but also in the stars above. In the early days, Ea, the god of wisdom, held dominion over the incantations that bound demons and protected mortals from the malevolent forces of the unseen world. These spells, once powerful, began to shift as the city of Babylon rose to prominence. The priests, recognizing the need for a central figure of power, began to re-edit these ancient incantations, replacing the name of Ea with that of Marduk, the patron deity of Babylon. Marduk was now heralded as the supreme protector, the one who held sway over all demons, witches, and sorcerers. As Marduk's power grew, the hymns once dedicated to other gods, such as Bel, Shamash, and Adad, were transformed. What were once songs of praise for these deities became paeans to Marduk, the new head of the pantheon. Ancient myths, stories of the seasons, and natural occurrences were rewritten, their original meanings obscured. These tales were now retold to glorify Marduk, attributing to him the mighty deeds and symbolic acts once associated with the natural world. But Marduk's supremacy did not go unchallenged. Shamash, the sun god, and Sin, the moon god, sought to retain their influence over their celestial domains. However, even these mighty deities could not escape the transformation sweeping through the heavens. Minor solar gods, once worshipped in lesser-known cities, were absorbed into the cult of Marduk. Ninib, the sun god of the springtime and morning, became just one aspect of the solar cycle under Marduk's rule, while Nergal, the god of summer's scorching heat, was relegated to the role of a harbinger of death. The priests, ever attuned to the heavens, began to weave the movements of the stars and planets into their theology. The heavens were in constant flux, and so too was the fate of the gods. Anu, the god of the highest heavens, was assigned a position as the first in a triad with Bel and Ea. These three gods were given dominion over the three divisions of the universe, the heavens, the earth, and the deep waters. Yet, even these powerful gods were not immune to the pull of the stars. As the astral theology took hold, the gods were disassociated from their local cults and became celestial powers, ruling over the heavens themselves. In this celestial order, Marduk's star burned the brightest. The priests, now masters of the skies, identified Marduk with the planet Jupiter, solidifying his place as the supreme deity of the Babylonian pantheon. Venus became the domain of Ishtar, the great mother goddess, while Mars was associated with Nergal, and Mercury with Nebo. Saturn was given to Ninib, completing the astral configuration that would define the heavens for centuries to come. Yet, despite Marduk's rise, two deities managed to retain a measure of independence: Anu, the god of heaven, and Ishtar, the goddess of fertility and life. Ishtar, in particular, remained a force to be reckoned with, her power undiminished even as she was often linked with Marduk or Asur, the chief god of Assyria. As the source of all life, Ishtar's influence was felt in every aspect of existence, from the cycles of the moon to the fertility of the earth. She stood apart, a symbol of vitality in a world increasingly dominated by Marduk's order. The priests, ever mindful of the balance between heaven and earth, crafted a second triad to complement the first. This triad, consisting of Shamash, Sin, and Ishtar, represented the three great forces of nature: the sun, the moon, and the life-giving power. As the stars moved across the sky, they told a story of divine power, of the interplay between these forces, and of the ever-present influence of Marduk, whose star shone brightest in the night. And so, as the heavens shifted and the stars danced their eternal dance, the story of Marduk's rise was written in the very fabric of the universe. The gods, once tied to the earth, were now celestial beings, their power reflected in the stars above. To read the signs of the heavens was to understand the will of the gods, to foresee the future, and to know that in the ever-changing tapestry of the cosmos, Marduk stood, at the center, a beacon of divine authority in a world governed by the movements of the stars.